Order. Hello. Colleagues, the devastating tornadoes of last Friday have taken an enormous toll on the citizens of Ottawa-Gatineau. Many have sustained damage to their homes. Some have even lost everything and must now rebuild their lives, including some employees of the House of Commons. So I would like to take a moment to thank those who have made it possible for us to fulfill our responsibilities as members of Parliament today. The employees who worked over the weekend to ensure that the parliamentary precinct could function safely and effectively, the dedicated hydro workers and first responders who have accomplished miracles in restoring power and maintaining order throughout the affected region.
I would also like to express my admiration and my gratitude to MPs of the National Capital Region who continue to work tirelessly to help their constituents. Many people living in Ottawa and Gatineau were hit hard by Friday's tornadoes. So I encourage everyone who can to help their neighbors.
It being 11:05 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, reprise des bancs deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-369.
Second reading of Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too share and echo your sentiments vis-a-vis the people of Ottawa-Gatineau, as well as the first responders and all those who are involved in assisting the families who are deeply affected by the events of last Friday. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to contribute to this debate and pleased to acknowledge that I do so on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Je remercie la députée de...
I would like to thank the member from Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River to have introduced this bill. And I would like to also thank her for her tireless work on reconciliation.
To establish a national holiday that will allow Canadians to reflect and understand the long and painful history relating to Indigenous peoples. The road to reconciliation between Canada and Indigenous peoples requires all Canadians to understand our shared history and acknowledge past wrongs while creating a path forward. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action provide all Canadians with this renewed path forward for Canada's journey of healing and reconciliation. This bill is inspired by call to action number 80, which states, and I quote, "We call upon the federal government in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples to establish as a statutory holiday a national day for truth and reconciliation to honor survivors, their families and communities, and ensure that public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process." That is why, when the calls to action were released in June of 2015, the Prime Minister, who was then the leader of the Liberal Party opposition, immediately affirmed the unwavering support of the Liberal Party of Canada and our parliamentary caucus for all the TRC's recommendations and called on the Government of Canada to take immediate action to implement them. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report on December of 2015, the Prime Minister then committed the Government of Canada to working, and I quote, "in partnership with Indigenous communities, the provinces, territories, and other vital partners to fully implement the calls to actions of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, starting with the implementation of the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples." This past June, our government supported and passed Bill 262, an act to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, also known as UNDRIP. This February, our government established a recognition of rights framework, a fundamental shift in approach between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Today, there are over 60 rights recognition tables around the country that seeks to advance the process of this recognition and ultimately self-determination. Our Prime Minister noted earlier this year that reconciliation calls upon all of us to confront our past and commit to charting a brighter, more inclusive future. We must acknowledge that centuries of colonial practices have denied the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples. The recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights will chart a new way forward for our government to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples to undo decades of mistrust, poverty, broken promises, and injustices. We have listened and learned, and we will work together to take concrete action to build a better future and a new relationship. Over the past 3 budgets, the government has invested significantly to advance the implementation of the calls to action and to support the crucial work with our Indigenous partners to identify and address joint priorities. In fact, progress has already been made on over 80% of the calls to action under federal or shared responsibility. But we know that more must be done and that we need to be held accountable for advancing this crucial work. Le Conseil de l'administration provinciale de Conseil national.
The Administration Council of the provincial body has presented its report on Crown Indigenous relations on June 2nd of this year. The final report indicated that it is important for Indigenous peoples, Canadians, and for the government to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. It would be a long-term body and which would receive enough funding and which would be enshrined in law. This council will periodically represent a report to ensure continued monitoring of the implementation of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It will also ensure that there is accountability.
For Reconciliation's mandate will be to advance reconciliation efforts through the development and implementation of a multi-year national action plan for reconciliation. The conclusion of the final report makes the following poignant observation. We believe that hope is the first step in reconciliation. We believe hope is the basic building block upon which reconciliation must lay its foundation. We must plant and nurture seeds of hope in Indigenous communities and in the greater Canadian public. Hope gives us the belief that all actions matter, no matter how small and no matter by whom. With trust, Canadians and Indigenous peoples can work together on building a new future, a better future. It all begins with hope. We also need all Canadians to know that progress is being made. The work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has opened the eyes of many Canadians to the horrific truths of residential schools. The Indian residential schools was a systematic plan to remove Indigenous children from their homes, families, and cultures to facilitate the policy of killing the Indian in the child. During my tenure in the Indigenous Affairs Committee, we heard from so many survivors of the residential school system. The member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU has shared his experience with all of us and has educated us in this House of his time in residential schools. Survivors like him continue to educate all Canadians of our past, but equally inspire us to do better. All Canadians have a responsibility to educate themselves about this dark chapter of our shared history and work toward repairing the intergenerational damage caused by this appalling policy. This is why our government is unequivocally committed to the implementation of the TRC calls to action and will be supporting sending this legislation to committee for further study. Reconciliation is not an Aboriginal problem. It is a Canadian one. These are the words of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report and words that member from Deschanette, Mississippi, Churchill River quoted in her speech when she introduced the bill that we're debating today. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. I also believe that healing the damage of residential schools will not only require the sustained action of involved governments, but other institutions and of all Canadians. The need to achieve reconciliation is a fundamental truth and is beyond partisan politics. That is why I'm so pleased that the recent motion by the member for Timmins James Bay calling on the Pope to implement Call to Action 58 and issue an apology on behalf of the Catholic Church to residential school survivors, their families and communities, passed with the overwhelming support of this House. We look forward to working across party lines to ensure that this legislation fulfills calls to action number 80 and reflects the collaboration with Aboriginal peoples contained in its text. Together, we will chart a path forward that advances reconciliation and builds a stronger future for Indigenous peoples and Canadians alike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grassroots.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, the National Indigenous Peoples Day. This bill would make National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday. As a result, about 6% of the labour force would be impacted by this change. This bill would grant a holiday for employees of the federal government and federally related businesses only. It would not affect employees who are not subject to the Canada Labour Code. The National Indigenous Peoples Day has been proudly supported and celebrated by Conservatives both while in government and as the official opposition. Indigenous peoples from an integral part of our country and their histories, their cultures and traditions should be recognized and celebrated by all Canadians. Every year, our party encourages Canadians to take part in the local National Indigenous Peoples Day celebrations so that we can all learn more about the rich history and traditions of Indigenous peoples throughout this country, as well as the tremendous contributions that Indigenous people have made to this country to make it what it is today, a better place to live. In my city of Saskatoon, National Indigenous People Day events are always something to look forward to. They are celebrations that would help bring the whole community together in the spirit of diversity, understanding, and, of course, learning. Every year, including this past June, it's one of the major events in my city of Saskatoon. It's held in Victoria Park, where the celebrations began in the morning with a pipe ceremony, and the event was followed by Rock Your Roots, and, of course, a walk for reconciliation, which is very well attended. Hundreds of people, in fact, line the streets of Saskatoon on this walk. It's an excellent opportunity, Madam Speaker, for everyone to come together in the spirit of reconciliation, and I was very proud to see the display of unity in my city. The celebrations offered a very important opportunity, I think, for children and the youth to learn about the rich and diverse cultural heritage of First Nation and Métis peoples within my province of Saskatchewan. Additionally, the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Centre hosted numerous activities this year which allowed young people to both observe and to participate in the First Nations dance, along with songs and teachings. And I think this is particularly important for the young people of our province. These celebrations are very successful and they're important to the entire community. So when we discuss the impact of the addition of a new statutory holiday that we might have, we need to really think about this. All the right information. Have we gathered all the right information to make an informed decision? As my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou has stated before in the House, we need to know the economic impact related to the implementation of this new statutory holiday that it would be. If we do not have this information available to us, it becomes hard for us to know what kind of effects the addition of a new statutory holiday would have for Canada's economy. This is important, Madam Speaker, because in discussing whether to add a new statutory holiday to Canada's Labour Code, we are not considering at all whether we should re-examine any of the current statutory holidays that exist. Specifically, we are not looking at whether or not we should remove some of the existing holidays going forward. These factors, I feel, are very crucial to our understanding of the economic impact associated with this bill, which in turn informs our decision-making. We must also consider, Madam Speaker, whether statutory holidays have been desired effect on increasing the learning and awareness of these events and traditions in which they are meant to honor and to celebrate. Currently, the National Indigenous Peoples Day ceremonies and celebrations across this country enjoyed a wide attendance by people of all walks of life. And of course, here in the nation capital region, I was happy to attend this year's ceremony near the Canadian Museum of History in June, where a number of people attended the morning ceremony. Now, traditional sunrise ceremonies are enjoyed by all as they mark the beginning of a day filled with diverse cultural celebrations across this country. However, we need to be concerned about the impact that a statutory holiday might have on all of these celebrations and all of these cultural festivities. Similar concerns, Madam Speaker, have been raised by officials, and I might add, we've had this debate in the House, by the Royal Canadian Legion in relation to discussions about whether Remembrance Day should be a statutory holiday. Well, different regulations exist throughout this country concerning the status of Remembrance Day in terms of whether it is a statutory holiday or not. But keep in mind that the Royal Canadian Legion has, in fact, since 1970, repeatedly come out against this resolution to make the day a statutory holiday. We know one official from the Legion by the name of Bill Maxwell who highlights his concerns with making Remembrance Day a stat holiday by the stating of the institutionalized that made a statutory holiday. And we all know the impression would be that people in their homes would really, Madam Speaker, would they or not make an effort to attend a downtown ceremony on the November 11th. You know what, I just recently, in fact last Thursday afternoon, I sat in on the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs where David Chartrand from Manitoba, he is the Métis National Council, he echoed those same sentiments. We really don't need a statutory holiday for Remembrance Day, and he's wondering if we even need one for Indigenous Peoples Day. So, with the day as important as National Indigenous Peoples Day, we need to take great care to ensure that it does not risk becoming a holiday which is robbed of its significance by being viewed by employees as simply a day away from work. Reconciliation with our First Nations, our Métis, along with our Inuit communities, is a process which all Canadians should be committed to and supporting. We must take every effort to guarantee that Indigenous peoples across this country receive fair and equitable access to education, economic development, and employment and training opportunities. These are all fundamental aspects of reconciliation, and they are vital issues which this Liberal government, Madam Speaker, is furthermore failing to address. In 2016, a report by C.D. Howe Institute found that only 4 in 10 young adults living on reserves across Canada have completed high school. 4 in 10. These are compared to graduation rates of 7 in 10 for Indigenous peoples living off reserves and 9 in 10 graduation rates for non-Indigenous Canadians. These statistics, I don't have to repeat, are totally unacceptable and clearly show the vast difference in the kinds of education opportunities which are available to communities on reserve compared to everywhere else in this country. These differences act as a barrier to to reconciliation. Yet the Liberals have broken their promise to close the education gap between on-reserve and off-reserve. The consequences of this broken promise, Madam Speaker, for these on-reserve communities are numerous and severe. The same 2016 report highlighted that these low graduation rates and many negative repercussions on reserve, which included, of course, unemployment, poverty, limited social and economic opportunities. Well, we need to make sure we know about the impact of the designation of National Indigenous Peoples Day as a statutory holiday would be. The imperial data on the question is, to me, Madam Speaker, lacking. And as a result, we cannot be clear at all on our discussions on the matter because we're missing key personnel and all the information. The intentions of this bill may be well-meaning, but we must also think about whether a statutory holiday is in fact the best way to preserve the meaning of National Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour for me to have the opportunity to stand in the House today and support not just Bill C-369, but the tireless efforts and the tremendous work of my colleague, the member from Desainay, Mississippi, Churchill River. The member is a Dene woman from Saskatchewan who served her community as mayor of La Lodge for 12 years and worked with the RCMP's Aboriginal Advisory Committee for almost a decade to help build safer communities in the North. She's a role model for all Canadians, especially for the young Indigenous women across this country. As a passionate advocate, she continues to demand action from government so that the people in her community are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. Madam Speaker, as an Indigenous woman, her consistent and persistent advocacy aims to ensure that the voices of the First Peoples are heard. On this note, the member has brought before us Bill C-369. This bill would make June 21st National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday in Canada. This bill would also fulfill recommendation number 80 in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. While I was relieved to hear over the summer that the Liberal government was ready to support her bill after months of silence, however, I was truly disappointed that they made a partisan effort to undermine the work of my colleague. In going forward with this approach, the government did not even pause to stop to consult with my colleague on a bill to which she brought forward. Throughout our society and our history, successive governments have actively sidelined the role and voice of Indigenous peoples, and particularly Indigenous women, and it was so very disappointing to see this government continue to do this even while attempting to engage in acts of reconciliation. I believe it is of utmost importance to continually reflect on the words of the TRC where it states, quote, "Reconciliation is not an Aboriginal problem, it is a Canadian one. Virtually all aspects of Canadian society may need to be reconsidered," end quote. This call for collective actions across communities, across levels of government, across party lines, and across Canada for reconciliation and the recognition of the history, rights, cultures, and languages of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people throughout our country. It is a reminder that reconciliation falls on settler society, not on Indigenous people. Passing Bill C-369 will not tackle all the socioeconomic challenges met by Indigenous communities, but it will provide a time and space for reflection on Canada's colonial history and its current effects on the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities across the country. The government has signaled that there are 2 dates being considered for a statutory holiday, and also that changing the name to the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is being considered. June 21st is a date significant to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and is already established as National Indigenous Peoples Day. It is already marked by celebrations across Canada. It falls on the summer solstice, a date that has historically marked a celebration of Indigenous culture and heritage. It is my understanding that the government is thinking about changing the date to September 30th, Orange Shirt Day. While Orange Shirt Day is an important one, it is a day that First Nations, local communities, local governments, schools come together in the spirit of reconciliation and hope for generations of children to come. I share the concerns of my colleague that by co-opting and renaming National Indigenous Peoples Days to Orange Shirt Day as a day of truth and reconciliation is harmful to the ongoing project of reconciliation. It would be an act of taking a day of celebration and changing it to a day of recognizing settler violence and apologies. In effect, it would be shifting the focus away from Indigenous people and towards settler society. This would undermine the valuable and difficult work underway from coast to coast to coast of Indigenous activists and communities who are tirelessly working to build up and restore Indigenous lifeways in Canada. By extension, to recognize September 30th as a statutory holiday instead would also further the narrative of violence experienced by Indigenous people in Canada. Without doubt, settlers' society's understanding of the legacy of residential school is critical and important. However, continuing to limit the national experience of most Canadians to a day of violence towards Indigenous people does little to empower Indigenous communities or to foster an environment where First Nations, Métis, and Inuit lifeways can grow and flourish. My riding of Vancouver East is home to the Vancouver Aboriginal Child and Family Services Society and the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre Society, to name just two of the many important Indigenous organizations in my riding. Last year, Frida Gladu of the Family Services Society and Susan Tatouche of the Friendship Centre Society was interviewed by the Vancouver Sun about making National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday. Ms. Gladu stated the importance of providing Canadians from all walks of life the opportunity to learn about, experience, and participate in the celebrations of Indigenous people. She stated, and I quote, "It should be a stat holiday for everyone. A lot of my friends are calling to say that they can't come because they have to work today." As you may recall, Madam Speaker, this year the House was sitting on June 21st. So like far too many Canadians, I was unable to attend the celebrations in my community because I was here in the House of Commons. Ms. Tatouche described the importance of the day, stating that it's, quote, "a day where we get to promote our pride, our culture, and our status as citizens of Canada. We share our culture, our achievements, our culture and dances, and through this outreach, we support the concept of reconciliation." Madam Speaker, I don't want to diminish the critical work of reconciliation through the recognition of generations of injustice and mistreatment and discrimination, and the further generational impacts of this events that continues to this day. But that work should not erase the need to acknowledge the beauty of Canada's Indigenous peoples, their cultures, and their languages by honoring and celebrating them. To promote and share the depth of the First Peoples' culture and teachings through events that celebrates them helps build bridges between communities. Through this effort, we're moving the goalposts from the notion of tolerance to appreciation, from appreciation to respect, and from respect to celebration. In doing so, we're working together to change the necessity of preserving Indigenous culture from an act of defiance to an act of appreciation, from an act of tightly holding on to one's identity to an act of sharing with others who you are with open arms. It means creating the space for Indigenous cultures in Canada, not just to survive, but to thrive. That, in my opinion, is what true reconciliation entails. Establishing June 21st as statutory holiday across Canada helps provide that space. It is far overdue, And I hope that all members of this House stand united in taking this step towards reconciliation and support my colleague's bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this significant moment in our history, the moment to move forward to celebration and acknowledgement of the First Peoples, the gifts to which they have given to all of us as immigrants, a place to make Canada our home, a place to belong, and it is absolutely time for us to ensure that the First Peoples are equal partners at the table at every round, and for all Canadians to understand this importance and the importance of the First People in Canada's history. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak, and once again, I call on all members to support this bill. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start by pointing out that the reason we are discussing this today, the bill of my colleague, that we are discussing on land that is unceded. It is the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. And I'd also like to point out the Indigenous Friendship Center in Saguenay. Now, the heart of my argument will be about this concept because I think it's necessary to emphasize it and to make sure it is the framework within which we discuss this bill. It's high time to have a statutory holiday for Indigenous peoples. There is no statutory holiday that is for Indigenous peoples. There is a day, but it's not a statutory holiday. Now, there have been precedents set by legislative assemblies in other jurisdictions who have legislated in order to make June 21st a statutory holiday. This bill calls on Parliament to do the same, that it demonstrate leadership and show leadership to other provincial and territorial governments who have not done the same thing. The Truth and Reconciliation Committee says that the issues involved that they dealt with are not merely Indigenous issues, they are Canadian issues. And we have to re-examine our relationship. Now, we are calling for action by all levels of government and in all communities for reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And in order to do this, it's not enough to simply recognize a people, but you have to acknowledge their history, their rights, their culture, and on and on. This bill, C-369, is sending a clear message to the House of Commons that it intends to pave the way to reconciliation. The creation of this national holiday would acknowledge the principle of nation-to-nation relationship and would underscore the historic importance of Indigenous people, Métis, and Inuit. Now, we can't solve all the problems facing Indigenous people, but my party constantly raises the necessity of having a time and place to talk about colonial history and its long-lasting effects on Indigenous peoples, and this Canada-wide. A statutory holiday could be the opportunity to have commemorative events and to raise awareness of the victims of residential schools and Canada's colonial system. And the effects of this persist even today. Madam Speaker, you'll understand that this bill, tabled by my colleague is not anything new. In 1982, the National Indian Brotherhood, that we now know as the Assembly of First Nations, launched a campaign so that a national day for Indigenous people be declared a statutory holiday. And it wasn't until 1996 that the Governor-General at that time, Roméo Leblanc, proclaimed that 21st June would each year be National Aboriginal Day. This date was decided on following consultation with Indigenous people and statements of support from various Indigenous groups, including asking that the summer solstice, a very important day for Indigenous people, become National Indigenous Peoples Day. As I mentioned, other Canadian jurisdictions have already created a National Indigenous Peoples Day. This was the case for the Northwest Territories, and it also became the case in Yukon in May 2017. My colleague tabled this bill that we are debating today at the federal level, and this is something that is she was following suit to the territories. In September 2017, Michel Monté, an NDP member, presented a bill in the Ontario legislature entitled An Act to Proclaim Indigenous Day. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have stated on several occasions that the most important relationship for their government is the relationship with the Indigenous people. This government is also committed to following up on calls for action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in a spirit of reconciliation and healing. This bill is a perfect opportunity for the government to move from words to action. Inspired by the call for action by the Commission, this bill has as its goal giving hope to Indigenous people in Canada by raising awareness about the consequences of residential schools and by paying tribute to survivors and also recognizing victims of abuse in foster families.
Moreover, the creation of a statutory holiday will give Canadians an opportunity to better understand and ensure that they acknowledge our common history, a vital part of the reconciliation process. This bill gives the Liberal government and the House of Commons an opportunity to get involved in the reconciliation process by setting aside a day to reflect on our somber colonial past and to underscore the contributions, legacy, culture, and languages of Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, the NDP is not the only group supporting the idea of creating a National Indigenous Peoples Day. The Assembly of First Nations has been calling for this measure to be implemented for several years. At the Annual General Assembly in 2016, members adopted a resolution for the implementation of a day on June 21st. In June 2017, that bill received the support of Bobby Cameron from the Federation of Independent Indigenous Nations. At a press conference to announce the tabling of this bill, the National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, Robert Bertrand, was present to publicly express his support. I can also say, Madam Speaker, that we are not alone in this House in calling for a national day, a statutory holiday. The member for Winnipeg Centre himself distributed a petition calling for the designation of National Indigenous Peoples Day as a statutory holiday. And I believe that he is not alone in his caucus to support this initiative. I hope that all will support my colleague's initiative, as was stated in the last speech. On June 21st, I attended events in my riding. It was a lovely day, organized. They invited me to participate alongside them. Unfortunately, I had to be here in this chamber. We sat that day. We voted late. We hadn't slept much during that period. But my thoughts were with them on June 21st. And I think that by supporting this bill in my colleague's name will make all the difference. And I urge all members to support the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
So, just to resume.
Oh, resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Yes, just
the Honourable Parliament. Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to speak just for a couple of minutes on this piece of legislation because I do think it's a very important piece of the whole reconciliation that we've been talking about. The Prime Minister has been very clear, even before he became Prime Minister, about that important relationship between Canada and Indigenous people, and stating on so many occasions just how important that relationship is. We have ministers in Cabinet, my caucus colleagues. In fact, I would suggest to you very widespread support that goes beyond the Liberal benches and the New Democratic benches, to incorporate many from within the Conservatives, recognizing the importance of reconciliation. I just wanted to highlight something that I think is really important for us to recognize, and it's already been made reference to, and that is in regards to the TRC calls of action. Call of Action 80, which urges that the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish as a statutory holiday a national day for truth and reconciliation to honor survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. The TRC did a great service to Canada by providing these very tangible recommendations. The Prime Minister has been on the record on numerous occasions virtually endorsing the report that was tabled or brought forward by TRC. We understand that there is the responsibility of the minister, and even within the call, there's this obligation to continue that consultation as we work towards it. We recognize the importance of this issue. I believe it was during Jean Chrétien's era where we had a proclamation that was made in regards to Aboriginal Day in June. And last year, I believe it was, where it was renamed Indigenous Day. And, Madam Speaker, there's all sorts...
I'm just going to interject because I've just been advised that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has already spoken on this and therefore is not able to speak on this again. So sorry. So I'm going to go to resuming debate. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm honoured to speak here in support of my colleague, the member from Desnefe-Missinipi Churchill River, and her Bill 369, C-369, a bill that would create a National Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people, and I thank them for sharing this beautiful land with all of us here. And I live in the traditional lands of the Seal people, the Okanagan Nation, and most large public gatherings in the Okanagan are opened with a traditional prayer and the singing of the Okanagan song. And the message of that song, at least the part that I've taken to heart, is we are beautiful, our land is beautiful, and we are beautiful because our land is beautiful. Now, those words emphasize the relationship between all of us and the land that sustains us, that we are nothing if we treat our land without respect. and they are powerful words. I also, I grew up on the boundary of the Penticton Indian Reserve, and I still live in that house that I grew up in. I like to tell my friends from the Penticton Indian Band that I grew up on the res, but of course I didn't grow up on the res like those people. I knew nothing as I grew up of the struggles of the kids I went to school with. I went to school with kids from the reserve, but we didn't talk much. I knew nothing of the struggles of them and their families, of the residential school situation. And as I said, I didn't really know anything about their culture, their heritage, their language at all. In fact, I didn't even know there was still people speaking a traditional language there. And in 1980, well, I remember the first time, in 1978, I was out in the Chilcotin Plateau, and I went into a cafe there, and I realized soon that everybody in the cafe was speaking Chilcotin. I had never heard an Indigenous language spoken before. I realized how little I knew of the cultures of the people that were here first, our first peoples, the first peoples of Canada. And in 1981, I met Jeanette Armstrong, someone who I've grown to know and respect a great deal. Jeanette just grew up a couple of kilometers from me in Penticton. My father knew her mother, and yet I never had met her before. And she spoke of her family's struggle to retain their culture and their language, and she spoke fluent Insiltian, the language of the Okanagan peoples. And I was totally blown away. I had no idea that there were still speakers of that language, that the culture was still retained and so rich. And since that time, I have learned a lot from my colleagues in the First Nations communities of the Okanagan about that culture and what they have been doing to retain it and really make their people proud of that culture and get their kids learning the language again. Recently, I had the honor and very humbling experience of sitting in on an immersion class in Penticton that taught Insiltian. It was humbling to sit there for a day hearing people speak a language that I knew very few words of, the language that was formed in that valley, in my home valley. It's literally the language of my land, and yet I knew nothing of it. I still know very few words in Insiltian. I know a few of the plants and animals. I'm a biologist, so I knew the word for speetlum was probably the only word I knew as a kid, because my father would call bitterroot speetlum. Speetlum is one of the 4 food kings, chiefs of the Okanagan peoples. It's the root that gave them sustenance through the year. I know the word for Saskatoon berry, sia, again, one of the important foods of the Okanagan people. But it wasn't until I moved back to the Okanagan in the 90s and started working a lot with people in the local First Nations communities about conservation of their lands. They were very concerned about conserving the environment of their lands, that I got to hear more of their own personal stories, people who were working with me, very dedicated workers, who had real personal struggles, families torn apart, addictions, life in residential schools that had sent them to Alberta, northern British Columbia as kids, and yet they were back working to rebuild their communities. And at the same time, my wife, Margaret, was working for the Asuyas Indian Band, building the Inkamip Desert Cultural Center, one of the most magnificent interpretive centers in the country. If you're ever in the Okanagan, I urge you to go and visit it. It's a real celebration of the Seal culture and very well presented. And through her, I met other people who, again, knew their culture, knew their language, and it was just such a rich experience learning all this from my neighbors, basically. And yet, as Canadians, we don't get that opportunity very often. And some of the projects I worked with brought kids together, kids from the First Nations community with non-Indigenous kids together to do habitat rehabilitation, to plant trees and shrubs. And at the same time, they were planting seeds of reconciliation in our communities. And I've seen such a change over the last 20 or 30 years in the Okanagan Valley with reconciliation really building, and people are feeling a lot better, I think, about the relations between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples now. When I went there first in the 90s, it was very touchy, but that has really changed. And what has changed is people taking the time to learn about the others' cultures. So I'd just like to finish, Madam Speaker, by saying that, many of us celebrate July 1st every year as, our national day, but we haven't really, and many of us celebrate June 21st as well as the National Indigenous Peoples Day. It's not a holiday, but I attend events when I can in my community. I know a lot of people do. We learn in those events about Indigenous cultures and Indigenous heritage, Indigenous languages, but I think it would really mean so much more if it was a national holiday, and I really want to support my colleagues' initiative here to create a national statutory holiday. We have the Yukon and the Northwest Territories have set a precedent with making June 21st a holiday in those territories to ensure that people have the time and the mindset to really set aside a day to learn about these important issues, to really take important steps toward reconciliation. So I would just like to finish there and say Lim Lind. Thank you.
Resuming debate, prise de débat. The honourable member for Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Madam Speaker, Marcy Chaw. I'd like to start by thanking my colleagues in the House for the dutiful consideration of my bill and for sharing their thoughts on making National Indigenous Peoples Day a statutory holiday. I'm very much looking forward to continuing our discussions in the near future as we work together to do what's right for Indigenous people across Canada. Madam Speaker, the discussion that we're having, that we've heard today, is part of centuries-old conversation about how we make time for Indigenous, for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in our country. Historically, we know that the federal government's position has been that there is no time for First Nations, Métis, or Inuit people. For governments in the past, Indigenous people were to be civilized, educated, or eliminated. History has proven past governments wrong. Indigenous people have become stronger. Our recent conversations about the time for Indigenous people have focused on reconciliation and how we commemorate the leaders who have committed genocide. Apologies were made. Canadians have heard the stories of survivors. Canadians have heard apologies from prime ministers. They have heard the lack of apologies from religious leaders. And they have heard the promise of a government saying that they'll do right by Indigenous people now. Reconciliation is our government's word. Reconciliation is our government's promise. Reconciliation is the burden of government and the burden of settlers. And while the government should be having that conversation about reconciling Canada's past, Indigenous people are thinking about their future in Canada. We're asking different questions. We're slowly moving away from asking, how will we survive? And instead asking, how will we thrive? What we're seeing now is a renaissance of an Indigenous culture, Indigenous arts, and Indigenous languages. Indigenous leaders and movements from the past are being taught in history classes. Indigenous people are thriving in business, in science, technology, in justice, and in health. I have seen with my own eyes how our cultures and languages are growing in our communities and how our families and youth find strength in our traditions. There is still so much work that our government needs to do for Indigenous people who are suffering. But First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people have done so much for a society that has and continues to try to ignore them. And to be clear, Madam Speaker, my bill does not ask to give Indigenous people the time to perform their trauma. I'm not asking to give Indigenous people the time to accept our apologies while we atone for our actions. I'm not asking to appropriate an established Indigenous holiday so that settlers will have another day off work. I'm asking if we as the Government of Canada will give up part of our own time so that Indigenous people across this country can celebrate that makes them truly unique. Madam Speaker, it was in the spirit of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action that I proposed my bill. I believe that people in Canada are capable of mourning the legacy of residential schools while also thinking optimistically about the future. That is, after all, what we do every year on Remembrance Day. It's vital that we remember those we lost in residential schools, that we honor the survivors, and that we never forget about the Canadian government, how the Canadian government tried so hard to get rid of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. But the stories that Indigenous people are telling now are far more optimistic and think so far into the future that they refuse to be defined by the impact of residential schools. Let us not limit the future of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people to only a settler narrative of past injustice. Let's put an end to our government's practices of defining Indigenous people by the things settlers have done to Indigenous people. Let us listen to the generations of Indigenous people who stand up every year on June 21st and continue to survive and continue to celebrate who they are and who will they become. If we are truly committed to reconciliation, it is our duty to think about the time of celebration that Indigenous people have created for themselves. Indigenous people have told us for decades that the 21st day of June, the summer solstice, is their day of celebration. I hope that when the members of this House vote on this bill, they will show that they're listening. Merci, Joe. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Ms. Jolibois, seconded by Ms. Moore, move that Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Heritage. Does
it please the House to adopt the motion?
No? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent...
That those who support the motion please say yay.
Opposed to the motion will please say no. Conformément à l'article 80.
In accordance to Standing Order 93 of the regulations, the vote is will be held on Wednesday just before private members' business.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Reprise du débat, deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-81.
First reading of Bill C-81, the Canada Accessibility Act.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time this morning with the member for Parkdale High Park. For decades, we've seen concerted efforts made to try and remove barriers to accessibility across Canada. But pervasive barriers still exist all around us. These barriers exist in our physical environment, they exist in the way that information and communication technologies are developed, in how employment practices are established, in the way procurement policies are created by the government, in how government serves Canadians, and in how our federal transportation networks are structured. These barriers stop millions of Canadians from participating in everyday activities that many people take for granted. There was a time in Canadian history where the needs of people living with disabilities were not even part of the conversation. That is still too often the case. But thanks to the advocacy of leaders in disability and accessibility issues in Canada, we are more aware of issues of those living with disabilities. We are increasingly aware of the challenges and injustices faced every day. Legislation alone will not be enough to address the issue. We need a change in the way we as Canadians think. In Ontario, legislation will ensure that a sports complex has accessible parking spots, wide doors, and washrooms. But if a person in a wheelchair is relegated to the second floor because no accessible seating is provided, or where accessible seating is provided, but people stand in front of you and block your view for the most exciting part of the game, like the goals, well, that is hardly inclusive. This is an issue that I've been deeply committed to throughout my tenure as a Member of Parliament and before I was elected. In the spring of 2017, I held a roundtable on employment for people living with disabilities in my riding of Oakville North Burlington. The roundtable brought together organizations like Community Living, experts on accessible employment, and people with lived experience. I continue to advocate for this issue in the community, in the House, and with my colleagues in Parliament. We need to recognize the contribution that people living with disabilities make to employers. It's not about doing what is right, although it is, but it also makes economic sense. Just ask employers like Mark Wafer, former MPP Kevin Flynn, and Philippa Durbin, who talk about the benefits to their business because they've hired those living with disabilities. Ask employees like my staffers, Stephen Muir and Karina Scally, or people like Robin, Andrew, or James, who are outstanding employees who make significant contributions to their work. Madam Speaker, you are aware that our government is a strong proponent of promoting inclusion and fairness to grow the middle class. Our government is committed to measures to make Canada a more equitable place, such as improving income security for seniors and helping families through improvements to the Canada Child Benefit. Accessibility is a right in this country, not a privilege. That is why we're putting accessibility at the heart of our actions for greater social justice. And that is why our government has brought forward Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act, to uphold that right in areas under federal jurisdiction. This involves Parliament and all that we do here. It involves the Government of Canada, Crown corporations, and the federally regulated private sector. It includes organizations in the federal transportation network, the broadcasting and telecommunications sectors, and the banking and financial sectors. Federally regulated sectors represent a large component of the Canadian economy. They employ about 900,000 people and are essential to economic, civic, and social participation in society. I personally believe that our government and our partners in the federally regulated sectors can be true leaders in accessibility. By changing the status quo in these areas, I'm confident that a change in standards will follow in the private sector. But, Madam Speaker, our ambition is greater than that. Our ambition is that this bill will lead to more consistent experience of accessibility across Canada. With this in mind, our government's actions on accessibility are focused on priority areas that Canadians living with disabilities told us have an impact on their daily lives. They include public buildings and spaces, service delivery, employment, transportation, information and communications technologies, and procurement of goods and services. Madam Speaker, the core of Bill C-81 is the development and implementation of new accessibility standards in these priority areas. Through Bill C-81, our government is proposing the creation of a new organization called the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization. This innovative organization will govern and oversee the process of creating new accessibility standards in partnership with key stakeholders. I'm proud that this organization will be led by a majority of persons living with disabilities on the board of directors. This is key to ensuring those with lived experience are part of the decision-making process. This has been an issue in the past and continues to be an issue in our country when those developing policies do not include those living with a disability. This organization will be the first of its kind in Canada and one of the few in the world that is dedicated to developing only accessibility standards. The organization will work in partnership with persons living with disabilities, technical experts, industry leaders, and representatives from organizations that are obligated to comply with the law and its regulations. The standards created by the organization will then be considered by the government for application to the federal jurisdiction through regulation. Province and territories will also be invited to participate in the standards development process. By bringing together perspectives and knowledge about accessibility issues into one place, our government envisions that the Canadian Accessibility Standards Organization will become a global centre of technical knowledge and expertise on accessibility. Madam Speaker, we believe that this organization can serve as a national and international model for action on accessibility by putting the principle of nothing about us without us at the heart of its operation, letting people living with disabilities lead the way. Over time, these standards will lead to measurable improvements to accessibility and have a real impact on the lives of Canadians living with disabilities and functional limitations. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would like to reflect on the spirit of this legislation. Our government is committed to backing C81 with focused investment across the Government of Canada. This includes the development of the Canadians Accessibility Standards Development Organization. As a government, we want to make accessibility a reality as we hire people, as we make our facilities easier to access, and as we purchase goods from private sector suppliers. Madam Speaker, it is the sum of all these efforts, including new accessibility standards, that will allow people living with disabilities to be included in a way that many of us take for granted. This legislation is the start of building not just an accessible Canada, but an inclusive Canada. We need to recognize that accessibility is a start, but it is not enough. Madam Speaker, we need to be leaders and effect real cultural change. This is how we will provide everyone in this country with the chance to realize their full potential. This is how we will make sure that everybody can contribute to the Canada of the future. Because, Madam Speaker, our country will be stronger and all Canadians will benefit when we include everyone in the conversation, when we ensure that each and every Canadian can reach their full potential, when we build a truly inclusive country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments, and I think her and I, through you, Madam Speaker, would see eye to eye on many things she's raised. One thing I want to bring to the attention of the member is that some people are concerned that the bill isn't perfect, and I understand that sometimes that happens. Bills come forward here, and of course the committee work is there to make it even better and perhaps to identify things that might be missing. I know that people have raised with me, Madam Speaker, that they are very concerned that the bill lacks any timelines, and there is some concern that we could be going on for quite a long time before we actually see some of the changes on the ground. So through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to ask my honourable colleague, I'm not sure if the member is on the committee, but that if she understands the need to be open to additions or amendments to the bill in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at this point, Madam Speaker, no, I'm not on the committee, although I have sat on the committee when it reviewed Bill C-65. And my experience on committee has been that there's some really good work that happens there. Bill C-65 would be a prime example where there were really important amendments that were brought forward. And I know certainly, in my opinion, it's critical that these amendments, or that this bill be implemented, and I know that the minister has a commitment to seeing that this is legislation that will impact people's lives, not years from now, but in the near term. So I look forward to the deliberations that happen at committee, to hearing from witnesses, and to if there are improvements to be made, I think the committee will benefit from the expertise that will be provided at the committee meetings.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to mention one of the areas that has been brought to my attention that's missing in the bill, and that is that the American Sign Language and Quebec Sign Language have not been, the part of the bill doesn't speak to including them in the Official Languages Act. Across Canada on the weekend, there were demonstrations in over 9 legislative buildings from the community asking that this be an important addition or amendment to the bill, and I just, through you, Madam Speaker, ask if my honourable colleague would like to comment on that omission in the bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And actually, I should have said this last time, but I want to thank the honourable member for her advocacy, as well as the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, who's been a vocal advocate on that side of the House for people living with disabilities. And I know I personally have spoken up at events where sign language interpretation is provided, but the interpreter is standing in the dark. And so it's not much use having an interpreter there when they're standing in the dark and people who need to see them can't be seen. I'm not familiar with the reasons why that wasn't included in the bill, and I'm sure it's something that will come up during committee hearings. And those individuals who wish to be heard will certainly be given the opportunity to speak at committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just I appreciate the comments that were made by the member opposite. But going through the summary of the bill, I know that there's a lot of talk about how there's going to be some changes in help as far as individuals are concerned. But the reality is, all we're looking at is a bunch of bureaucracy. We're looking at the Accessible Canada Act, but we're dealing with the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization. We're looking at a commissioner associated with that. The other things that are the Chief Accessibility Officer. It seems as though what we are building, instead of talking and continuing to talk to people that have done so much work in the past, is just another set of bureaucratic stumbling blocks that we'll have to deal with. And it's been 2.5 years or 3 years since this was first introduced. So I'm wondering how people can have assurances, Madam Speaker, that there's actually going to be some action taken from all of this bureaucratic information that we have in front of us.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know, speaking to advocates in my community and beyond, this is legislation that they've been calling for. I applaud the minister for her due diligence in meeting with organizations all across the country and meeting with individuals who have done work and best practices in other countries like Inclusion International, when she sat down with them to see what best practices would be. And I have heard incredibly positive comments about the legislation. We need a starting point, and this is it. It's a really good one, and I'm very proud of the work of the minister and our government in bringing this forward, and I think it's going to make a huge change for people in our country living with disabilities.
Reprise de débat. Resuming. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. With this bill, our government is fulfilling our commitment to guarantee the full and equal participation of all persons, especially persons with disabilities, in society. The consultation previous to the tabling of this legislation was vast, Madam Speaker, an important part of our government's commitment to hear from Canadians on issues that affect them. More than 6,000 Canadians participated in various ways. We held 18 public engagement sessions, 9 roundtables, a national youth forum, and an online questionnaire. The principle, nothing about us without us, was embraced for these Accessible Canada consultations, which asked all Canadians to think about what accessibility means to them and what it can mean for their communities. The consultations were the most inclusive and accessible for persons with disabilities in Canada's history. These consultations informed the legislation that is before us today, the Accessible Canada Act, which will work to remove barriers for persons with disabilities in numerous ways, Madam Speaker. Among other things, it will create the role of a Chief Accessibility Officer. It will reinstate the Disability Advisory Committee, which had been dismantled by the previous government, and it will enhance the Opportunities Fund by adding $40 million per year, which will fund employers to hire persons with disabilities and provide the framework to create more accessible environments. In total, our government will pledge $290 million over the next 6 years to implement this important legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to take a step back from the current legislation and focus locally on my riding of Parkdale High Park. This summer, I hosted a town hall in my riding to hear from my constituents regarding the Accessible Canada Act. I was joined by 8 panelists with various backgrounds and expertise, including David Lepofsky, Chair of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act Alliance, and a law professor at the University of Toronto and at Osgoode Hall. Renu Mandani, the Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, and Jeff Adams, a Paralympian gold medalist and 6-time champion in wheelchair sports. The Town Hall was to explain this new legislation and to take questions on it from my constituents, but it was an educational experience, Madam Speaker, not only for the individuals in attendance at the Town Hall, but also for me. We set out to organize this Town Hall with the goal of ensuring that it was completely accessible for all persons with disabilities. My staff and I attempted to take into account the numerous and varied barriers that might affect the ability for a person with a disability to participate meaningfully in the meeting. However, many were brought to our attention that we did not anticipate. For instance, we sent out an email, Madam Chair, to constituents informing them of the upcoming Town Hall with a poster enclosed as a PDF attachment, something I think many members in this House might have done. But we quickly learned that the document we created was not accessible for those with a visual impairment. The poster needed to be in a format where a screen reader could interpret the text, such as text contained within the body of an email, not as an attachment poster, so that screen reading technology could communicate that material to those who are visually impaired. We also made sure to bring a sign language interpreter to the Town Hall so that those with a hearing impairment could understand and participate in the discussion. Once again, we found that some people are hearing impaired but do not understand or know sign language. So to ensure that the Town Hall was as inclusive as possible, we ensured to also implement on-site live captioning for those who are hearing impaired but who do not understand sign language. Finally, we resolved to host the Town Hall in a fully accessible building that was also large enough to accommodate all of the guests who wished to attend the Town Hall. This meant that there were fewer buildings to choose from in my riding, but in the end, we hosted the event at the Swansea Town Hall, a level and spacious venue that was fully accessible. Thank you to Swansea Town Hall for hosting us. But, Madam Speaker, the experience of organizing the Town Hall cemented my view about how important it is to have this piece of legislation move actively forward. As a government, as a parliament, we must ensure that we establish a framework for a truly inclusive Canada, and that as many barriers to access are removed for individuals with disabilities as possible. I was fortunate to receive important feedback that evening from my constituents, from persons with disabilities, and from relevant experts, which will contribute to this bill and make it even stronger. This is the start of a very important conversation about accessibility in Canada, and one which I would state is long overdue, Madam Speaker. But I'm happy to report that this conversation is already bearing fruit. Not less than 4 weeks after holding my Town Hall, I was honoured to host the Prime Minister in my riding for the Bloor Street West Ukrainian Festival and the Roncesvalles Polish Festival, both the largest of their kind in North America. Over 500,000 people visit these two festivals over the course of the weekend, Madam Speaker. At the opening ceremonies of both festivals, I brought a sign language interpreter up onto the stage to provide live simultaneous sign language interpretation for both my and the Prime Minister's remarks. He was a bit more excited about translating the Prime Minister's remarks, Madam Speaker, truth be told. But this was a first for both festivals. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what I want to talk to specifically now is about the legislation itself. It represents the single biggest development in federal access health legislation in 30 years, since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms itself came into force. This new legislation is the cornerstone of our government's plan for the progressive realization of a barrier-free Canada. Second, Bill C-81 will provide accessibility standards for entities to achieve and maintain an ongoing monitoring system to ensure that Canadians see results and to hold organizations accountable. Troisièmement, environ 53 millions de dollars sur...
Third, millions of dollars to make the built environment more accessible. This strategy, Madam Speaker, will be a roadmap to respecting our obligations towards Canadians with disabilities, but also to simply make life easier for them. We will have a coordinated approach to implement the strategy within government. This objective will be achieved through an accessibility center which will ensure leadership and monitoring in our trying to make the environment more accessible to Canadians.
We will expand the existing Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities, also known as the OF Fund, Madam Speaker, to better support activities in two areas. The first area will improve matching services that connect employers and persons with disabilities. While the Opportunities Fund helps persons with disabilities develop the skills and knowledge they require to meet the needs of today's economy, more can be done to connect such individuals with employers with available jobs. The second area will enhance businesses' efforts to develop effective recruitment and retention strategies. The Opportunities Fund will work with these employers by supporting their efforts to create inclusive workspaces and to develop and implement in-house strategies to effectively recruit, accommodate, and retain persons with disabilities. This fund will have both a national stream and a regional stream, totaling nearly $40 million per year in funding, Madam Speaker. This will better support employers who have a demonstrated commitment to hiring persons with disabilities, but who need support to find the right match and to create workplaces that allow employees with disabilities to reach their full potential. Fifth, as I alluded to earlier, Madam Speaker, we are also reinstating the Disability Advisory Committee, which is vital to ensuring that the Canada Revenue Agency connects with a wide range of stakeholders and takes their views into account as we administer tax measures for people with disabilities. The committee's mandate is to provide advice to the Minister of National Revenue and the Commissioner of the Canada Revenue Agency on the administration and interpretation of the laws and programs related to disability tax measures administered by the CRA. This legislation will guarantee that the needs and expectations of the disability community are taken into consideration. The committee also advises the CRA on how it can better inform persons with disabilities and various stakeholders about tax measures and important administrative changes. Moreover, it is tasked with reviewing the CRA's administrative practices and making recommendations on how we can enhance the quality of our services for persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, those 6 components make for a comprehensive suite of items that will work collectively toward the progressive realization of a barrier-free Canada. Most importantly, I will conclude where I commenced. Our entire approach to the development of this legislation has been informed by one fundamental principle, Madam Speaker: nothing about us without us. The practice of paternalistic thinking that the government knows best and what is appropriate for persons with disabilities is gone. In its place is a new, modern 2018 approach to legislating, where the government listens and actively solicits the input, feedback, advice, and ideas from persons with disabilities about how best to address their needs. This legislation is the first step in that process, and it's one that is long overdue. I urge everyone to take a nonpartisan approach to this important legislation and to support it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech on this piece of legislation. In my riding of Barrie Innisfil, I have been dealing with Gloria Noseworthy. Gloria has an organization called the Crossroads Community Centre, which really helps adults with autism transition from their younger years into adult years. And we were very fortunate this weekend to have the member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin come in and speak to an autism symposium that Ms. Noseworthy had put on. One of the concerns that was raised among parents of children with autism, frankly adults with autism, is their ability to access employment. Many of them have skill sets currently that can be applied. For example, Mike's son Jaden, it's well known that he works in a library, he does a great job. And I just want to ask the honourable member how this piece of legislation will help address the concerns of people like Gloria and other parents who have children with autism who are transitioning into adulthood.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the member opposite for this question and for his genuine concern for this important issue. I think empowering and unleashing the potential of people that are living with autism as they transition into adulthood is critical, and that's exactly what informs this entire piece of legislation. And what I would redirect the conversation to is what I outlined in my speech about the Opportunities Fund, which is about ensuring that young people, including persons with disabilities, have skills, but also matching them with employers who are ready, willing, and able to employ such persons, but literally don't know how to go about doing so because they don't have the resources to hand. Providing that match is something that's fundamental. I think as parliamentarians on both sides of this floor, it's incumbent upon us to facilitate that kind of matchmaking and unleash this potential, not just for autistic young adults, but for all young adults with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, for his comments. No doubt, this is overdue in terms of bringing legislation to address accessibility for people with disabilities in Canada. So I'm glad to see this bill before us. However, there are some significant components that are missing with respect to this bill, including a timeline to achieve full accessibility. Let me just quote David Lofsky, a Canadian lawyer and disability advocate, and he said, "It's a good starting point and certainly the most substantial piece of legislation introduced by any government in Canada, but it's going to need substantial additions and improvements to be effective, including a deadline to reach full accessibility." So to that end, I wonder if the government and through the member, would they be open to accepting amendments to this bill at committee stage so that we can truly work towards full accessibility with a timeline to meet the needs of Canadians in a non-partisan way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for her question and for important work on behalf of her party and on the immigration file, which we worked on jointly previously. In response to the member's question, I think it's very important to not only have a strategy, not only have objectives, but to have a sense of when those objectives and that strategy should be fulfilled. I heard from Mr. Lepofsky, as I mentioned in my opening speech, at my own town hall, and I know him from legal circles prior to being elected to this House. And Mr. Lepofsky made the exact same point to me, and it's an important point, and it's informed by his understanding of the Ontario Act, which does have a timeline. And that's an important facet to keep in mind. In terms of the member's question with respect to the committee process, as always, we are hoping for a very vigorous and comprehensive study at the committee stage, and that robust amendments can be proposed that actually will fulfill the important aspects of this legislation and flesh out areas that may not have been contemplated earlier. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sports. A brief question, please.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I was so glad to hear that he actually held a town hall, something that I've wanted to do about accessibility issues. And I thought I'd ask him about some of the best practices that he learned from having that town hall that could inform other MPs who think that this would be something that they'd like to do in their constituencies.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you for the question. And I think the best thing that I could say is that don't be afraid of doing something. It is more complex because it's a bit of uncharted territory. Don't be afraid to listen to the individuals who are giving you feedback. Don't be afraid to ensure that you are thinking outside of the box in terms of how you actually embrace people in terms of their ability to understand what you're doing. And a case in point was that we dealt with some hiccups, we dealt with some concerns about closed captioning, sign language, how do we ensure it's all working conjointly. It wasn't particularly easy, but it's so worth it in terms of ensuring that everyone is understanding the message that this legislation is sending, which is that this place, this government, and this nation belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And today's discussion is been on Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. And when I first heard that this government might have an interest in helping the disabled, I immediately thought that they would be pursuing a formalization of some of the great work that had been done by advocacy groups for the disabled, perhaps looking at special initiatives to enhance the disability tax credit program, or considering ways to help caregivers cope with their everyday stresses. It truly was disappointing to hear that their initiative was instead centered around the creation of a government bureaucracy, when the creation of a regulatory body that will facilitate consultations is the main focus of the legislation. It makes one wonder what has been happening on this file since the initial mandate letter was presented back in 2015. It took 2 cabinet shuffles with 2 mandate letters to finally get this project to the House, and the notable outcomes are to continue consultations and to start considering actions for regulations. And with this comes a price tag of $290 million. So after 2.5 years of consultations, we've come up with a plan to formalize more consultations. So do you see a pattern here, Madam Speaker? With this government, talk is what they do best. Positive, thoughtful action is a mysterious notion, one that is only calculated once political expediency has been factored in. What could these Liberals have done to recognize and make meaningful the lives of those Canadians that face physical and psychological and emotional barriers? Madam Speaker, I'd like to start my remarks by addressing something that's very dear to me. The carnage that hit our national capital region last Friday night, when the horrific tornado destroyed people's homes, damaged public infrastructure, and seriously hurt so many people. I witnessed the carnage of the Black Friday tornado in Edmonton in 1987. Homes destroyed, individual areas leveled, and sadly, many lives lost. 13 years later, I witnessed this again firsthand. As a farmer, it's just natural to look at the sky, and I remember doing so on a hot and muggy Friday afternoon in 2000. As I was delivering grain to our local elevator, someone was going to get hit. It was obvious that a storm was brewing, and it was so hot that that afternoon we decided to go to our trailer at Pine Lake to make supper where it was just a little bit cooler. Being on the lake below the hill, we never saw what was coming, but a guy in a catamaran racing to the shore, taking cover under a neighbor's deck was our first clue. Then it started hailing, and then hailing into the wind, trees twisting and snapping off onto our trailer and on top of our boat moored just a few feet away. The water rose 2 feet, and then it rose 2 feet again as we watched this giant green wall of water in front of us. And then as quick as it had come, it had abated, and it looked as though it was covered with lawn chairs. However, it was trailer walls and debris. And there had been a trailer on our boat on a trailer that had been stored a half a mile away that was stuck in the mud in front of us. There was carnage everywhere. Once we freed our boat from the tree that had landed on it, we tried to get to our neighboring campground of Green Acres. Our friends owned the campground. My brother had his trailer there, and many of our friends considered it their summer home. Local fire and rescue crews were quickly on the scene, and I, along with many others, made it onto the site to do what we could. The 12 deaths and the utter destruction of the campground made national news. The path of the tornado also caused extreme hardship for our neighbors as their homes, their farms, and their fields were also caught up in this devastation. This was part of the story that never made the news. The other part of the story that sadly gets so quickly forgotten is those that were injured during the disaster. Whether it's the industries from natural disasters, accidents at home, or on the road, the disabilities from disease, members of our society need to know that we stand with them. And that's what I want to quickly address today. Besides the physical damage to people that many must endure, there's also a reality of serious psychological damage that needs to be addressed. In the aftermath of the Pine Lake tornado, our community came together to deal with both. Leaders arose from this disaster. Champions of the disabled community became well-known spokesmen, and they got the attention of everyone. One such champion was Marlon Steiner. Marlon was a quadriplegic. He helped bring all of us to a heightened state of awareness to the barriers that existed in our city of Red Deer. Marlon later sat on the Premier's Provincial Task Force for the Disabled. He, along with another advocate for the disabled, Dr. Gary McPherson, showed us how to create a city and a community that understood what true barriers for the disabled actually were. Red Deer soon became and continues to be a community where not only physical barriers, but other barriers as well are always top of mind. And we have solutions. Our nation has had many other champions as well. Terry Fox taught us what can be done when we look beyond those things that others think would limit us. And another personal hero of mine is Rick Hansen. His Man in Motion tour took him through my hometown of Innisfail. My mother, who was wheelchair-bound in her last few months dealing with bone cancer, presented Rick with a check on behalf of the Pythian Sisters organization that she so proudly served. Rick Hansen did more than just raise money for spinal cord research. He also showed us what a true advocate for the disabled he was when one of our local cowboy heroes, Dwayne Daines, was injured in a rodeo accident in BC. Rick visited Dwayne shortly after his accident and assured Dwayne that he still possessed all the qualities that made him a champion saddle bronc rider, and that these qualities would make him successful in whatever he did in the future. And he was right. Local farmers and ranchers, Bob Blair and Oliver Marshall, are two other friends that have always impressed me with their determination and drive. It makes those of us in our community realize that all barriers can be overcome. Sadly, Marlon Steiner and Dr. Gary McPherson, who I mentioned earlier, are no longer with us. Another champion, Trevor Perry, a young man who I had the pleasure of teaching in Innisfail many years ago, just recently passed away.
Even though Trevor was afflicted with Pompe disease, he showed our nation, our community, and especially his beloved Red Deer Rebels just how one should strive to live every day to the fullest. The reason I've spoken of these champions is that they know and knew how to overcome barriers. This can and should be the lesson to all levels of government. Our community of Red Deer always considers the issues of the disabled. Our province championed their concerns, and one would hope that our federal government would as well. Too often forgotten are the other champions of the disabled, the caregivers. Whether it is the parent of a disabled child, the spouse of an Alzheimer's sufferer, the family of a terminally ill loved one, or the professional caregiver that works to make their patients' lives better, they deal with barriers as well. So when this government looks at ensuring a barrier-free Canada, it's not just the management of a bureaucracy that needs to be considered. It's not hiring thousands of people to ensure that government workers make sure that government departments heed their directives. It's not setting up an enforcement regime that will ensure that all are following a government mandate. It should not be just giving lip service to the real needs of the disabled. Rather than pushing for years and years of more consultation, we should be looking at the many success stories that are part of Canada's efforts of inclusion. We are a nation of champions. We know how to accommodate those that need help, and we are a nation that respects all of its citizens. We always have, and we always will. Now, how can we reduce barriers and help integrate those with disabilities? How can we do this quickly so that logical solutions are implemented as soon as possible? It takes vision and commitment. And I submit that this was one of the hallmark moments of our previous Conservative government. I remember very well the campaign in 2008, where under Stephen Harper we advocated for a registered disability savings plan. That election was in October. By December, the registered disability savings plan was introduced and available for Canadians. That monumental change that helped both the disabled and their caregivers took place in under 3 months. This Liberal government plan is one of talk and more talk, bureaucracy and government red tape, delay where one should be championing results. The legislation is what it is. The next stage is committee review. I believe it is necessary to get this bill to committee so that we and the public can give it its due consideration. I hope that during this discussion that the real needs of our disabled community can be highlighted, that the real champions of our disabled community can be given a voice, and that the caregivers that put their lives on hold to devote to their loved ones will be recognized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the speech by my colleague across the way, and my question is, as he examined this bill, what is my honourable colleague in agreement with the principle that is at the very basis of this bill, and that is that we must develop policies for the disabled community and by the disabled community?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think the point that I was trying to make was that there are a lot of solutions that are already there. And it's one thing to say, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to bring them together. But nowhere in here do I see where they are talking about real initiatives and engagement with those groups that are involved. And no doubt the government has talked to them about it, and there's been discussions there. However, when you go through the summary and the various parts that you have, all we see is how you're going to set up bureaucracy. Nowhere in there do we talk about anything other than in the very quick preamble about how they would attempt to realize some of the goals that they have mentioned. So I think this is the critical component. You know, it's a big bill, and there's a lot that is there, but most of it, once you read it, you realize it is all bureaucracy and red tape.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mines.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mines. Madam Speaker, I listened carefully to my colleague, and he talked about the tornado which affected his riding, and I went through something like this, a kind of mini tornado a few years ago. And there are people here in Hull and in Ottawa who dealt with this last week, but there are people who are disabled who have to face much more difficult issues, especially when we have extreme weather like this. What does he think about the barriers the disabled community faces, and how are you going to support C81? Thank you.
The honourable member was on the right track, but at the end, when she put her question directly to the member opposite, she went off the rails a little bit. I'd ask her to ensure that she put her question through the chair and that she not speak directly to the individuals opposite.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure that having, as yourself, having studied this as well, that you would see the merits that would be associated with the bill. The point that I was trying to make about the carnage that had taken place wasn't what happened that day. It was the lives that had been affected and the fact that there were champions of the community that were able to become part of it and to make sure that we had some real solutions. And with those real solutions then came approaches that the province of Alberta was able to use. And that's what I was dealing with and I was speaking of. It is not a case of, here was something that just happened and there were a number of people that were killed and many that were injured, and now they happen to have barriers. The point was that brought the community together, and we looked for the excellence that there was there, and we expanded upon it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague, he made some very good points there, and I think there are many disabled persons in Canada, and so the bill is attentive to that area. But if I was looking at this from their perspective and asking, I'd ask what is in it for me. And so I would ask my colleague from Red Deer here if he can just elaborate a little more on what he was just referring to. There doesn't seem to be much more than a complaints process in this bill, and I'm wondering if he can concur with that or if there's something I've missed in it.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague. I think the important thing that I was attempting to get at was there are some solutions, but having read the bill and you're just simply looking at the summary, all that we see are how you can develop another department and how they can bring together and how they'll have the ability to go after another department and to make sure that they put penalties on it. And, that's really what is here. I don't think that that's what people in the disabled community felt was going to happen. The title, An Act to Ensure a Barrier-Free Canada, has nothing to do with the major part of the discussion in the 9 or 10 parts that are part of this bill.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, this is about Bill C-81, and it reminds me of something that happened in my riding in Jonquière with Martin Lavallée. We inaugurated a wharf on a lake in order to enable people with disabilities to go fishing. And I had an opportunity to talk about this dock or wharf. It was the first time that they were able to go down so close to the lake with a fishing rod, and so it was wonderful to see lovely projects like that one. And I'd like to congratulate this group on the project that they put in place that enabled persons with disabilities to take advantage of the beautiful natural environment and to go fishing. I'd like to hear my colleague say a few words about C-81. Does he think that all policies and government legislation should be examined from the perspective of persons with disabilities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly I believe it's an important to the member. I believe that it is important that we look at everyone for the inclusiveness and to be able to help them. But the point that I was attempting to make, again, is that
We see that in our community. You would simply anticipate that government would be that enlightened. But as we know, it's a big machine. It's hard to get moved around, and it is important that we address those kinds of concerns. So when I consider the legislation that they are putting, that is being put before us, there's concerns that everything associated with this is how do you build one department so that department can look after another department, and I believe that's one of the reasons why when this does get to committee, I hope that they are not going to try to push it through without actually talking to people that are really affected by this.
Deuxième comments, l'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to ask my colleague opposite a question about this important bill. It's an historic piece of legislation. My colleague mentioned the Rick Hansen Foundation. They themselves called it historic. So my question is simple. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles asked the same question. Will you be supporting this bill? And now I would point out that he has just made the same mistake as his colleague did. The member next time will ensure, I hope, that he puts his question through the chair.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I read in some of the commentary how this was a historic piece of legislation. I mean, it's important. It's important that there's discussions, and of course, I believe that once it gets to committee, that there can be discussions there. It took a long time, if that is to get to this stage. The mandate was presented in 2015, and here it is 2018. If that's what the member means by a lot of history and historic, I suppose that would be adequate. That would speak to that, Madam Speaker. But no, the reality is things can get done quickly if one designs and really makes that an important focus of the government. Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable députée de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Something that struck me is that for a long time in my previous jobs, I worked with a number of persons with disabilities, people. And in fact, one of the main comments that I had when I talked about this on the weekend was that there's some $210 million for a plan that might well lead to something. Well, when they look at the amounts and they see the needs, they're wondering why this money isn't being used immediately to provide some kind of assistance. Perhaps my colleague could comment.
Well, thank you very much, and Madam Speaker. Certainly, the member knows very well the issues and concerns of disasters that can take place, and again, in his hometown. I mean, this is something that affects communities, and I believe that people understand that that there has to be direct action. What we see in front of us is a call for money. So there'll be tax dollars associated with this, in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and we see again going through step by step each one of the various parts of the legislation. Just how can we develop another watchdog to look after another group, to deal with transportation, because it is going to be it's under federal purview. How are we going to deal with each of these different groups? I think there's a lot more that can be done, and hopefully that will be the focus of the discussion on committee time.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sports and to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility.
Yeah, it's getting a little long. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the measures our government is taking to make Canada a more inclusive and accessible society for all Canadians. The word inclusion tends to be overused, but for us it has a specific meaning. It means making efforts to support people who face obstacles when they try to participate fully in society. Of course, this primarily affects people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I am very proud to see Bill C-81 being tabled in this House. The Act to ensure a barrier-free Canada responds to real needs for many Canadians. The numbers are troubling. Only 49% of Canadians with disabilities aged 25 to 64 have a job, and that's compared with 79% of Canadians without a disability. They earn 44% less than Canadians without a disability and are more susceptible to poverty. We can all agree, I'm sure, that this is unacceptable, and that is why we are acting so resolutely. As we were preparing our plan to create accessibility legislation, we knew we would need to listen to Canadians who really have this topic at heart. So we held the largest consultation on this topic in the history of Canada. We met with more than 6,000 people and over 90 organizations. By listening to Canadians throughout this consultation, we learned about the real issues surrounding accessibility in our country. These consultations guided the preparation of the bill that is before the House today. I would like to start by noting that if it is passed, the bill will apply to organizations under federal jurisdiction. This includes Parliament, the Government of Canada, and Crown corporations, as well as the federally regulated private sector. This last group includes organizations in the transportation sector, the broadcasting and telecommunications sector, and the banking and financial sector. One of the priority areas of the bill is the development and implementation of new accessibility standards. Bill C-81 proposes to create the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization. This innovative organization, the first of its kind in Canada, would have the mandate to develop model accessibility standards that would guide the requirements that organizations under federal jurisdiction must respect to identify and eliminate obstacles and to prevent the creation of any new obstacles. The Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization would give people with disabilities a voice in the development of accessibility standards that affect them directly. As a result, the Board of Directors would be made up of a majority of people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, we are fully aware that accessibility will not happen overnight when this bill is passed. Passing bills is not enough to change mentalities and implement solutions. That is why we are determined to collaborate with all Government of Canada organizations to produce results that will make the implementation of accessibility practical and possible for everyone. Our approach is simple. We want to lead the way and be leaders in accessibility in this country. Everyone in this House has their own personal story about people with disabilities, whether it's a loved one, a friend, a colleague. We are all affected. Accessibility issues affected me personally when my mother suffered a major stroke when she was 69 years old. We were told she wouldn't survive the night, but doctors didn't know my mother. She was a fighter and survived for 13 years, but not without major challenges. For the rest of her life, my mother navigated the world in a wheelchair. It wasn't easy, and my dad worked extremely hard trying to make life a little easier for both of them. That was in the early 90s. I'm concerned that barriers still exist, and we need to move forward as a government and as a federal government become leaders in this field. Watching my parents was very eye-opening. My dad even designed his own contraption to help him load my mother's wheelchair in and out of their car trunk because it was far too heavy for him to lift. He would map out the day trying to determine if they could go to the mall and find a washroom on a moment's notice. This was 25 years ago, and so accessible washrooms were not the norm. And even if they were, my dad wasn't always allowed into the ladies' room to help my mother get on and off the toilet. It robbed them both of their dignity. These are very personal, very natural part of everyone's life, but not if you're disabled. The simplest thing can become daunting and keep people with disabilities from feeling welcomed in society. While my mom and dad were trying their best to stay active despite my mother's disabilities, my young daughter was struggling in school. As the early grades went by, we realized she was having great difficulty and finally was diagnosed with profound learning disabilities. At that time, I was the news anchor for the television station in London. My job was reading the news every night to thousands of people. Ironically, my daughter was having an almost impossible time trying to learn to read. I'll never forget the day when Lauren was in grade 6 and the school called a meeting with me and her dad. They told us they didn't know how Lauren learned, but they couldn't teach her, and they suggested we find another school for her to attend. We were devastated. How could a public school, how could her teachers give up on her? We were told Lauren would never read for pleasure, something her dad and I enjoyed doing so much. We worried about how these challenges would limit her future job prospects and what type of job she could do when she finished school. Parents of children with learning disabilities need to constantly advocate for their own children to make sure they get the support they need. As a country, we need to support these young people early so that they can become happy, healthy young people who have jobs to look forward to. As for Lauren, getting her into a special needs class was the turning point and really helped her find her way. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and today Lauren does read for pleasure. She turns 30 in a couple of days, and she's now giving me suggestions for books that I should read. So we all have our personal stories of people in our lives who are in some way disabled or differently abled, as I like to say. Everyone needs the support, and we will all benefit from a more accessible Canada. When the most challenged in our society are given a chance to succeed, we all succeed. Madam Speaker, as you know, the Government of Canada is the largest purchaser of goods and services in the country, as well as the largest employer in Canada. Moreover, organizations under federal jurisdiction represent a large portion of public space in the country and employ nearly 1 million Canadians. We believe that these organizations can have a major impact on the culture change concerning accessibility. In addition to Bill C-81, the Government of Canada will invest in a Procurement Accessibility Resource Centre. We will also adjust policies to ensure that the products and services purchased by the Government of Canada are accessible. We hope that our leadership will encourage organizations all across the country to join the movement and be proactive for accessibility. People with disabilities who are successful in the workplace are in the minority, and that shouldn't be the case. Many businesses are starting to come to the realization that hiring people with disabilities isn't just the right thing to do, it's good for business. 15 years ago, I was part of a group of London business people who started the Ability First Coalition to encourage employers to hire and retain people with disabilities. I put the emphasis on retain because too often people with disabilities will start a job but find it, for whatever reason, too challenging, maybe because of a lack of appropriate training, or maybe they needed some type of accommodation that the employer wasn't willing to consider. There can be many reasons, but businesses that have had success will tell you that their business is richer and more rewarding for all employees when there are people with disabilities working and getting paid just like everyone else. Improving accessibility is good for business. Employment and Social Development Canada estimates suggest that fully including and accommodating people with disabilities in the workplace could produce economic benefits reaching between 1.3% to 1.9% of GDP, or $26.4 to $38.5 billion annually. That's astonishing. A similar recent study by the Conference Board of Canada, which looked only at physical accessibility, also shows that making workplaces accessible would have a significant impact on economic growth. We have to remove barriers to success, and this is exactly what this accessibility or Accessible Canada legislation does. Really, what we are looking for is a culture change. We will lead by example and become a global model for accessibility. This bill represents a real transformation in the Government of Canada's approach to accessibility. Up to this point, any action for accessibility was up to those affected. It was up to them to take the initiative and file complaints with authorities about systematically inaccessible processes with the hope that it would lead to results. This is now changing with this bill. It will no longer be up to Canadians with disabilities to fix the system. We want to ensure that barriers are eliminated before they become problems. And we are doing this through new measures for compliance with and application of the bill. As a result, organizations under federal jurisdiction will now be responsible for the implementation and equality of accessible practices. In 2012, almost 3.8 million, or about 14% of Canadians aged 15 years and older, reported being limited in their daily activities due to a disability. This percentage is expected to increase with population aging, since the prevalence of disability increases with age. The barriers faced by Canadians with disabilities today are real and tangible. Every day, barriers prevent Canadians with disabilities from being able to access necessary services and buildings, and barriers continue to impact the participation of people with disabilities across all aspects of work, family, and community life. If passed by Parliament, Bill C-81 would benefit all Canadians, especially Canadians with disability, by helping create a barrier-free Canada. This bill proposes proactive compliance activities, such as inspections, document audits, and a series of tools, including compliance orders and warnings, compliance audits, and fines. I should specify here that this does not take away people's right to file complaints and receive compensation if they are victims of prejudice because an organization does not respect its new obligations under the bill and regulations. Madam Speaker, it is a combination of all these measures that will lead to real change in accessibility in Canada. The goal of this bill is to eliminate barriers and provide more access and possibilities for all people with disabilities. We still have a lot of work to do to create a Canada that is truly accessible and inclusive. But I am confident together, if we support Bill C-81, we will be taking another step in the right direction. There's something else that's happening today on Parliament Hill that I wanted to make everyone aware of. The first ever United Nations International Day of Sign Languages was celebrated yesterday, and it coincides with International Week of the Deaf. The theme for this year is, "With sign language, everyone is included." It emphasizes the importance of recognizing sign language as a principal means of communication in today's world. And later today, we're going to have a reception and hear more from people. And I'm actually going to have a chance to have my first lesson in sign language, which I'm looking forward to. Our government is committed to ensuring that greater accessibility and opportunities for all Canadians with disabilities, and that includes Canadians who are deaf. This year, as we have today, tabling this legislation will remove and prevent barriers to accessibility. Canada is at its best when everyone is included, And I encourage all members in this House to join me today in recognizing and celebrating the contributions made to Canadian society by people who are deaf. Some of the highlights that our government has committed to and has done over the past will tell you that we're on the right track, but it's only a beginning. Our government has taken leadership on the access to alternative format materials for persons with a disability through the accession of the Marrakesh Treaty in 2016, an investment to date of over $6 million for the production of alternative format materials. We recognize the importance of supporting the removal of barriers in the built environment, and we announced in 2017 an increase of $77 million over 10 years to expand the activities of the Enabling Accessibility Fund. This fund, with an annual budget of $22 million, supports the capital costs of construction and renovation related to improving physical accessibility and safety for people with disabilities. In April 2018, our government made changes to immigration's medical inadmissibility policy to strike a balance between protecting publicly funded health and social services and bringing it in line with our current views on the inclusion of persons with disabilities. And through the historic new investments in the Investing in Canada plan, all federally funded public-facing infrastructure will be required to meet the highest published applicable accessibility standard in a respective jurisdiction. And also the National Housing Strategy will ensure that a minimum of 20% of new construction and repaired units must meet accessibility standards, and for all projects must be designed barrier-free. This strategy also includes a commitment of 2,400 affordable housing units built for persons with developmental disabilities. The one thing we take from all of this, Madam Speaker, is that disabilities means so very much to so many different people. My grandsons were born very prematurely, and they only weighed less than 2 pounds at birth. We were very concerned about what would happen to them as they grew up. I'm so happy to say that they both, twin boys, turned 6 years old in a couple of days. And you know, you don't even know that they were born prematurely. The only evidence is the fact that their eyesight isn't as good as maybe it should be, and so they both wear glasses. We were worried that Harrison was going to be legally blind, and we waited patiently to find out what his abilities would be. And through the years, every year, it seems to be getting better. But it's going to be a while before we know, as parents, as grandparents, whether Harrison will need accommodations in his school life. But I hope and I pray that with this Accessible Canada legislation, we are moving in the right direction so that people like Harrison, my grandson, Lauren, my daughter, and my mother, who is in heaven, I know, will all realize that we're working in the right direction to make Canada a more accessible place for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, C81, from what she's describing, is really rather redundant. I know in Ontario we have for a number of years been implementing laws to make our buildings, our commercial buildings, barrier-free. Indeed, even the federal government agencies apply for the Enabling Accessibility funding. And redundant in the sense that we already have the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, for example, who have their catalog of different appliances to help people with their vision. The Diabetes Foundation, they have classes, they have information, helpful aids for people suffering from diabetes. And how exactly are we even to believe them when, speaking of diabetes, they took people who suffer from diabetes off the list of conditions that would be acceptable to get a disability tax credit. And even with the disability tax credit, it was voted unanimously, the disability tax credit bill, to restrict the fees that the promoters of the disability tax credit charge. And as soon as even though they voted in favor of it, they went against it as soon as they formed government. So how are we really to believe that this bill is anything more than something to make it look like they're doing something when really all they're doing is building bureaucracy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I agree with her that, through you, Madam Speaker, that there are many organizations that are doing phenomenal work. That is not in question. And there are many provinces who are well ahead of the game. Ontario, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, and now British Columbia are really making headway. But I think what we need is a federal Accessible Canada Act. And that's where this legislation takes us. It means that we're going to make strides that we need in order to make all of Canada accessible. It is a progressive legislation. It will take time, there's no question. But I can't imagine that anyone would suggest that we not start the process, and that's what we're doing. Thank you, Madam.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's report, and we really think this is an important piece of legislation that's being tabled. However, but my understanding is that this is just to do with it falls under the federal jurisdiction buildings and for accessibility. Where in Ontario and in the city of Hamilton, we just did a report, and we are leading where we can help our people that have these challenges to make it more accessible to them, because we have about a 20% rate in Hamilton of the population that has a disability. However, we did a report in the city of Hamilton. It's $157 million that we need to make our city fully accessible by the year 2025. And so I'm wondering, how would this bill help cities like Hamilton to go forward to making sure that this is a barrier-free Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And yes, I have heard that Hamilton is doing extremely great things in moving this forward. And we can learn from that. We can certainly find evidence, as I mentioned, in different provinces and different cities like Hamilton that we are doing well. But there are some places across Canada that aren't doing too well, and we need to raise the bar. And people with disabilities shouldn't be the only ones that have to push to make Canada more accessible. And this legislation really shifts the focus from people with disabilities so they no longer would have to rely on individual Canadians with physical disabilities to fix the system. We need to fix the system. Will it be challenging? Will there be extra costs associated? Of course. But we must start moving forward to make sure that Canada is accessible for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it happens, this is my first occasion to rise to discuss Bill C-81, a bill that we've been studying and looking at all through the summer months. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for using the word must just now. We must move forward. My question actually relates to that because the word must is all too infrequently in the legislation. The word may is there a lot more. I don't mind the word may, for obvious reasons, but in legislative terms, I'd rather see must. I'll give the member, the Parliamentary Secretary, an example and hope for some encouragement. I believe we need to amend this bill in the committee. For instance, this is the all-important section. The Governor and Council may, by order, designate a member of Queen's Privy Council, in other words, the Cabinet, as the Minister for the purposes of this Act. There's another section like it where the Accessibility Commissioner may provide written reports to the minister, who, of course, may be appointed. It's pretty clear that we need a minister responsible, and the intention of the Act, the spirit of the Act, makes it obvious. Can the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary suggest or reflect on why we wouldn't make it mandatory that that Cabinet always appoint a minister responsible for purposes of this Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for underscoring how she likes to use the word may in some instances, but of course must be used in this. And I think this is one of those discussions that can be had at the committee level, because these are discussions that we need to hear as the government of where there may be room for improvement with this legislation. I know that we have said time and time again, talking about this legislation, that we have to respect the disability community, and it's nothing about us without us. And that's why you continue to hear that phrase, because I think it's important that the people with disabilities get to appear before committee and express their concerns and what they would like to see in legislation moving forward. Thank you, Ms.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Procurement, Accessibility and Public Services. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary,
for bringing forward what is a true example of stellar federal leadership in ensuring a barrier-free Canada. I also listened attentively to her speech and was touched by the numerous personal bits of testimony, and I know all members of this House can share equivalent stories about people in their lives who have benefited in the past from federal and other intervention in terms of accessibility and will benefit in the future by the enhanced standards that we are putting in place here. I was curious to hear the opposition talk about this in terms of bureaucracies and in terms of growing government, and I would just ask the Parliamentary Secretary if she would reflect on federal leadership in this area and what she thinks will be the great advances that we make due to this federal leadership and this legislation. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that very important question. And this speaks to my heart because, as you could tell from my speech, I have had a number of times throughout my lifetime where I've realized that it's not easy for anyone who has a disability. We all have certain types of disabilities, but some are more impactful, profound than others. And we all must take leadership. And I am so proud to be a part of a government that is taking that step that is necessary. This is the most major legislation for the disabled community in Canada in the last 30 years. We need to move forward. This is not a partisan issue. This is something we all believe is necessary. And we must act. And we must act quickly. And we must get this into law so that all Canadians who are disabled can feel that they are being listened to and heard, and that they will, in the time, reflect how their government, how this House is behind them totally. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for North Island, Palo River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I will be splitting my time with the member for Saskatoon West. So, Madam Speaker, I'm here to speak on Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. This is an important bill. It is one that we should all be talking about. We should be really considering what does it mean to have a barrier-free Canada. C-81 establishes several important new officials and agencies. For example, the Accessibility Commissioner in charge of enforcement, a Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organizations, which will create model accessibility standards that the government can enact as regulations, a Chief Accessibility Officer to advise and report on progress and needed improvements. It will look at this in terms of what is under the federal jurisdiction And that is a start. That is a positive step in the right direction. I am concerned, however, that there are some significant gaps. The majority, Madam Speaker, of these gaps are really around allowing these organizations to decide instead of really enforcing. And I think when we talk about persons with disabilities, they are put in positions that are often uncomfortable. And it is our job as Canadians, as it is the job of this government, to look at what those barriers are and make a difference. So right now we see that C81 does not have any mandatory timelines for implementation. This concerns me as action is required, and the best way to measure action is outcomes. It also doesn't require all federal government laws, policies, programs to be studied through a disability law lens. I think that's really important as we look into the future of this country. This bill also gives several public agencies or officials far too much sweeping power to grant partial or blanket exemptions to specific organizations from important parts of this bill. Madam Speaker, that's very concerning to me. And it also separates enforcement and implementation in a confusing way over 4 different public agencies. Rather, it should be providing people with disabilities a single service location or one-stop shop that they really require to get the action done that they need. Madam Speaker, recently I was having a discussion about this bill to a young man who is in university who has severe dyslexia. He also happens to be my son. As a parent of a child with a severe learning disability, I had a lot of learning to do. He was diagnosed when he was in elementary school, and it was very weird for me to walk around the world and recognize how fast I recognize words and what I just gather by seeing words around me every day. And for my son, he really lives in a world where he is basically always surrounded by a foreign language. So when I think about traveling internationally in a community where I can't read the signs, I don't understand what the ingredients are, I don't understand how to read the menu, it's challenges like that that my son faces every day. And he did well in school, and obviously he's in university, and one of the hardest parts for him and for his family was how many people just saw him as very intelligent, as very competent, which he absolutely was, but they didn't understand the challenges that he faced because of his learning disability. And how many educators thought that if they did something differently, they would be able to fix him. Madam Speaker, I want to be really clear. These are not bad people or bad educators. In fact, if it wasn't for many of them, he would not be in university where he is today. I specifically think of Mr. Murphy, Dr. Morrow, and Ms. Vonnegut, who really supported him. They understood fundamentally that he was not broken, he's just dyslexic. But Madam Speaker, what he said to me this past weekend was really profound. He said to me, people don't want people with disabilities to be successful. If we succeed, it means that they will have to accommodate us. And I really hope that the people in this House hear that, because it was really hard for me to hear that. Because this is a serious reality, that accommodation is perceived as a burden, as something that is simply often seen as too much work. I had another experience this August where I spent 2 hours in a wheelchair. I learned so much and recognized that I just touched the bare surface of understanding what it is to live in a wheelchair. The reality for me was that if I wanted to get out of that chair, I just had to stand up. And I want to thank my constituent Karen for taking me out that day. She's been in a chair for quite a while and was an amazing teacher and does this with a lot of political figures. So for me, it was an opportunity for a very brief time to experience the world through her eyes and through her experience. And I learned a lot of things that were really frustrating. I learned that my arms are not very strong. I learned that the Canada Post in Comox, on Comox Avenue, is very welcoming and accessible, but getting up that ramp sure gave me sore arms. I learned about the placement of buttons when you want to have a door open, and what it means when there's a small dip or hill, and how much harder it is to get up it. I remember watching her coast around at an angle to push the button and then get in the door on an entranceway that was on a hill. I learned about how challenging it can be across the street because people often don't look for people at that height, and so how she has to sit there and wait till people meet her in the eye. I went through numerous stores, and I'm very grateful to all the local businesses that are used to her doing this route, but it was amazing for me to see and feel how a small display on the floor would actually mean so much more work to maneuver and try to figure out how to get around it. And I came to the realization that there's a lot of parking spots that are not as accessible. You know, we see that symbol on the ground at a parking lot, and we think, oh good, look at that's accessible parking. But I saw parking that had that symbol that were definitely not accessible. And what was most startling for me was when I posted about that experience, I remember one woman's response. Her response as a woman who has a severe disability is, it's just simply easier to stay at home. So we have to recognize that when we do not create an accessible environment, an accessible Canada, we are leaving people out. I remember speaking with another gentleman in Campbell River who was also in a wheelchair, and he spoke about showing the city the challenges he faces every day and how the response was wanting to be helpful but very overwhelmed because they simply don't have the resources they require to actually make it more accommodating for people. I feel for municipalities who have so little resources and so much of the responsibility. If we want to build a barrier-free Canada, then working with communities must be a fundamental part of this process. And I want to make it clear because my son always makes me be accountable for this. I don't think we should be doing this out of pity. I think that if I felt sorry for my son, he would definitely not appreciate it and take me to task. We should do this because we want everyone to participate in our country, because consideration is about acknowledging that anything could happen to any one of us at any moment, and that if it does, we have to rely on one another. And if tomorrow I can't walk, or I can't see, or I can't read, it does not make me or any person less. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to come back to what my son said again. People don't want people with disabilities to be successful. If we succeed, it means they have to accommodate us. We can't hide from the reality that there is truth in this statement. I'm not positive in any way that that is the intention of our country, the intention of people, but the impact is something that can be measured. It's something that is experienced by people who have different challenges. I really want to see a Canada that is accessible to everyone, that looks at opportunities that we can open the door. And I understand that this bill is really focusing on what we can do federally. And I hope and I challenge all of us to do so much more. So I'm happy to support this bill. I will be very hopeful that when it goes to committee, there's a lot of work done and a lot of discussion happening about how we can actually make this more fulsome. I want to take out a lot more of the options and actually have stuff in the bill that makes action happen. I think that when you look at people who have different challenges, they are tired of hearing things. They really want to just see concrete action on the ground. We know that poverty rates are considerably higher for people with disabilities, and we must be mindful of what that impact is for them in terms of going out and having the energy to be accessible. I remember Karen talking to me about the price differences for a wheelchair or the tires for a wheelchair and how she actually goes to a bike shop to get tires because it's so significantly cheaper. We need to be looking at these issues, and we need to do it because it is simply the best thing to do for our country. I also just want to mention that as a seniors critic for the NDP, we know that seniors with disabilities face a higher rate of poverty than people without disabilities. And so we really need to be able to be comprehensive about this and have that discussion. So again, I will support this bill. I'm happy this bill is here. I'm happy that this is something that we're discussing. I'm happy always to talk about the disabilities that we see and the ones that are invisible. And I think that the committee has a lot of work to do, and I hope it comes back with a lot more action and a lot less meaningless promises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and for the passion with which she spoke to this issue, using examples of not only her son but people in our community. I've had the opportunity to have a number of roundtables in Whitby on this particular piece of legislation that we're proposing, the Accessibility Act. And one of the things that they talked about was the fact that they don't want to be cared for. They want to be able to do things themselves. And so I really did appreciate some of your sentiments. One of the other things that people in Whitby spoke about was the fact that they wanted to see compliance. They wanted to ensure that organizations were compliant. And when we look at the Act, it grants the Accessibility Commissioner, the Canadian Transportation
agency CRTC powers of inspection and investigation. How important are these powers to ensure that there is compliance and that we're truly making an inclusive Canada?
And I just want to remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. You know, I always appreciate when we work hard in our constituencies and listen to the people that we represent. I really do fundamentally believe that we are a voice for our riding, and I appreciate her doing her work around this bill. You know, I absolutely agree. I think people, I think of all the years of trying to support my son, and it's very hard to support somebody when you have no idea what their experience is, but you're trying your best to be there, and how frustrated he was by the barriers in his way, but how he was even more frustrated when people tried to help him when he wasn't asking for it. And so I think it's very important that when we look at compliance, that we look at ways that we make sure that the actions are happening, and that we also make sure that the dignity is given to the people. I mean, I can tell you right now, when I spent that time with Karen, you know, I learned important things, like when you're going up a hill, you don't just hold the outside of the wheelchair, you hold the actual tire, because you got to get moving up there. And I just struggled behind her. So, you know, if it came down to an arm wrestling contest or something like that, she's going to win. She's got incredible strength and power, and we have to make sure that in everything we do, we're opening doors, because we should not be in a country where we leave people behind. Our very existence could depend on it.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for her speech today. And there are several areas of concern with respect to this piece of legislation that I too, and I know on this side, are hopeful that when it does get to committee, that we're going to be able to work out. In particular, the issue, and I know the members spoke about this, the fact that there's no mandatory timelines, that there's $290 million that's being spent over 6 years, but within that 6 years, there's no measurements, there's no time frames in which the action is to be taken. So I was wondering if the honourable member can expand a little bit more on her concern and what she's hoping to see once it gets to committee and then comes back to Parliament. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that important question. You know, I think that when we look at this legislation, some of the things that I'm hoping to see change when they go to committee is really a lot more concrete measures. We need to have something so that it's not just going out, money's flowing, but the actual on-the-ground work that needs to be done to support people with disabilities isn't done. So I hope it goes to the committee. I hope that work is done. I'm really interested to see what the witnesses come forward and share with us. I think that, you know, at the end of the day, and this is so important, words are not enough. It's really about action. And so what we need to see in this legislation is action, and it be measurable, so that we know that these outcomes are really making life a better thing for people who have certain challenges. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very thoughtful and moving comments, especially illustrating the poignant point from her son, the lessons that we can learn from people with disabilities as well. To this end, we talk about this, and with Bill C-81 before us, the government talks about how we must move forward, but yet the bill itself does not require, for example, for us to work with the provincial or municipal governments in the community to realize accessibility. And I wonder whether or not you can comment on that and whether or not we should make that change at committee.
Very brief answer from the member from North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this really important question. I absolutely think this is something that needs to be looked at in committee. You know, when I talked about the challenges that the community members in my different communities across my large riding North Island Powell River, what we really need to see is supports there on the ground so that people can have a more fulsome life. And let's get moving. It's time for action. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Debbie Windsor is a Saskatoon resident who's tired of waiting for life to get better for people living with disabilities. Debbie has used a wheelchair most of her life. When she attended high school, she had to leave her home on the west side of Saskatoon at 5 a.m. to head to the east side of Saskatoon, where the only accessible high school was at the time. Debbie would say some things have changed since her high school days, but that change has been way too slow and too incremental. In a recent interview with the local paper, Debbie was asked what her biggest frustration was to getting issues addressed for people living with disabilities. She said it was trying to find out where to go, who to speak to find out who to hold to account so that change could happen. Debbie is trying to get the message out that things must change for people living with disabilities, for people with disabilities to be truly included in all aspects of life, from education to employment. And so she launched her own radio show on CFCR in Saskatoon called Above and Beyond Disability. I had the opportunity to sit down with Debbie to discuss what governments must do if they're really serious in making life better for people with disabilities. One thing Debbie impressed upon me is how all too often those employed in providing services to people living with disabilities are non-disabled persons. She and I agree this has to change. During our interview, I heard loud and clear from Debbie about the difficulty of holding those to account for changes needed and the slow pace of change. Debbie was also adamant that those with disabilities be included, not just as volunteers and consultation participants, but employed in the design and implementation of all services, policies, and laws that impact their lives. As always, Madam Speaker, it's always an honour and it's a great responsibility to rise in this House to represent my constituents of Saskatoon West, to do my best to give the people living in my community a voice in Parliament on issues and concerns that are important to them. And so today I stand to speak in support of Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. I rise to add my voice to the debate with the hope that the bill will be a game changer for people in my community like Debbie and the 5.3 million Canadians living with disabilities, indeed for all Canadians. As my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh stated, these proceedings, the debate on Bill C-81, have the potential for tremendous historic significance. We are debating a bill that, if done properly, could very well become breakthrough legislation that will be proudly studied and celebrated for many generations to come. We have been anxiously waiting for this legislation since it was promised during the last election. And of course, those living with disabilities and those advocating for disability rights have been waiting much longer for this day to come. And so it is incumbent on us as parliamentarians, with the input of citizens, to get it right. And that is what I hope we are all here to do today. And to get this legislation right, it needs improvements. The government must be open to allowing it to be thoroughly studied at committee and to ensuring full participation of those living with disabilities so their voices and expertise are heard loud and clear during the proceedings. And finally, the government must demonstrate that they are truly listening and will be open to accepting amendments at committee to this important bill. So how can this bill be better? What do we need to do to get it right? Here I'll turn to the work and words of those in the know, the individual advocates and the groups working to ensure human rights of those living with disability are respected and protected. I do want to acknowledge the work, of course, of Debbie Windsor, Barrier Free Sask, the National Institute of Disability Management and Research, and Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act Alliance for their work and expertise that's been extremely helpful in forming my comments today. How do we make this bill better so that it really can be historical in its impact on the lives of people with disabilities? When Debbie mentions accountability or the lack of accountability for change, I look to see if this bill would deliver. It doesn't. The lack of timeliness in the bill is a concern. Without clear timelines, many are concerned that there is no way to hold the government to account for timely implementation. Splitting enforcement and implementation and spreading those functions over 4 different agencies seems confusing and overly bureaucratic. I don't see how this would be a preferred way to serve people. I am curious as to how anyone would see this setup as effective or efficient. It sounds like a system built to serve government, not people. My colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh said it well in her speech when she described the enforcement and administration of the bill as a snarl, with the result of very similar regulations being enacted by different agencies involved, rather than by one single agency. The duplications will not just risk inconsistencies, it will create them, causing even further delays. This bill should be streamlining systems, not creating more barriers and bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, exemptions should be the exception and not the rule. But I am afraid this bill will allow too much latitude for officials to exempt organizations with little to no oversight nor public accountability for why these exemptions are being allowed. This needs to change. If this bill truly puts people first, exemptions need to be exceptional and reviewed independently. Both the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, and the Canadian Transportation Agency remain in the frame around enforcement. To my earlier point, most agree that a one-stop enforcement agency is preferred by just about everyone that has commented on this bill. But putting that aside for a moment, neither of these agencies has proven effective in enforcing its current obligations on accessibility. Both of them have broad powers, to exempt organizations from complying with the proposed legislation. Hopefully, the committee members will carefully review and improve this aspect of the bill. As the Minister mentioned in her speech, the definitions of barrier and disability put forth in Bill C-81 draw from the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They are broad and inclusive, supporting the greatest number of Canadians. Since ratifying the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2010, Canada has not proceeded with enabling legislation to bring our laws in line with this international obligation. It's good to see this legislation using definitions found in the Convention. It is a good start, but we must not stop there. Bill C-81 does not fulfill all of Canada's obligations under the treaty, and so a reference in this legislation to a timeline for when Canada will fully meet its obligations would be an important addition to this bill. I encourage the committee to give this aspect of the bill their attention as well. Madam Speaker, this past Saturday afternoon, on the grounds of 9 legislative buildings in Canada, including on the grounds of the Saskatchewan Legislature, people gathered to demand that American Sign Language and Quebec Sign Language be designated as official languages in Canada. This call for inclusion of ASL and QSL was also heard during the government's consultations for Bill C-81. This recognition is not included in the bill as tabled, and so I strongly encourage committee members to rectify this oversight with amendments at the committee. Madam Speaker, David Lepofsky, a Canadian lawyer and disability advocate, in a recent interview sums up very well where we find ourselves with the tabling of Bill C-81. It's a good starting point, and certainly the most substantial piece of legislation introduced by any government in Canada. But it's going to need substantial additions and improvements to be effective, including a deadline to reach full accessibility. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I do want to reiterate the importance of this legislation to change lives, millions of people's lives, for the better. I also want to reiterate the NDP's support for the bill and the principles it espouses. This is an important piece of legislation. It deserves our time and attention to get it right. It is my hope we are all on that path together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for the comments opposite, and in particular referencing David Lepofsky and his input to get us to where we are today. One of the concerns we have as we watch this go through committee is the tactics that happen sometimes in the House. Getting people with disabilities to testify, come to Ottawa with attendant care, with the medical procedures that are going to have to be done to get them even to fly to Ottawa or take the train or get transport here. We saw in last spring committee testifying, committee witnesses, we saw adjournment motions and all sorts of other trickery in the House that collapsed committee work. In light of the fact that we have such a delicate population in terms of accommodation and people that want to speak to this issue, can you give us the assurance that the NDP won't play games to interfere with people with disabilities coming to testify so that reasonable accommodation can be met and we won't be bringing people to Ottawa just to send them home?
I certainly won't give you that reassurance, and I would ask the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. He's been in the House long enough to know that. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I find myself, through you, Madam Speaker, kind of thanking my colleague for his comments. I think if the member had heard the comments around the House today, especially from the NDP caucus, he would find that we are supportive of the bill and that we have asked the government to extend or to share in their remarks if they are open to including amendments, and amendments that would make the bill better. I think that conveys, I can only speak for myself, Madam Speaker, but that conveys my commitment to make the proceedings, to improve the bill. It's a commitment I've made to my constituents. I think that all parties in the House cannot sort of step back and say they haven't played games. So I guess through you, Madam Speaker, I hope the same will be of my colleague here, that he will enter into the conversations at committee with a commitment to actually build a barrier-free Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Speaker from the NDP for her thoughtful remarks and comment on her mentioning David Lepofsky. He's been a leading advocate for a barrier-free Canada and probably one of the best examples of thoughtful advocacy I've seen in my time in public life. And I recall him teaching my bar admission course in Ontario through the Law Society of Upper Canada on issues related to people's facing disabilities. So I want to thank Mr. Lepofsky. He's also quite tenacious on social media as well, making sure that these issues aren't forgotten. My question for the member is, she highlighted a number of the areas where this falls short, and all parties, I think, want to see less barriers, more engagement, and more opportunities for people. But the very fact, and this is what Mr. Lepofsky's group has also highlighted, the government provide the ability for themselves to set standards or regulations, but sets no timeline for the government to lead by example with respect to future plans for their infrastructure, future federal jurisdiction areas like the ports, airports, these sorts of things. Is that lacking of a timeline and a commitment to federal leadership something that member feels is a bit of a shortcoming in C81?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I think it was clear in my speech that I am concerned that there doesn't exist enough, as another member of the House mentioned, enough musts in this legislation so that those folks that have been advocating for legislation such as this, that they would actually see something happen sooner rather than later. And the other big concern for me, because I've spoken on this before, and it was a big part of my life when I was a social worker, is I'm a real advocate for the one-stop shop. I find the way that the compliance and the enforcement, how it's described within this legislation, very confusing, over-bureaucratic, and certainly doesn't speak to the issues that were brought to my attention, and that is that it's very hard to hold a government to account when you have all different agencies involved. You need a roadmap in order to deal with it. So I'm really hopeful that the government is sincere in what I've heard some in the House, that they'll be open to amendments to make this legislation stronger and speak to the many advocates who have said the legislation is historical, but it needs help and it needs amendments at committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm absolutely delighted for the opportunity to speak on the Accessible Canada Act today. Throughout the Accessible Canada consultation, the broadest consultation on disability in our country's history, the Government of Canada heard from more than 6,000 people and over 90 organizations. These stakeholders told us clearly and repeatedly that Canada needs disability legislation with teeth. We need legislation that moves us away from the current system of placing the onus on the removal of barriers on disabled Canadians. We need legislation that will help us build a more inclusive, accessible, and tolerant society. We need legislation that sets in place a system to proactively identify, remove, and prevent barriers in areas of federal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, to this end, Bill C-81 would create a dedicated accessibility commissioner within the Canadian Human Rights Commission who would be responsible for ensuring that organizations are in fact meeting their obligations under the proposed Accessible Canada Act. The need is clear, Madam Speaker, and let me remind honourable members of a few of the most recent statistics published by Statistics Canada that elucidate this issue. The employment rate for Canadians aged 25 to 64 with disabilities is a mere 49%, compared with 79% for Canadians without a disability. The employment rate among persons aged 25 to 64 with a mild disability was 68%, compared with 54% of those with moderate disability, 42% for persons with severe disability, and merely 26% among those with a very severe disability. Approximately 1 in 2 university graduates with or without disability held a professional occupation. However, graduates with a disability were less likely to hold management positions and earn less than those without a disability, especially among men. Among Canadians with a disability, 12% reported having been refused a job in the previous 5 years as a result of their condition. The percentage was 33% among 25 to 34-year-olds with a severe or very severe disability. I'm sure members on all sides of the House would agree that the measures we are proposing today in Bill C-81 will help address this inequality and that they are long overdue. This is how Bill C-81 will work, Madam Speaker. Compliance tools. The Accessibility Commissioner would have access to a variety of proactive enforcement tools to verify compliance and to prevent non-compliance within the Act. Proactive inspections of regulated entities would be a large part of ensuring that the onus of barrier removal is not placed on individual Canadians. The Accessibility Commissioner would be empowered to conduct an inspection of any place that he or she considers necessary to verify the compliance. In addition, the Commissioner would have the authority to conduct paper-based inspections through production orders. If following an inspection, the Accessibility Commissioner found that an organization had contravened its obligation under the Act, there are a variety of different tools the Commissioner could use to ensure compliance. One of these tools is compliance orders. A compliance order would ensure that if the inspector sees a barrier that needs to be removed immediately, the inspector can order this to be done within a time frame that the Commissioner considers appropriate. For instance, if an organization has placed garbage cans blocking an accessible entrance, an inspector could order that those garbage cans be removed without delay. The Accessibility Commissioner would also have the authority to issue notices of violation. These notices could be given with a warning or with a monetary penalty. Under Bill C-81, the maximum penalty for a violation would be $250,000. The penalty issued for a given violation would depend on the nature and the severity of the issue, the criteria for which would be set out in regulations. However, Bill C-81 also includes the idea of continuing violations, whereby a violation that continues more than one day would constitute a separate violation for each day and could result in separate $250,000 penalties each day that the violation continues. Additionally, if the possibility of an administrative monetary penalty is not enough to encourage an organization to comply with their obligations, Bill C-81 would also provide authority to publish the name of the organization or person who committed the violation, along with the amount of the penalty. In terms of jurisdiction, compliance and enforcement under Bill C-81 would build on existing expertise within the Government of Canada and fill gaps where needed. Bill C-81 expands on existing sector-based mandates, authorities, expertise, and experience in relation to accessibility within the federal transportation network and broadcasting and telecommunications services. Both the Canadian Transportation Agency and the Canadian Radio and Television and Telecommunications Commission have existing accessibility mandates. Bill C-81 proposes to enhance these mandates and to expand the powers and responsibilities of the Canadian Transportation Agency as well as the CRTC Commission in relation to accessibility. The Canadian Transportation Agency would continue to be responsible for accessibility for passengers in the federal transportation network with an enhanced mandate, responsibilities and powers. the Canadian Radio and Television and Telecommunications Commission will continue to be responsible for accessibility in relation to broadcasting and telecommunication services, with new responsibilities for overseeing accessibility plans, feedback processes, and progress reports. Through amendments to the Canada Transportation Act, the Canadian Transportation Agency would have new proactive compliance tools to ensure that those in the federal transportation network are meeting their accessibility obligations. These compliance tools are very similar to those of the Accessibility Commissioner, including the ability to issue notices for violations with fines, again, up to $250,000. Given the whole-of-government approach to ensuring the removal of barriers in federal jurisdiction, the bill requires that the various authorities put in place mechanisms for collaboration and coordination across organizations regarding their policies and practice in relation to accessibility. In terms of remedies, although the focus of Bill C-81 is on proactive and systemic change, the bill also provides for complaints mechanisms for individuals who have been harmed by an organization's non-compliance with their accessibility obligations. Bill C-81 provides a right to individuals to file complaints with the Accessibility Commissioner if they have been harmed or have suffered property damage or economic loss as a result of, or have otherwise been adversely affected by, the contravention of an entity of regulations made under the proposed Accessibility Act. If, after investigating a complaint, the Accessibility Commissioner finds that the complaint is substantiated, the Commissioner could order a broad range of remedies, including that the entity that committed the contravention take appropriate corrective measures, make available to the complaint the rights, opportunities, or privileges that they have been denied, pay compensation to the complainant for wages that they were deprived of and for the expense incurred by them as a result of the contravention, pay compensation to the complainant for the additional costs of obtaining alternative goods, services, facilities, or accommodation as a result of the contravention, pay compensation for any pain and suffering that the complainant experienced, and pay the complainant an amount if the Accessibility Commissioner determines that the contravention is as a result of willful or reckless practice. The maximum amount that could be awarded for each of pain and suffering and willful and reckless practice would be initially set at $20,000, but Bill C-81 includes a provision that would increase these amounts over time to account for inflation. If individuals and organizations think that the Accessibility Commissioner made an error in dismissing a complaint or in ordering a remedy, they would have the ability to make an appeal. For most complaints, these appeals would go to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. For complaints about the parliamentary entities, appeals would go to the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board. The Accessibility Commissioner wouldn't be responsible for dealing with all complaints, however. In recognition of and to leverage the existing expertise of the Canadian Transportation Agency and the CRTC Commission, these organizations would be responsible for dealing with complaints in the Federal Passenger Transportation Network and in respect of the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Acts, respectively. Although the amendments to the Canadian Transportation Act proposed in Bill C-81, the Canadian Transportation Agency will continue to deal with complaints in relation to undue barriers to the mobility of persons with disabilities in the Federal Transportation Network with enhanced remedies, such as compensation for pain and suffering, that are better aligned with the remedies available under the Canadian Human Rights Act. The Canadian Transportation Agency would also deal with a new type of complaint that addresses contraventions of regulations made under the Canadian Transportation Act that result in harm, similar to the complaints to the Accessibility Commissioner proposed under the Accessible Canada Act, with similar remedies for individuals. Mr. Speaker, and for complaints about broadcasting and telecommunications services, Canadians would continue to file complaints with the CRTC Commission, which would use its existing authorities under the Broadcasting Act and Telecommunications Act to address complaints. In the case of grievances, many public service and parliamentary employees have existing grievance rights, and Bill C-81 builds on these rights. Through amendments to the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations Act and the Public Service Employment Act and the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, these employees will be referred to the complaints for adjudication. And I guess perhaps I'll have an opportunity to continue after the break. No? Well, let me just conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I hope all members of the House support this bill at this reading so that it can go to committee where it can be reviewed and sent back to the House for approval. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de la
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, this weekend we were all shaken by the images of devastation following the tornado's passage in Gatineau, and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to express my full solidarity with the victims. Our hearts are with you as you struggle through this disaster, which will call on huge amounts of resilience. I would like to thank responders and volunteers who have given priceless support. Yesterday, the government of Quebec announced immediate financial aid to the Red Cross while it awaits a full accounting of the damage. I expect the Canadian government to do the same. We also call on the generosity of citizens for people living in the area. Donations of non-perishable goods and hygienic products are being received at the former C's location at the Galerie of Hull. And for all Quebecers, you can always make financial donations to the Red Cross. Much courage to everyone and to the citizens of Gatineau.
Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, local democracy is under attack in Toronto. While the rest of Ontario's municipalities are holding elections without any interference, Toronto's vote has been plunged into chaos by the Ford government at Queen's Park. The decision to disrupt the election, while already in progress, was and is wrong. The arbitrary, unexpected, and poorly executed move to cut the size of Toronto City's council is creating uncertainty and confusion. Voters don't know which ward they're in. They don't know which community council is going to handle the critical issues of their neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, local democracy matters. No other city in Ontario is being treated this way. It's not right and it's not fair. The Premier has bragged that some parts of Toronto will be overrepresented while others will be deliberately discriminated against. This is vindictive and it's undemocratic. Our government knows that municipalities are critical partners in making life better for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, cities matter. Toronto matters, and the people of Toronto have the right to govern themselves through free and fair elections. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the long-standing legacy of Spray Lake Sawmills in Cochrane, Alberta, as they celebrate their 75th anniversary. This family-owned business was founded in 1943 by Chester Melsness, who set up a permanent home for the sawmill in the town of Cochrane in 1969. The sawmill created jobs for the residents of Cochrane, but to the Melsness family, it was also an opportunity to have a positive impact on the growth of a community. Through countless philanthropic gestures, including the construction of a world-class recreation centre, giving back has always been essential to their model of business. Though at the ripe old age of 99, Chester now leaves the management of the sawmill up to his son Barry, the importance of the community is still apparent in everything that they do to give back. There are probably not many projects in Cochrane that have not been touched by the Melsness family. And to Spray Lake Sawmills and the Melsness family, I would like to thank you for all that you've done to contribute to the growth and the prosperity of Cochrane and area. And congratulations on achieving this milestone, and here's to another 75 years.
Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the leadership of the MP for Mississauga Lakeshore, this week is Canada's first Gender Equality Week. This week, Canadians are invited to reflect on and address the challenges faced by women and gender-diverse individuals. Advancing gender equality is not only right, it's also smart. If we move forward with meaningful changes, we could add $150 billion to our GDP in less than a decade. In my riding, I run a program called Young Women in Leadership, where we pair young women with businesses and organizations for a job shadow. It gives young women a chance to experience a career they may not have otherwise considered and has inspired some to change their mind about what path to pursue. Gender equality means a larger workforce with more diverse ideas and better decision-making. Let's allow Canada's first Gender Equality Week to inspire us, because if we get this right, we all benefit.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to talk today about a baseball team in my riding, the Voyageurs de Saguenay. After another good season, I'd just like to mention the highlights of the team. Coach Martin Pouliot came on board with the junior team in October 2015, and thanks to his hard work and that of the players, the Voyageurs won their first division title since they joined Quebec's Junior Elite Baseball League in 1995. Despite their ultimate defeat on December 15, I want to recognize all the hard work done by the Voyageurs coach, who thrilled and excited the sports scene in our area after his team was eliminated in the last game. The coach said the best place to play Junior Elite Baseball is in Saguenay. To that I say, thank you. Thank you for having taken the team so far. You've turned our region into a great place to play sports. Congratulations to the Voyageurs, and thanks for the memories.
Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, today many families from across Canada will reunite to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, a special day of togetherness with the loved ones and friends. It is an opportunity to champion the benefit of a vibrant multicultural Canada where diversity is our strength. It is also a chance to celebrate the many contributions made by Asian Canadians whose culture, traditions, and heritage enrich the lives of all Canadians. It is in this spirit of celebration and togetherness that I welcome parliamentarians from all the parties to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in Sir John Macdonald Building right after tonight's votes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Richmond, I'm excited to join Canadians of Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese descent in celebration of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when families and friends will come together in harmony under the full moon for good food and fellowship. Originally, a Chinese harvest tradition focused around moon worship. The Moon Festival now celebrates giving thanks, unity, and prayer. Mr. Speaker, while I encourage all Canadians to join their neighbours in celebrating this special festival, I also offer my thoughts and prayers to those who have been affected by the 2 tornadoes that struck the National Capital Region this past weekend. The moon will shine again tonight. 中秋節快樂! Happy Moon Festival.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to rise in the House today to recognize language diversity. It's time to reevaluate how we define and practice communication in our communities. Yesterday was our country's very first International Day of Sign Languages, and I'm honored to welcome to the Hill today my constituent, Jessica Sargent, who is a great advocate for the deaf community. Sign languages are equal to spoken languages and thus should be widely embraced and accessible. For deaf people, early access to sign language is vital to their growth and development. We must not treat deaf people as disabled, and we need to embrace our differences and encourage the growth and acceptance of sign languages as a norm. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I encourage you and all my colleagues from all sides of the House to not only celebrate this first International Day of Sign Languages, but to also reflect on how we can better represent all languages throughout our diverse country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I joined the Richmond Chinese Community Society at Lansdowne Centre in celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival. I would like to thank Linda Lee, Thomas Yu, Phyllis Chan, Michael Chu, and all the great volunteers at RCCS for organizing this great annual event. En cette occasion de réjouissance.
At this happy time, family and friends gather to mark the harvest and the successes of the previous year. I'm honored, Mr. Speaker, to rise in the House today to extend my best wishes to all those in Steveston, Richmond East, and across Canada as they celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mr. Speaker, let me wish everyone a safe and happy time and a year of prosperity and good fortune. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this endless Liberal summer of failure seems to go on and on. As an amateur hunter and member of the Conservative caucus on hunting and fishing, I rise today. This is a very important time of year for hunters. I recently participated in the activities of a shooting club in my riding, and I was giving a thorough demonstration of the application of security measures and laws for all those who practice the sport, and I did the same thing at Ilogru in my riding as well. In a region like ours, hunting is not only a pastime, but it's a lifestyle. It's hard to deny it, since Montmagny is the white goose capital of Canada. The impact of hunting is tangible for us on a daily basis, but my constituents are worried about C-71 because it will not bring down gun violence and will only increase red tape. I'm committed to defending the interests of hunters in my region by saying no to the costly, useless, and inefficient registry. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Last Friday, the National Capital Region, including Hull-Aylmer, was hit by a tornado. Thanks to the rapid national alarm system, we were able to find shelter. But hundreds of people now cannot sleep at home anymore, and I went to the affected areas minutes after the tornado hit, and the damage was incredible. But what I'd like to share with you is a story of resilience. I saw just how much solidarity there is in Gatineau. It's not the curveballs life throws at us which matters, it's how we deal with them. Mayor Maxime Bednaud-Jodoin, the Red Cross, Hydro-Québec, civil security forces, Gatineau city employees, first responders, STO drivers, business people, and many volunteers all pulled together and pitched in. I invite all Canadians to donate to the Red Cross to help those who lost everything. To the victims, know that the community and all levels of government stand with you. To the residents of Hull-Aylmer, I say to you, thank you. You are making all the difference in the world.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Monsieur le Président, I'm pleased today to recognize one of Canada's oldest and most historically significant industries, the fur trade. From Jacques Cartier to Simon de Champagne, the First Nations and the Hudson's Bay Company, the fur trade was and continues to be crucial to our resource-based economy. There are over 60,000 Canadians that work in various sectors of the fur trade, including mink and fox farms, trappers, designers, auction houses, manufacturers, retailers, artisans, and many more. The fur trade provides income for people in rural and remote regions, including many Indigenous communities, and I'm proud to have a mink breeder in my riding of the Long Range Mountains. Fur is a sustainably produced, renewable natural resource with strict animal welfare standards, and it's these standards that produce our world-renowned furs, worn and sought after by many. Canadians can be proud of this heritage industry. It showcases our excellence on the world stage. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage all members to attend the Canadian Mink Breeders Association reception this evening in Centre Block.
The honourable member for Carleton.
On Friday, storms ripped through communities, uprooted homes, and tore apart the lives of people right across the greater capital region. Yet, our first responders, our volunteers, our charities, and our friends and neighbors all rallied together to take care of one another in this extraordinary time of need. Even though the lights were out at many intersections, spontaneous order broke out as people used courtesy and common sense in order to make it through all of the confusion. To all those people who are most affected, who've lost their homes, know that we stand with you, that we admire your courage, and we present you with our total solidarity as you rebuild your lives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto-Danforth.
Knock, knock, Mr. Speaker. Who's there, you ask? Well, me and a big bunch of comedians. And you know what else? They're a lot funnier than me. But they are here today on a more serious note because they are here in this place to be advocating on behalf of stand-up comedians across our country. As a country, we take pride in our comedians, but many of us probably don't realize that comedy is not a recognized artistic activity or a discipline by the Canada Council for the Arts. And in fact, it isn't recognized as an art form by any province or territory across our country. That's not something to laugh about. Thank you to Sandra Battellini and all of the comedians who form part of the Canadian Association of Stand-Up Comedians for your advocacy and your hard work on this issue. Sometimes you make us laugh, sometimes so hard we cry. We stand with you and we take so much pride in your art form. Thank you.
I can just sense members getting nervous about any cracks they were planning to make during question period. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I was honoured to host our leader, Jagmeet Singh, in our riding of Hamilton Mountain this past Friday. We had the opportunity to meet with Hamilton residents to talk about the NDP goal of universal pharmacare. I would like to thank the Hamilton Poverty Roundtable members, Linda Gill of the Federation of University of Women, and many others who participated. We heard about Jody's grandmother, who received life-saving treatment, but then couldn't afford the $700 per month drug costs to keep her alive. And the person who relies on the generosity of the drug companies to cover high drug costs they can't afford. What happens when that generosity runs out? We heard about residents ending up in emergency with an asthma attack, taking up precious emergency room resources because they could not afford their asthma medication. After hearing the tragic stories of seniors and working families making a choice between paying rent and paying for food, life-saving medication, I am more convinced than ever that it's time to implement a universal pharmacare program. We can't afford not to.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanark.
Mr. Speaker, I first met the member from York Simcoe back in 1995 when Regina hosted the Grey Cup. And it was readily apparent to me at that time that this member had two great loves, CFL football and politics, as evidenced by the fact he hasn't missed a Grey Cup game in over 30 years, and he's been an elected member of Parliament for over 14 years. Well, several years later, we met again as we were both elected in the 2004 federal election. And after a couple of years in opposition, we formed government in 2006, and I had the pleasure of being named parliamentary secretary to this member as he served 2 times in the role of government House Leader. Well, sadly, Mr. Speaker, today marks the last time this member will sit in this chamber as he has decided to retire. And over those 14 years, Mr. Speaker, this member has been a great friend and a mentor to me. And so on behalf of all of my parliamentary colleagues, I simply say thank you, PVL, for your great service to our country, to our institution. And Parliament will be diminished by your absence.
On occasions like this, we sometimes allow a little skirting of the rules about naming members, of course. The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, our amazing community of Dunrobin in my riding of Canada Carleton was devastated as an EF3 tornado touched down, destroying homes and businesses, causing injury and unimaginable destruction. Over the weekend, I witnessed an amazing emergency response. Mayor Watson, City Councillor El Shantiri, they led an all-out effort to come to the aid of Dunrobin. Police, firefighters, paramedics, support workers, the team at West Carleton Secondary School, road, building, hydro and gas crews giving it their all. Des centaines de gens ont travaillé.
Hundreds of people worked incredibly hard to help those in need.
To help donate to the Red Cross. To those who have been on duty for the last 3 days straight, I say thank you very much for your efforts. And to the residents of Dunrobin, you are an example of amazing community strength and compassion. You are in our thoughts as you face this tragedy face on, and we will be there with you. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député d'Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the people of Gatineau and Ottawa have been affected by a Force 3 tornado.
Level damage. Comme tous mes collègues en cette
Like all my colleagues in this House, my thoughts are with the people affected by this tragic event. And I would like to say that all Canadians stand in solidarity with these people. Can the government bring us up to date on the situation and tell us how it intends to help those affected?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, on behalf of the government, let me associate myself with the remarks of the honourable gentleman. Everyone in this House is thinking of the people who have suffered such loss over the course of this last weekend. The Government of Canada was in constant communication with the provincial and municipal authorities during the course of the weekend to make sure that if any access to federal assistance were to be required, that would be made available immediately. And we have cooperated completely with the local officials, including today in providing geomatic mapping service to both the provinces of Ontario and Quebec to ensure that they have the very best possible information in coping with the circumstances.
Député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for border security and organised crime has said that a majority of immigrants who arrived illegally last year have left our territory. This assertion is totally false. According to Canada Border Services Agency, only 398 of 32,173 immigrants who came in illegally have been expelled. Mr. Speaker, how can we trust this minister when he doesn't know the true facts of his own file?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this issue. During a media interview this past weekend, I created unnecessary confusion by mistakenly suggesting that the majority of assignment claimants have left. My intention was to explain how people deemed ineligible after exhausting all due process are in fact removed. Immediately upon becoming aware of the confusion that I had created, I took immediate steps to clarify my remarks and to apologize. Mr. Speaker, as part of our government's ongoing commitment to openness and transparency, we post information related to irregular migration online, and all statistics related to assignment claims, interception processes are publicly available.
Honorable Député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Since the minister was appointed, no concrete plan has been presented to Canadians or to MPs. No plan to resolve the border crisis, which has lasted almost 2 years. It seems that the minister doesn't even have the right data when he answers journalists or when opposition MPs ask him questions. Now, we're asking the minister to show leadership and present a plan, because if he doesn't have one, we do. Mr. Speaker, the government remains unshakable in its commitment to protect Canadian security and to keep our borders safe. The minister apologized for any possible confusion he created. That's the Conservatives. They like to create fear. And we have seen over the past year an increase in 50% in demands or to stay here.
Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, when the minister was asked by Global News if he was tracking the whereabouts of 33,000 illegal border crossers, he claimed, quote, that the overwhelming majority of illegal border crossers had left the country. Yet today, the Globe and Mail reports that only 6 illegal border crossers have actually been removed by Canada and by his government. So a very precise question. If the government has moved 6 illegal border crossers, how many illegal border crossers remain in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the member opposite, because of her vast experience on the immigration file, knows that individuals who come to our country, cross into Canada, and seek the protection of Canada and asylum as they flee from persecution are not illegal crossers and are dealt with according to law. They are entitled by international convention and Canadian law to due process and humanitarian support.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, perhaps I created some confusion, Mr. Speaker. I asked him very clearly how many illegal border crossers remained in Canada, and he couldn't answer. I'm going to ask what every Canadians want to know after that disastrous interview. If the minister can't tell the House how many illegal border crossers remain in Canada, how can they possibly expect to believe that he knows where they are? Where are they?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, under Canadian law, all people coming into this country seeking asylum are entitled to due process. When all of those processes have been exhausted and they are deemed ineligible, they are subject to removal by CBSA. The people that the member opposite is referring to are still engaged in that process, and when those processes are complete, the law will take effect.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, to have a discussion, there have to be two sides. Testimony of members of Indigenous communities with respect to the TMX shows that the discussion really wasn't a discussion. It was a monologue before bureaucrats. Discussing means sitting down and sharing. Does the government understand that it has a constitutional obligation to hold consultations, meaningful consultations, with Indigenous peoples?
Speaker, our government understands that there's no relationship more important to our government than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. I have started reaching out to Indigenous leaders before the decision of the federal court, and I have continued to do so. We believe that we will engage with them in a meaningful two-way dialogue and listen to their concerns very, very carefully in order to move forward on this project in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. Well, there's quite a leap from words to action. This weekend, the Minister of Fisheries recognized that the government had not adequately consulted Indigenous communities. The problem is that without the intervention of the federal court, the government would never have respected the will nor the voices of Indigenous communities. The government says it's holding consultations, but in fact, it's already made its decision to force the expansion of Trans Mountain. I'd like a clear answer. Will the government force the expansion at any price?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to work hard to make sure that we're expanding our resource market beyond the U.S. market. And they also expect us to follow the highest standard possible, engaging on the Indigenous consultation as well as respecting and protecting the environment. That's exactly what we have been doing, and that is the course we will follow as we move forward, making sure that we're moving forward on Trans Mountain pipeline expansion in the right way.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Trans Mountain, the Minister of Natural Resources said the Liberals, quote, should have engaged in meaningful dialogue with Indigenous peoples. And he's right. He should have, and they didn't. The Indigenous communities confirmed that there was not a meaningful two-way discussion, and the courts agree. Now this weekend we hear there is no guarantee all concerns raised by Indigenous people will be addressed. How is that meaningful consultation? Why are the Liberals satisfied with the bare minimum when it comes to their most important relationship?
Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the honourable member to look at the court ruling. Court has acknowledged that we put a framework in place that was sound, that we engaged in good faith in engaging with the Indigenous peoples, and we will continue to do so. We have instructed the NEB to take steps to initiate the inclusion of marine shipping and the impact of that on the environment in the review that they will undertake over the next 22 weeks, and we will be announcing our next steps shortly.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage the member to read the decision where it's very clear that they say in the decision that it was only note takers, not decision makers. And when it comes to actual having consultation, it is imperative that finally we see a two-way discussion, which a meaningful consultation happens. In fact, when you say that the pipeline will be built on one hand, and on the other hand you say you're going to have meaningful consultation, it's not only misleading, it's absolutely insulting. The courtrooms confirmed the Liberals' consultation process was completely false. Indigenous people need to meet with decision makers, not note takers. So it's common sense. How can the Liberals think that
The use of "you" in that question perhaps could be interpreted to mean one, or it could mean you as in terms of people across the way. So I'd ask members to be cautious, of course, and remember to direct their comments to the floor. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, there is no relationship more important to this government than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. And that's exactly what we have been developing. We put a very strong framework in place, which court acknowledged that it was a sound framework. Yes, we fell short on the implementation of that framework, and we have committed to do better, and we will do better. We will engage with Indigenous peoples in a meaningful two-way dialogue and listen to their concerns and offer accommodation where accommodation is possible. That's the only way to move forward.
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, when asked why veterans can't access benefits meant for them, the minister told veterans, and I quote, "When you prepay at the pump, you put in $80. You don't fill it up, you get that credit back." But there's one guy out there who has no trouble accessing funds meant for veterans. Christopher Garnier, a murderer who never served a day in his life and went straight to the front of the line. When will the minister revoke veterans' benefits to this killer?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, I share the outrage of the honourable member and many members of this House. I cannot comment on the specifics of this case because it also involves a veteran here. This case involves a veteran whose privacy I must protect. I have asked officials to go back to find out what happened and to come back to me. Thank you.
Order. I ask honourable members to listen to the answers, whether they like them or not, and wait for their turns, which will come eventually, I'm sure, to speak. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, he killed Officer Catherine Campbell. He put her in a compost bin and he dumped her under a bridge. He has never worn the uniform, yet she wore two uniforms, one as a police officer and one as a volunteer firefighter. By his lawyer's own admission, Christopher Garnier developed his PTSD by strangling her to death. When will the minister take charge of his department and revoke veterans' benefits to this killer?
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I will return when my officials have come back and told me exactly how this is happening.
Order.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to say that my heart goes out to the people of Gatineau and Ottawa who've been affected by the events of last Friday. Last week, the Veteran Affairs Minister said that he had asked for a review of the file of Christopher Garnier. Can he finally tell us that he will end the benefits going to Mr. Garnier that come out of funds reserved for our brave veterans? Since Mr. Garnier is not a veteran, Mr. Speaker, he is a criminal.
The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, nous sommes de...
Mr. Speaker, Our heart goes out to the family of Constable Campbell. But we cannot comment on the details of this case. But I have asked the department to try to better understand how this decision was taken. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister says he's outraged by the situation. Canadians are outraged as well. The family of the victim is living with incomprehension and pain. But no action has been taken by the Minister. The Prime Minister makes the decisions. He could put an end to this. What is he waiting for? The Honourable Veterans Affairs Minister. Mr. Speaker, for reasons of confidentiality, we cannot comment on the details of this case. But we have asked for information in order to better understand how the decision was taken.
In 2010, it was discovered that serial killer Clifford Olson was receiving OAS payments. Now, Conservatives saw how outrageous that was, and we immediately took steps to stop it. That same year, Carla Homolka almost got a pardon. Again, Conservatives saw how outrageous that was. We stopped it. Fast forward to today, we've learned that convicted murderer Chris Garnier, who is not a veteran, is getting veterans' benefits. What do the Liberals do? Sit on their hands and do absolutely nothing. Well, when will that minister do the right thing, stop these payments?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot comment on the details of this case because, of course, a veteran is involved, and I shouldn't have to remind members opposite that their sharing of personal medical information of veterans for political gain is doubly the reason that we must protect veterans' personal information. Thank you.
The Honourable... The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that minister has the ability and the authority to stop payments from going to a convicted murderer who is not a veteran. We are not asking for information, we are asking for action. But why is it that Liberals always have the ability to defend the so-called rights of the Chris Garniers and the Omar Khadrs and the returning ISIS terrorists of this world, but have excuse after excuse after excuse for doing nothing for veterans, for doing nothing to defend their ability to get support? When will the Liberals take action? Not information, action.
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated in this House before, the centre of this case is a veteran, and I will not back down from protecting the rights of a veteran and a veteran's family and their right to privacy in this case. I have asked my officials to go back and find out how the decision was made and get back to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Sarah Alderman, a researcher at the University of Guelph, found that even short exposure to diluted bitumen can be deadly to young salmon, a critical species to BC's economy, tourism, and fishing industry. Canadians know when it comes to oil spills, the question is not if, but when. They also know the decision to buy the Trans Mountain pipeline could be devastating since the Liberals have no plan in place to clean up a diluted toxic bitumen oil spill on our coast. When will the government protect our wild salmon and abandon its disastrous plan to expand the Trans Mountain pipeline?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has recognized the importance of ensuring environmental sustainability in the context of all of the decisions we've made. In the context of the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion, we've made significant investments in the spill prevention through the Oceans Protections Plan, spill response. We've done an enormous amount with respect to addressing all of the various concerns that are associated with the pipeline from an environmental perspective. At the end of the day, we understand that the environment and the economy must go together, and it is doing so in this case.
The Honourable Member for Berthier Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to pipelines, Liberal, Tory, same old story. The people of Quebec no longer believe in the botched consultations or in the evaluation process, which has no credibility. The Liberals can try to defend themselves, but the Federal Court of Appeal was clear. Consultations with First Nations and affected communities, not their strong point. Now the Conservatives are trying to bring back Energy East, and the response of Liberals is nebulous. Can Quebecers expect a nasty surprise with Energy East?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that a government should work hard to get our resources to the global market. We have a condition where 99% of our oil is sold to one customer, which is the United States. So it's fundamental responsibility that we expand the capacity to go to other markets. Canadians deserve well-paying middle-class jobs. That's what we're focused on. But we will move forward on this project in the right way, respecting the environment, at the same time engaging with Indigenous peoples in a meaningful two-way dialogue.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, the Prime Minister mocked the idea of legislation to get Trans Mountain built. He said it wouldn't create a, quote, predictable, clear path for investors around the world or in Canada. But newsflash, in April, he himself told Canadians the Liberals would bring in a law to, quote, reassert and reinforce federal jurisdiction to create certainty. Of course, he failed to deliver it. And the court said he failed on Trans Mountain. No wonder no one believes him. Where is the plan for the Trans Mountain expansion?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Conservative record here for a minute and give a flashback. When they took office in 2006, 99% of oil exports went to the United States. Flash forward to 2015, Mr. Speaker, 99% of the oil exports still went to the United States. That is their record. We are working hard to ensure that we are expanding our non-U.S. market, but we will move forward on this project in the right way, respecting the environment, at the same time engaging with Indigenous peoples in a meaningful two-way dialogue.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
You know, I think this minister's constituents in particular and all Canadians would like him to show some urgency and actually take action, because every single day of delay risks thousands of jobs and billions of dollars. The Liberals' failure is damaging Canada's reputation as a place to do business. 5,000 families now don't have jobs they were counting on. Opportunities for 43 Indigenous communities are at risk. And on Friday, the Liberals really just kicked the can down the road for another 6 months, and they still don't have a plan. These Liberals are 0 for 3 on getting pipelines built, and they just keep failing. So why should Canadians trust them now?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives had 10 years to expand our global markets. They failed for 10 years. They did not do anything for 10 years. We will ensure that we are moving forward on expanding our global market, building pipeline capacity in a way that Canadians expect us to do so, which means that respecting the environment, at the same time consulting and engaging with Indigenous peoples in a meaningful two-way dialogue. We will not take a lesson from Harper Conservatives that failed Alberta workers for 10 years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I might remind the Minister that when the Conservatives left office, they had 3 pipelines in the queue, and the Liberals now have 0. But speaking of that, the Liberals on Friday announced another 6-month delay on Trans Mountain. Unfortunately, as the Prime Minister flounders, Ontario manufacturers are fleeing Canada. With no real plan in place, Friday was just one more failure in a summer of failures. Speaker, Ontario manufacturers know that every job created in the energy sector results in 7 manufacturing jobs in Ontario. When will Ontarians finally see a plan to save our manufacturing jobs?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. That's what we ran on in 2015. That plan is focused on investing in Canadians. And because of that, we've seen unprecedented economic growth. Last year, the economy grew by 3%, the fastest growth rate amongst the G7 countries. Right. Since we formed government in 2015, over 540,000 good quality jobs have been created. More Canadians are working, Mr. Speaker. That's a plan that we put forward. That plan is working and will continue to remain focused on Canadians.
Very good. Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations communities were depending on Trans Mountain to provide jobs and economic opportunities. 43 First Nations had economic benefit agreements. They are now having to look at budget cuts to important programs and cutting back in terms of many of the things that they had hoped to do next year. And this is because of the Prime Minister's failure. Others are Indigenous businesses who now have contracts on hold. So how long is the Minister willing to deprive these 43 First Nations of the jobs and the economic opportunities? What is the plan?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that we need to expand our global markets, and that's why we're working very, very hard. We have more confidence, the Harper Conservatives, in our energy sector, because we believe that supporting our energy sector is the right thing to do. Supporting our workers, both Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous communities, is exactly what we are focused on. The economy is growing in Canada, as in Alberta, and 540,000 more Canadians are working today than they were working under Stephen Harper's government.
Yeah, that's right.
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, how can the Liberals claim to be progressive and feminist when they forced women to make a difficult choice to either pay exorbitant daycare costs or to stay home? Here in Ottawa, women are paying $65 a day for a daycare spot. At that price, it's not a service, it's an obstacle. Quebec understood the situation with its affordable childcare system. Now, since it's 2018, what are the Liberals waiting for to put in place a universal childcare system? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to my colleague opposite for the question. We take these spaces seriously. It's important. It's to support families, and it's also to ensure gender equality in 2018. Mr. Speaker, we put in place an ambitious plan for some $5 billion over the next 5 years, the first plan in the history of Canada. We will have an opportunity to work with the provinces and municipalities that support us, and we count on that very broad support of governments and Canadians to take it even farther.
For Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Saskatoon and Regina are among the most difficult places in Canada to find licensed childcare. In fact, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternative Studies says that Saskatoon has only one licensed space for every four children, comparable to rural areas in Nunavut. In 2015, the Liberals promised a childcare framework that meets the needs of Canadian families wherever they live. Families throughout the country are still waiting. Will this so-called feminist government commit to a national childcare program to help families now?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm again very pleased to be able to be given this opportunity to tell this House and all Canadians how proud we are to be, since 2015, investing in a historically large investment plan to build more quality, affordable and accessible childcare services across Canada for all Canadians, including, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous Canadians and families. We announced just last week the first ever distinctions-based investment with our Indigenous people that will support hundreds of thousands of families across Canada and Indigenous communities to make sure that more of our...
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a NATO founding nation and one of the Alliance's largest contributors. Canadians know that our commitment to the Alliance is strong. Under the Harper Conservatives, the previous government cut its support to the Canadian forces by $10 billion and withdrew from the world scene. Contrary to them, we are increasing annual defense expenditures to $32.7 billion. In other words, a more than 70% increase.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his tireless work on the defence case. Unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, who withdrew from NATO and the world, our government is taking leadership roles within the alliance. In July, we announced Canada will assume command of a NATO training mission in Iraq, and this will help build a more effective national security structure. The new training mission builds on the successes we have achieved in the region, where we continue to have an impact in the region, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Order. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Junkin family owns a small business in Port Perry, Ontario, and sells boats for recreation. Both Brandon and his wife Martina work at the small business, as do both of Martina's parents. Like most businesses in this sector, they buy their inventory in the winter for sale in the summer. They have to pay the GST up front, and now they have to pay the Canadian tariffs up front. This means they'll buy fewer boats and they'll lose money this year. Why is the government failing to listen to these small businesses? Will they exempt these boats from the Canadian tariffs?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm happy to address the question from the member opposite and say that, first of all, we've been trying to take into account Canadians across the country who have issues and real challenges in dealing with the tariffs that have been put in place as retaliatory measures against the United States. We are certainly listening to businesses to make sure that we get it right and that we deal with any problems in the implementation of those tariffs. That process is an ongoing process, one in which we are taking very seriously in order to make sure that businesses are not disadvantaged.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister needs to recognize small businesses can't wait a year for relief from the tariffs their own government is imposing on them. They're collecting $300 million already in tariffs, but studies show most will go to large businesses. Small businesses like the Junkins can't afford armies of lobbyists and lawyers. They need to access tariff support now. Will the government streamline the application process and make support available to small businesses across Canada in the next month, not next year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations. Order.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that the U.S. 232 measures have created real challenges and hardship for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, and that's why this government has made up to $2 billion available to defend and protect the interests of Canadian workers and businesses. These include measures such as extending work-sharing agreements, increased funding for skills training, funding to bolster competitiveness, and the teams are working through the night, Mr. Speaker, to get these resources out to those who are most affected. We're going to continue to monitor and supervise the situation and respond to protect our Canadian workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, order. Member for Provincial. Order.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since July, we know that the government has imposed tariffs on the U.S. in steel and aluminum, some $260 million, and this money is supposed to help Canadian companies. Now, to date, they've given some $11,000 and a bit more. That's not very much. And that money is expected to go to large corporations and not to small and medium-sized businesses that need help. Why is the government once again favouring large corporations over SMEs?
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we understand the hardship caused by these measures for Canadian workers. That is why, as we mentioned, we have made available some $2 billion. Our teams are working very hard to direct those funds to those who need them. The measures include, as I said, an extension of work-sharing programs, an increase in funding for training, and funds to improve competitiveness for manufacturers. And, Mr. Speaker, we are on the mark with these measures. The Honourable Member. Well, that's not exactly it. The target for the Liberal government is large players, the big companies, not the SMEs. The government is protecting the big players and setting aside the little ones. We saw that with the tax reform by the Minister of Finance. We saw it in the summer with the Liberal carbon tax. Large corporations have a lower tariff than others. So why is the Liberal government continuing to protect the big players and setting aside the small and medium-sized businesses in this country? The Honourable Minister.
small business is the backbone of our economy. We've always stood for and supported small businesses. That is why part of that $2 billion support package includes financing through Business Development Canada, BDC, specifically targeting small businesses with cash flow, with financing, with the support that they need. Mr. Speaker, we've stepped up for small businesses in the past and will continue to do so going forward as well.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, just this Saturday, Liz Johnson and Denman Islanders pulled a record 6 tons of single-use and industrial plastics from Bain Sound in my riding. The Liberals say they are prioritizing ocean plastics, but their recent announcement lacks the urgency and funding coastal communities were counting on. Canadians expected more, and the environment can't wait. Will the Liberals support my motion, M151, and commit to binding targets that properly addresses single-use and industrial plastics in our oceans?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, plastic pollution is choking our oceans, our lakes and our rivers, damaging the places that Canadians love most. That's why the Prime Minister launched the Oceans Plastic Charter at the G7 in June, and why reducing global plastic pollution is a top priority for Canada's G7 presidency. We were pleased to see several new supporters of the Charter and to announce the government's commitment to diverting 75% of plastic waste from its operation in 2030 and committing $100 million to a marine litter mitigation fund. We all need to be part of the solution, Mr. Speaker, and look forward to continuing to work with our partners to keep plastics in our economy and out of our oceans.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today hearings begin on the largest bitumen mine in Canadian history. The Teck Resources mine borders on Wood Buffalo National Park, a World Heritage Site UNESCO has declared at risk. Indigenous rights of Dene, Cree and Métis are impacted, who have long called for a buffer to protect threatened Donald bison, the caribou and the watershed flowing into the Peace Athabasca Delta. These are measures the government has the power and duty to deliver on. Will this government today announce these measures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to addressing and responding to the World Heritage Committee in the requested timelines as part of the ongoing commitment to protecting Canada's heritage places now and for future generations. Through Budget 2018, historic investments are going to protect Canada's nature, parks and wild spaces. Thanks to this commitment to Canada's natural legacy, over $27.5 million is going to be invested over 5 years in the development of and early implementation of the action plan for the Wood Buffalo National Park World Heritage Site. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue we take very seriously, and I'm pleased that the member shares the same commitment that our side does.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you all. For 10 years, the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund made a difference, allowing community-based environmental groups to undertake projects to remediate Lake Simcoe's health. It worked. The science has shown native species returning and breeding for the first time in decades. Water quality is measurably improved, but still more needs to be done. Despite the past successes, the Liberals cancelled the fund. It makes no sense to reverse the real progress being made on the lake's environment. Will the Liberal government reverse its cancellation of the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member, who I know it's his last day in the House today. This government is committed to environmental sustainability. We've allocated significant funding to address water quality issues across this country, both freshwater and saltwater. We intend to ensure that on a go-forward basis that we are substantively addressing all of the various environmental concerns that have been raised in all regions of this country.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Prime Minister has failed to list Iran's IRGC as a terrorist entity, even though 3 months ago the Liberals voted in favour of a Conservative motion to do exactly that. Meanwhile, on September 8th, the IRGC launched an attack on Kurds in Iraq. The Liberals also failed to condemn this clear attack by Iran on its neighbours. When they voted for our motion, the world took notice, and yet the Prime Minister has failed to act. How can world leaders take him seriously when he doesn't follow through on his clear commitments? When will they list the IRGC as a terrorist entity as called for by the motion?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Code terrorist listing regime is a very important tool to fight against terrorism. The listing of entities counters the financing of terrorism and helps law enforcement to prosecute terrorists and their supporters. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Quds Force is already listed as a terrorist entity. The assessment process of other possible listings is ongoing. It is a serious and substantive process. Approved listings are published in the Canada Gazette.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for explaining to us what listing is. The motion which the Liberals voted for, though, was very clear. It said to list Iran's IRGC as a terrorist entity, and it said to do so immediately. That was in the motion that he stood up in this House and voted for. Credibility in the councils of the world is not achieved through sparkly logos. It is achieved by doing what you say you will do. Again, when can we expect this Prime Minister and this Minister to do what they voted to do in this House on June the 12th? That is to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, there is a very specific process by law which the Government of Canada is obliged to follow. And if you don't follow the process, you obviate the result, Mr. Speaker. We are taking the steps that are appropriate in the circumstances, and the results would be published in due course in the Canada Gazette and on the Public Safety Canada website.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, to celebrate the first ever United Nations International Day of Sign Languages, I participated in a rally organized by the Canadian Association for the Deaf about increasing recognition and awareness for American Sign Language, Langue des Signes Québécoise, and Indigenous sign languages. Every day, 310,000 deaf Canadians and their families contribute greatly to our society, and yet significant barriers still limitate their full participation in our society. Can the Minister please inform this House how our government is ensuring a more accessible Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from St. John's East for his very important question. We absolutely recognize the importance of sign language to the deaf and hard of hearing communities here in Canada, both as a means of communication but also of cultural significance. Our government is very committed to ensuring greater accessibility and opportunities for all. That's why our government was proud to table Bill C-81, which will help ensure that all people, regardless of ability or disability, can fully participate in society. I encourage all members of the House to support this bill and invite them to join me this evening for a reception with members of the deaf community in celebrating International Day of Sign Language.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal tradition of failing our troops is back in action. The company picked to build Canada's new fleet of warships has asked the Prime Minister for a hard start date, but he refused. The Prime Minister refused even though Irving faces potential layoffs due to his Liberal mismanagement. He refused even though he committed to continuing on with our national shipbuilding strategy, and he refused even though our Navy needs new warships now. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing for Canada's ship workers and our Navy? Finally make a decision and commit to a hard start date to build our new warships.
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Harper Conservatives, our government is committed to ensuring the women and men of the Royal Canadian Navy have the equipment they need to do their work. We committed to purchasing 15 Canadian service combatants, an investment that is fully funded in our defence policy, Mr. Speaker, and that is contrast to the Conservatives, where they only left enough money for 9 ships. We are evaluating bids in order to ensure we select a warship that is best for the Navy while growing the economy and creating good middle-class jobs for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, supply management is so important to people back home, to farmers in our regions, that I received more than 400 emails on the topic over the past month. Following the concessions made on supply management under CETA and TPP, farmers in my riding are telling me they're nervous and they're having trouble believing what the Liberals are saying. I understand them and I support them. Will the Liberals fully defend supply management? Because what they're saying now is not enough and everyone is worried.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. President, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. As I said many times in this House, we're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that's going to defend supply management. We understand that supply management is a model for the world. It supplies quality products at a reasonable price to the consumer and stability for the farmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the beginning of the inaugural Gender Equality Week, an act that was put forward to provide an annual opportunity to amplify awareness, to continue conversations around gender equality and equity, and to inspire future generations of Canadians. Could the Minister please inform us how our government will mark the inaugural Gender Equality Week and how our government will ensure that the challenges Canadian women and gender-diverse Canadians continue to face are addressed in our daily work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, advancing gender equality is an important part of our government's plan to grow the middle class, because when we do so, we will add $150 billion to Canada's economy over the next 8 years. When women entrepreneurs succeed, they create jobs for our sons and daughters. When we support those entering STEM fields, we address existing labor shortages. When we ensure that our workplaces and homes are free of violence, Canada is stronger. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore for his leadership and wish you and all Canadians a happy Gender Equality Week.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, by using a very porous stone that absorbs water, will jeopardize the citadel of Quebec, and that is what Robert Ledoux said. He's an expert on stone and not members of Parliament. What is the government waiting for to consult experts, to respect science, and to take steps to ensure that the integrity of the citadel passes and goes before the interests of the government?
Our government values the rich heritage of the Quebec City Citadel. That is why we are taking steps to protect it. An open and transparent process awarded a Quebec bidder of the contract to replace the damaged stones. This bidder is required to adhere to federal guidelines to ensure that the Citadel retains its UNESCO status. National Defence is doing its due diligence to ensure that the winning stone adheres to the heritage qualification, because we understand the importance of this to Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, a Toronto newspaper last week reported that Canada was prepared to make significant concessions on supply management, but not until after the Quebec election on October 1st. The Prime Minister is afraid of facing the Quebec consensus because he's abandoning producers. He told Americans himself that he's flexible on supply management. So my question is simple. Is Canada saving bad news for Quebecers until the day after the election?
Of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And as I indicated many times in this House, we're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that's going to defend supply management. We're fully aware that supply management provides quality products for the consumer and a reasonable return for the farmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what we just heard, the White House confirmed that Canada prefers to wait until after the Quebec election to announce significant concessions on supply management. In fact, everyone seems to be aware of this except Quebecers. So who's telling the truth? The Canadian government or the U.S. government?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And being a farmer and a former dairy farmer, I fully understand the quality of the agriculture and the dairy farming and supply management system we have in this country. It's very important. Every member on this side of the House supports supply management. It's vitally important that every member on all sides of the House support the supply management system, because it's very important for the country and for the agricultural sector.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The Government of Nunavut has asked for exemptions from the carbon tax in 3 areas: transportation fuel, home heating fuel, and fuel for power generation. Last spring, the Minister recognized the unique circumstances of life in Nunavut and granted an exemption for aviation fuel, and I thank her for that. But my constituents are double taxed on the others, one at source and again at point of sale. Will the Minister now do the right thing and grant exemptions for fuel for home heating and power generation for Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. This government understands that Canadian Northerners feel the impacts of climate change differently than other Canadians do, and we also understand the unique challenges facing those who live in the Canadian North, such as an enhanced cost of living, an increased cost of transportation, and in fact food security issues that are not present elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we're going to continue to work with the territorial government in Nunavut and the member opposite to ensure that we move forward with a way that will have a practical reduction on emissions that also recognizes the unique needs of those living in Canada's north.
This will conclude question period for today. Order. I would encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I'd ask colleagues to assist me. Getting a little quieter, but yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. I thank colleagues very much for that. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Yukon.
Conformément au mandat que lui confère les articles 104.
I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, changes to membership of standing and joint committees. By unanimous consent, I will seek concurrence under the heading motions later on today.
Members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, sur le champ.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I propose that the 70th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be adopted. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to move the motion? The House has heard the motion. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting petition E1557, a petition to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, whereas over 550 million plastic straws are used every day. It goes on and on and on. Most plastic straws are not recycled, nor can they be. Plastic waste poses an enormous threat to wildlife, is a danger to human health, and costs millions to the Canadian economy. Every piece of plastic ever produced still exists today. Every single-use plastic straws are discarded after an average use of 30 seconds. Straws are a big contributor to the 8 million tons of plastic entering the sea each year. In this day and age, there are so many alternatives such as paper, bamboo, or reusable straws made of stainless steel or glass. The effect that our love affair with plastic has on the environment becomes more and more clear each day. Plastic straws and utensils account for a large percentage of waste collected.
Order, order, order. I have to remind the honourable member that presenting petition is not time for debate or for making argument on the petition, simply to present the petition, which I think he has done. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today with a petition that is protesting Bill C-75, an enormous 302-page omnibus bill that lightens the sentences on serious crimes like advocating genocide, polygamy, marriage under 16 years, forced confinement of a minor, etc. They are asking the Prime Minister to defend the security and safety of all Canadians by withdrawing Bill C-75. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Speaker, it's an honour to table a petition on behalf of petitioners from Ucluelet and Tofino on the west coast of Vancouver Island. They're calling on the government to establish a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in aquatic environments, and my motion M151. Mr. Speaker, they're looking to the government to create regulations and legislation aimed at reducing plastic debris discharge from stormwater outfalls, industrial use of microplastics, including and not limited to microbeads, nurdles, fibrous microplastics and fragments, and C, consumer and industrial use of single-use plastics, including but not limited to plastic bags, bottles, straws, tableware, and polystyrene, which is used in the aquaculture sector, cigarette filters and beverage containers. And they're looking for permanent, dedicated and annual funding for cleanup of derelict fishing gear, community-led projects to clean up plastics and debris on our shores, banks, beaches, and other aquatic peripheries.
Honourable member for Toronto-Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to be presenting e-petition E1512. This is on behalf of stand-up comedians. It calls upon Government of Canada to designate stand-up comedy as an art form and support Canadian comedians through arts funding. It's about providing a proper infrastructure for the development of stand-up comedy across our country. I thank Sandra Battalini for all of the work that she has done to put this petition together, as well as the Canadian Association of Stand-Up Comedians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today. The first is from my constituents expressing their strong opposition to the carbon tax. They know that this tax will not help the environment because it will simply force other jobs to other jurisdictions. And it also notes that this tax will be particularly harmful to people who rely on the energy sector for work or transportation, to people in northern, suburban and rural communities, families with children, the disabled, or any other persons who are not easily able to walk, cycle, or take public transit. So I commend that to the consideration of the House. The second petition is in support of Bills C-350 in the House and a similar Bill S-240 in the Senate. These bills aim to combat the scourge of forced organ harvesting and ensure that no Canadians are involved in this despicable trade. These bills, although they've been proposed by Conservatives in this Parliament, follow very similar bills proposed by Liberal members in previous Parliaments. We hope to see these bills passed very soon. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand honneur de prendre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present this petition today. Members from my riding are living in crisis, they are living in poverty, and they are calling on Parliament to adopt a national anti-poverty strategy.
Mr. Speaker, petition this House to develop a national strategy for the elimination of poverty. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition from citizens of my riding with 582 signatures. Petition E313. Thank you.
And Shaw.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have two petitions today. The first is in support of postal banking. We know that 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders because of the crippling rates that these payday lenders inflict upon poor, marginalized, rural, and Indigenous communities. And because there are 3,800 Canada Post outlets already in existence in rural areas where there are few banks or in some cases none at all, Canada Post has the ability to deliver postal banking, and so the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to enact my motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in support of protecting the Thames River systems. In a previous parliament, the Conservative government, stripped environmental protection in regard to regulations covered in the Navigable Waters Act, leaving hundreds of rivers vulnerable. The same is true now, despite promises by the current government to reinstate environmental protection. And so, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-355, which commits the government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames River by amending the Navigational Protection Act. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've received literally hundreds of signatures from residents of Winnipeg North regarding the Pharmacare program. And what they're doing is they're requesting that the federal government develop jointly with the provincial and territorial partners a universal single-payer, evidence-based and sustainable public drug plan with purchasing power to secure best available pricing, beginning with a list of essential medicines addressing priority health needs and expanding to a comprehensive, permanent plan that would promote the health and well-being of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act.
Before I call upon the Honourable Member for York Simcoe for debate, as I may not be able to be here when he concludes his debate, I want to take the opportunity on behalf of all members, which I'm sure members will allow me to do, I hope, in congratulating him on his many years of service, both in this House and in the provincial legislature. No, not in Ontario. Why do I think he was in the Ontario legislature? Well, he's been around here for quite a while, and he's been a very forceful member with a great knowledge of the rules of the House, of course, as a former House leader on the government side. But I must tell you that one of the things that I have most enjoyed over the years, during the time I've been the Speaker, have been the many statements, SO31s as we call them, Standing Order 31s or member statements, on historical matters. He has a tremendous love for Canadian history and for the maintenance and preservation of our history in so many ways, which I have greatly appreciated and admired. And I simply want to thank him for his service to Canada and to the House of Commons, and wish him the very best in the future, and to his family as well. Debate. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much. This will be the last speech I deliver in the House of Commons, where it has been an honour to represent the people of York Simcoe for a decade and a half. Now, the bill before us, C-81, seeks to enhance accessibility in areas of federal jurisdiction. It is a worthy objective. Accessibility is an area where we've seen much change and progress in my lifetime. But it is progress that has been largely driven not by politicians, but rather by Canadians who saw the need and pressed for changes to the rules. And the success of those changes has been largely due to an incremental approach that has not placed undue burdens on Canadians trying to make a living, allowing progress over time. It's an example of the importance of applying common sense when delivering change for the better. That goal, delivering change for the better, has been my purpose in my time here. The rationale behind accessibility rules is to create opportunity for people to achieve their potential. The preamble to the bill focuses on that question of ensuring equal opportunity. In this speech, I will focus largely on that word that motivates this bill, that word, opportunity. Opportunity is what this country, Canada, is all about. Opportunity is the reason my family and so many others have come here. My grandparents and mother grew up in Estonia, and their life experience is the reason I am here in Canada and in this House of Commons. My grandfather was an agronomist, an important role in a largely agricultural economy in the first half of the 20th century. My grandmother became a lawyer in the 1920s in Estonia, at a time not too many women did that. But with the Second World War came waves of Soviet, Nazi, and then again Soviet occupation. Much of my family died at the hands of the Soviets, executed, bludgeoned to death by axes in their beds, or suffering the almost inevitable death that came as inmates of the communist concentration camps of the Siberian Gulag. The only alternative for my grandparents and mother was a high-risk escape across a treacherous Baltic Sea where the men kept bailing to keep the vessel from capsizing. They left all their possessions behind, but safety was found initially in a refugee camp in Sweden, but ultimately Canada was the destination chosen. Canada was a land of freedom, hope, and opportunity to them. The agronomist went to work in a paper factory in Riverdale. The lawyer went to work on the order desk at Sears. And they found in this country all that they were looking for. I grew up hearing stories of what happened to my family's homeland and their own many close brushes with fate. And I learned as a child that freedom and democracy are valuable, can be easily lost, and need to be defended and nourished. Inevitably, I became highly politicized as a young child. In 1968, we had a Trudeau Liberal sign for Bob Kaplan on our front lawn. Trudeau was a champion of freedom and rights, we were told, but soon after that, I saw that Prime Minister embracing communist leaders like Brezhnev, Kosygin, and Castro. Those were the very people responsible for suppressing the freedoms of millions. It had a profound effect on me. By 1972, as I like to say, I was 9 years old and the wisdom of age was upon me. I had become a passionate conservative. I would start working as a volunteer on campaigns when I was 12, and politics would become my life's passion. As I was growing up, like all good Estonian emigres, we profoundly yearned for Estonia to regain its freedom, which ultimately did happen in 1991. And I would ask my grandmother if Estonia ever achieved regaining its independence, would she return? No, she would tell me, Canada is our home now. And she would add, Canada is the best country in the world. It is a land of opportunity. Anybody can achieve their dreams in this country if they just work hard enough. She believed in that word opportunity, and she believed in Canada. Now, I often doubted this assurance that she gave me as I was growing up, and I encountered all kinds of invisible social and economic barriers that immigrant families typically face. But time would prove she was right. What better proof that anybody can achieve their wildest dreams in Canada, however unlikely, than someone like me becoming Canada's Minister of Sport? Now, that opportunity that Canada offers, what this bill seeks to ensure is available to all, has been very kind to me. In politics, I had the opportunity to help rebuild the Ontario PC Party in the early 1990s when I was party president, not a member of caucus, but we did help get Mike Harris elected premier. I had the opportunity to lead efforts to reunite the Conservative movement into a single party federally, including running the campaign on the PC Party side to have our membership ratify the establishment of the Conservative Party of Canada, an event that restored competitive democracy to our politics. And as a member of this House, I've had the opportunity to serve as Public Safety Minister, working to keep Canadians safe, and my time as Trade Minister was dedicated to expanding our economic opportunities, making a free trade agreement with Europe our top priority, and initiating or advancing many other free trade negotiations. And I had the extraordinary opportunity to work with Prime Minister Harper closely as Canada's longest-serving Conservative government House leader. For all these opportunities, for his guidance and leadership, I offer my gratitude. In all these roles, I was blessed to work with extraordinary staff in Ottawa and York Simcoe, a team that was uniformly bright, hardworking, passionately committed to Canada, and fiercely loyal, reflected in what I believe was the lowest staff turnover of any minister's office on the Hill. They made me look good. And along the way, I was fortunate to acquire other great supporters, my wife Cheryl, and Caroline and John A. They were a constant reminder to me of why we serve, and they are also a reason to look forward to life away from this place. Now, when it comes to accessibility, I'm proud of much of what we delivered for the residents of York Simcoe, especially during the Harper government. High accessibility standards can be found in significant projects we delivered, like the new Bradford Library, the Bradford Leisure Centre, the expansion of the East Gwillimbury Sports Complex, and Georgina's outdoor recreation facility, The Rock. One of the last projects our Conservative government was delivered on was accessibility improvements to Georgina's De La Salle Park Beach. It includes a revolutionary beach mat, allowing accessibility for those in wheelchairs right into the waters of Lake Simcoe. And of course, Lake Simcoe enjoys significantly improved water quality thanks to the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. It was cancelled by the current Liberal government, but I am confident that the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund will return again in the future. Over 10 years, this Conservative initiative saw almost $60 million from our government harnessed by community-based organizations who added their financial and in-kind contributions to real projects that help physically remediate the lake environment. This was in addition to other initiatives, like mandatory rules to protect the lake ecosystem from invasive species, a ban on harmful phosphorus in dishwasher detergent, and a ban on dumping waste from water vessels. Undoubtedly, what I will miss most leaving this job is the opportunity to serve the extraordinary people of York Simcoe. I genuinely love them. They work hard, and they simply want the government to give them the freedom to succeed and build a brighter future for their families. They want the opportunity to share in the Canadian dream. We work to help them, lowering their taxes, encouraging economic growth, and tackling crime to make their communities safer. It was easy to always do the right thing by simply asking myself one question: what was best for the people of York Simcoe? As members of this House, debating and reflecting on what to do on this bill, the accessibility bill, I encourage you to consider what a tremendous honor it is to serve in this place. We are privileged with the ability to make a real difference for our country in a way that very few ever enjoy. Our system of parliamentary democracy and the British North America Act, through which John A. Macdonald and the other fathers of Confederation built our country, has been remarkably successful. We are among the youngest countries in the world, yet enjoy one of the most enduring constitutions. It has guided our growth and provided the genius that brings people of diverse backgrounds together into a remarkably united country. John A. and the fathers truly built well. They built the best country in the world. Our Parliament is at the core of that Constitution. And as I prepare to retire from this place, I want to reflect for a moment on one question that I believe needs more discussion in this country, and that is the relevance of this place. Academics and the media like to talk about the declining influence of the individual member of Parliament, pointing to a concentration of power in the offices of party leaders or party discipline as the culprits. But there's another real factor rendering the work of MPs less relevant. Little is said, at least until recent weeks, about the growing tendency of the courts to strike down the laws that the people's elected representatives enact, including many laws that were explicitly part of the platforms those MPs promised their voters they would enact if elected. I can assure you from countless conversations with constituents over the years that many find this difficult to square with their idea of how a democracy should work. I believe that if we want to give meaning to the work all of us do here, the time is overdue for a discussion of the appropriateness of a bit more deference to the decisions of the democratically elected legislature. A proper balance requires a restoration of reasonable deference to the decisions of Parliament. Another favourite of the critics has been to deride partisanship as causing corrosion of Parliament. None of you will be surprised to hear me rise to defend the unpopular notion that partisanship strengthens our system. The bill we are debating today is what many would call motherhood. After all, who could oppose greater accessibility and the opportunity that comes with it? Colleagues would tell you that you'd be crazy to oppose this bill and address flaws in debate. But such a debate should be encouraged. It's through the debate between competing perspectives that our system encourages that we constantly improve things and find a better way. Through contrasting choices and perspectives, we make democratic choice work. Partisanship is the fuel that makes our system work. Clear partisan sides also improve accountability. Voters don't need to go out and research what their individual MP does on every vote, on every bill, on every issue. It's enough to know where their party stands. Now, some say Parliament would work better if only the parties worked together more instead of opposing each other so often. It's at exactly such a time, when there is no debate, that citizens should become concerned. That is when the flaws in government become hidden. So let's celebrate the partisan divides that have made our system of parliamentary democracy so successful for centuries. Now, returning to the bill, Section 51 addresses the role of the CRTC in the area of information and communication technologies. Now, this provides me the opportunity to thank the media over the years for their always fair treatment. For example, you will all recall countless critical articles, radio and TV news pieces taking me to task for my approach to managing the House, using time allocation to schedule our business and votes. Now that my successors in the current Liberal government have shown a similar affection for Standing Order 78, I've been heartened to see them on the receiving end of a similar stream of criticisms, as well as a number of full-throated apologies to me for the fashion in which the media took me to task. Okay, that hasn't really happened.
No, that
But I'm confident it will happen really soon because, after all, I remain hopeful that the media are always fair in this country. In a more credible fashion, I want to thank the many volunteers on my riding association, executive, and campaigns. They give and have given so generously of their time, simply because they cared about their country and their community, and they believed in our efforts to make Canada and York Simcoe a better place. The bill before us talks about encouraging participation in Canadian society. Participating in our democratic processes is one of the most important types of that participation. All of you have the same kind of people who have helped you. They are true citizens, people who give back, who genuinely care, who make our democracy work. They are largely unsung and underappreciated, but all of us and our communities are greatly in their debt. As I leave elected politics, I will return to once again being one of those people, a dedicated volunteer working hard for his party. Now, the decision to leave politics is one of the most difficult to make. It's easy to follow the path of least resistance and just keep on going. But I'm confident that for me, now is the right time to take my leave from this place. I will miss much. My family, who have been full partners and enjoyed the extraordinary voyage we have traveled together, will miss it too. Already, people have witnessed the sad sight of myself and former colleagues sitting in a corner at the Albany Club sharing stories of the good old days. And we will no doubt go on doing that. Because they have been not just good old days, they have been great old days. We had the opportunity to serve, to make a difference, to make Canada an even better place. It has been an honor. Bravo. Bravo.
Before going on to questions and comments, I want to congratulate the honourable member for York Simcoe, and I just want to fill him in that as a chair occupant, we often sit here and there's 337 other members in the House that you look to, and there's often people who get up on a point of order or a point of privilege, and you know they've got some idea of what they want to say, but anytime the honourable member for York Simcoe stood up, I knew that he had it well thought out, he understood the rules, and what's going on in my mind is, okay, where the heck is he going to take this and where is he going to come from to make his point? We're going to miss you. Your constituents are losing a wonderful MP, very effective. Whether I agreed or anyone else agreed at the time, you were very effective, or the honourable member was very effective when he did bring up his points, and there will be some large shoes to fill. Wish him all the best. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Cape Breton Cancel. Okay. Yes. Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure. Thanks for recognizing me to address the member from York Simcoe.
And I know he's not one for, he didn't want a whole lot of intervention on this part because, you know, he's kind of a soft, mushy guy and he didn't want to get emotional today. So we'll try to step back from that. I very much want to thank him, though, for him sharing that history of his family and giving us as colleagues here in the House just that reflection back. And you know, that's what shapes us all as parliamentarians, as people. And so I thought that was tremendous insight as to how he came and grew and came to the light, as he said. We may talk about that on division. But, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to work with him here in this House for 14 years. And on a number of different issues, on a couple of different committees. When he was House Leader, I was the whip of the official opposition. And I can say with great certainty that his reputation is tough and it's hard, but without question, it was fair as well. And when we look at where the conversation and the tone of the conversation around politics has gone, especially south of the border, but in some cases here in this country, he was never one to get personal. He would be, you know, smart on the issues, tough on the tactics, but he would never get personal, and he was always disciplined in that regard, and he'll always carry the respect of anybody that's been here and watched him and worked with him. He will always carry that respect from everybody. I know that he will be missed by his caucus colleagues. He will be missed by the people from York Simcoe that he's represented. Being missed by the government members, maybe not so much. But it was only because he was effective in his job. On behalf of our side here, I have no question. I just want to make the comment that for your service, you and Cheryl, when you ride off into the sunset now, I know that this won't be the end of it, but this is a family thing, and I think all of us, when we make that decision, it'll be based on how we know what our family has been through over those years. So we know what your family has supported you and continue to support you, but know that you've earned your chops in this place, and on behalf of our party and on the government, we want to thank you for that service to this country.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
I thank the honourable member for his very kind and generous intervention. Certainly the assessment, tough but fair, is one that I will carry forward with great pride, and I thank him for that. And I might add that I will hopefully apply that same tough but fair approach in my new life practicing municipal law with Ard Burles, a field I practiced before I entered, and now I'm returning to that. It's like life is a circle. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. It was enlightening, and I must say that I think it is very important that he underscored how significant and pertinent full and free debate and discussion in this House is. However, he also talked about time allocation, and so my question is, did he intentionally leave his notes on complex and perhaps less direct procedural proceedings in his desk for the current government?
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
I thank the honourable member for her comment and her intervention. Certainly I was under the impression, having sat on that side and heard so many discussions from this side, that we would never see time allocation. Indeed, I'm disappointed that here on my last day, I won't have the opportunity to vote against one of those time allocation motions the Liberals said they would never introduce. But I think I'm pleased to see that as history has moved forward, perhaps the wisdom of my approach is being validated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a great pleasure, often a challenge, but a rewarding one, to work with the member for York Simcoe over the last 14 years. He's a man of integrity, of opinion. Sometimes he likes to share that opinion. He's also been a great student, as was mentioned, of Canadian history, and he had a particular passion for our first Prime Minister, Sir John Macdonald. Now, despite that his son's name is John A., the member for York Simcoe swears that he did not name his son after his hero. I don't know anybody in this House who has ever believed him. That said, Mr. Speaker, the member has been a very hard work on behalf of his constituents for many, many years now. He's also given us something that we rarely hear in this chamber, and that is the gift of oratory. Last year, there was this particular speech in which the member had us in the lobby spellbound when he started talking about Canadian history, the roles that various leaders had played within that. He did it with such grace, with eloquence, knowledge, and passion that I couldn't help but think, why do we not hear more of this these days? It was a shining example of a great MP, for which I thank him. I was so glad I had that experience. And I'm really wondering if the member has considered a compilation of his great speeches, or whether that be in book form, or even on his own YouTube channel for the rest of us to enjoy in the future.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
I think the speech for which I'm best known is the one where I start, I wish to advise the House that we failed to meet agreement with the members of the other parties regarding a process for and henceforth move. And that, of course, is time allocation. But I thank the honourable member for her kind intervention. We have in common a deep history and links to, let's call it, the extra-parliamentary party side, to working for our party and helping it to succeed. And I know I will be with her, in touch with her in the future as she continues to do that work, and I do it from the other side as an ordinary citizen volunteer once again. Thank you again for your kind comments.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I'm running a Newmarket Aurora. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to take this opportunity to wish my colleague well. We share a border. Our riding is the border on each other. Green Lane is the name of the road for those not familiar with that part of the world. And we tend to see each other from time to time, and it was always a pleasure to be at events with that member, and I've got to know him a little bit over the years just through our involvement in the riding, and I know his father-in-law quite well. So I know he for one is looking forward to spending more time with the member for York Simcoe, and I suspect that feeling is mutual, but I'm not sure. But as York Region, as a member of York Region, like the member from York Simcoe is, there were times not that long ago where the Liberal York Region caucus was quite small. It grew after the last election. I mean, the size is in flux once again, but this member, this member was always a pleasure to be around at local York Region events. He served his community well, and like me, he has a passion for history. And I think it's appropriate at this point that someone who is such an advocate for Canadian history and such a passion, has such a passion for history, will, I think, now become part of Canadian history, which is a testament to his role in this House. And I wish him well, and I want to congratulate him on a great career of public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not surprised that a Liberal would take delight in calling me history.
The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time today. Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the last 3 years, I've had the pleasure of sitting behind Peter Van Loan in this borderline between New Democrats and Conservatives, and I can safely say on most policy issues there are probably no two people in the House who agree less than Peter and I. However, we found a sense of camaraderie, and both of us really do believe in the importance of this institution. But there are two things on which we do share agreement. One of those is the importance of Canadian history, and I thank Peter for his constant reminders of the importance of Canadian history in this House. And the second, strangely enough, is the monarchy. And Peter and I share both being monarchists. I believe a constitutional monarchy is one of the foundations of our democracy because when you're from my community, you know it's hard to upstage a queen. So I wish Peter all the best in the future and want to say personally that he will very much be missed in this House.
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I very much enjoyed the time with the honourable member from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, difficult name, but he has similar roots as a kind of party operative in the past, and I think that often brings people together, even across different parties, because we know what we go through to make this system of democracy work, and he's certainly been part of that in the past as well. I appreciate his comments, of course, on history and on the monarchy. My wife will be very, very encouraged to hear him take that position, and of course, as Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage, a role I held for the past 3 years, that was something that was important to me. But most importantly of all, I appreciate that the honourable member has been able, I think it's fair to say that we have become friends, notwithstanding differences on many issues. And at the end of the day, while we should always be suspicious of friendships across party lines, I say, I have quite enjoyed his friendship and that of many others on the other perspectives. As I say, when you become committed to this institution, to the way that it works, to the way that this House works, the way that our democracy works, when you can see past the issues, to see the importance of that, and that in the end, the people who tell us what to do are in fact always right, that this democracy works well, and there can be no better place for it and no more wonderful place for it than this august chamber. Thank you.
And it's an honour to be sitting in the chair on the closing of this chapter of Canadian parliamentary history. I wish the honourable member all the best. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour and privilege to rise in this House and discuss the important issue of accessibility and how our government is addressing the systemic barriers in our society through the Accessible Canada Act. As a Liberal, I tend to view public policy through the lens of equality of opportunity. Government policy should level the playing field for individuals and groups in society. For instance, whether you're born of a rich family or one that struggles, you should have every opportunity to succeed. In order for this to happen, there needs to be a role for government. Public health care, public education, student loans and grants all contribute to ensure this basic premise is achieved. However, if we look at the unique challenges faced by Canadians with disabilities, the promise of equality of opportunity has fallen short thus far. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand of these challenges and barriers that hinder full inclusion for Canadians with disabilities. On October 3rd, 1991, my life changed forever. I was the victim of a random act of gun violence and became a C5 quadriplegic. Overnight, things I never thought twice about became significant challenges in my day-to-day life. Finding a home that I could physically enter, accessing caregivers simply to get out of bed in the morning, navigating university, accessing technology, or even just trying to find employment that would accommodate my unique needs. Clearly, and in no uncertain terms, things I took for granted became more difficult. Mr. Speaker, my case is not unique. 14% of Canadians are living with a disability. That is 1 in 7. These Canadians face significant and unique challenges solely because they have a disability. A recent study conducted by Stats Canada found that Canadians with disabilities are significantly less likely to be high school or university graduates and are 2 times more likely or not in the labour force. Canadians with disabilities also face income challenges. Among Canadians with a disability, 1 in 4 is low income compared to 1 in 10 for the general population. Mr. Speaker, our government knows that everyone has something important to contribute to their community and to Canada, and this includes those in this country with disabilities. They just need the playing field to be leveled. Our government is following through on our mandate promise made by the Prime Minister to develop and introduce new accessibility legislation. We have developed legislation that is ambitious and that would lead to more consistent experiences of accessibility across Canada. The legislation is founded on 6 key principles: inherent dignity, equal opportunity, barrier-free government, autonomy, inclusive design, and meaningful involvement. And let's be clear, we are taking a whole-of-government approach to the issue of furthering accessibility in this country. From our National Housing Strategy to the Elections Act, to embracing visitability, we are enacting legislation that brings real change for Canadians with disabilities. With the tabling of Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act, we are showing Canadians that we are serious about creating an accessible Canada. To inform the development of this new bill, our government conducted the largest and most accessible consultation on disability issues our country has ever seen. The consultation ran from June 2016 to February of 2017. I am proud that more than 6,000 Canadians and over 90 organizations participated across the country. Over and over again, we heard from Canadians that this legislation would need strong measures with teeth to make sure that it gets the job done. We listened, and we have a plan to make sure that accessibility is a priority for all areas under federal jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, our government has tabled legislation that will ensure the cooperation between the Government of Canada, people with disabilities, and other stakeholders to create new accessibility standards and requirements. As my colleagues have described, these new requirements will apply to all organizations in federal jurisdiction. These new requirements will identify and remove existing barriers and prevent new ones in priority areas such as the built environment, service delivery, employment, transportation, information, and communication technologies, and the procurement of goods and services. We heard in our Accessible Canada consultations that Canadians want legislation with enforcement. That's why our bill proposes measures to ensure meaningful and lasting change when it comes to barriers to accessibility. We want to make sure accessibility is practical, convenient, and second nature. We know that Canadians expect a range of strong compliance and enforcement measures that would be applied progressively. Our bill ensures that these measures would be supported by technical knowledge and progressive enforcement. This includes inspections and audits to verify compliance and a progressive suite of tools, including orders and warnings, compliance audits, and monetary penalties of up to $250,000. Our government knows that it is impossible to address all barriers to accessibility at once. That's why we will also ensure that there are mechanisms for individuals to have their specific circumstances addressed and barriers to accessibility removed. In addition to the existing Canadian human rights process that respond to discrimination under Canadians with Human Rights Act, individuals will have the ability to bring forward cases of non-compliance with regulated standards under this new legislation. They could get redress for harm done to them, which could include reimbursement of expenses and lost wages or compensation for pain and suffering. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a real transformation of the Government of Canada's approach to accessibility. Up until this point, the responsibility for fixing accessibility issues has rested on people with disabilities who had to pursue action through the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the courts. I am happy to say that Bill C-81 is changing that. No longer will Canadians with disabilities be expected to fix the system by themselves. Instead, these new proactive compliance and enforcement measures will help ensure that organizations under federal jurisdiction are held accountable for removing barriers and improving accessibility. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that this initiative, with its combination of encouragement and enforcement, will increase inclusion and fairness in our country. It will set the bar and become a model for organizations all over Canada and across the globe. If passed, this law will also ensure uniformity and fairness in its application. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why this legislation is receiving such widespread support. With this legislation, we are continuing the march of progress for people with disabilities. It will lead to a more inclusive Canada, a more fair Canada, a place where equality of opportunity exists for people with disabilities in this country. A Canada where people with disabilities can reach their individual potential and are recognized as valued citizens. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague who certainly speaks from a place of deep knowledge of the subject and, of course, of personal triumph over a horrific and tragic accident of one hates to think of what it meant in his young life to have had that stray bullet. I want to speak of this bill and ask his opinion of whether those people across Canada who do celebrate that this bill has been brought forward are, and I see if he agrees with me, that they are almost unanimous in saying this bill needs to be improved in committee, that there should be more about it that is obliging government to act rather than encouraging it to act.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank the member for her question and her kind words. I know this legislation brings forward many significant steps forward where government will, at least with federal jurisdiction, will be able to address the concerns of people with disabilities, whether that's through actually having an internal process where people who are seeking employment in government can get the accommodations they need to succeed and thrive. And when we're looking at places that we want to have procurement policies with, how we reach out and ensure that those organizations are having accessibility legislation and how they're going to go about moving forward in how we do trade and commerce. I can also just say that highlighting this bill and how its effects on government service, you know, there are the day and age of people not getting through the door are essentially over with this legislation. It puts a proactive onus on government to move forward and look at things with an accessibility lens that I believe will be very helpful to people with disabilities, very helpful for people with trying to navigate an often complex system.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments about this very important legislation. And I am very proud to be a part of a government that is moving forward with Bill C-81 and this accessibility legislation. And as someone who knows firsthand what it is like to face disabilities, I wondered if the honourable member could tell us what it will mean to others, especially younger Canadians who may find themselves, like him, disabled overnight, where their lives were really changed so much. How will this legislation actually impact those young Canadians, and what will it tell them about what their federal government is doing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and in my view, this legislation is probably the most positive step forward in terms of government legislation since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we've seen Much has changed over the years. In fact, things have, generally speaking, gotten better for people with disabilities in this country. And yet, in many ways, we had to codify how to do things better and to move even progress forward. I noticed at the start of my speech there are still very many inequalities in this country, and in particular, people with disabilities are more likely to be poor, are more likely to have difficulties finding employment, even getting services through government departments. So this legislation will put that proactive emphasis on governments and our systems within the federal jurisdiction to have an accessibility lens for us to look at how we're going to not only get people through the door, but to help them come out the other side and succeed, whether that be through employment, whether that be through accessing technology, whether it be through getting government services. It's now incumbent upon us as government to follow through with what has been put into place through this legislation to make things better for people with disabilities in this country.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
Is about inclusivity. Whether it is a government, a business, or any other organization, inclusion means facilitating and promoting the participation of people who may otherwise experience challenges as they seek to fully contribute to society. And of course, that includes the full contribution of people with disabilities. It is clear we need to change how accessibility barriers have been addressed in this country. We now recognize that implementing a proactive approach to barrier removal will result in positive impacts in the daily lives of people with disabilities. No longer will they have to battle one barrier at a time to make changes if obligated organizations are held to a recognized set of standards. This in turn will also have the effect of reducing complaints from individuals and organizations. With the creation of accessibility organizations such as the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, Canada will establish itself as a national and global accessibility leader. The Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization will put Canadians with disabilities in control of setting the accessibility standards that affect their lives. The creation of this organization signals the start of a new approach to accessibility by the Government of Canada. A new approach that is proactive and takes the needs of Canadians with disabilities into account from the start. In 2016 and 2017, the Government of Canada undertook extensive consultations with Canadians, including Canadians with disabilities, and sought their input on the most important areas for improving accessibility. Canadians stated that legislation should lead more consistent experiences of accessibility across Canada, and that it should be built upon the existing standards that are already working well. Our constituents want new legislation that could lead to the development of accessibility standards that other governments in Canada could adopt. Canadians were also clear on the areas that should be considered for standard development, including employment, the built environment, transportation, programs and service delivery, information and communications, and procurement of goods and services. Canadians with disabilities express the need to be involved in many aspects of implementation, including the standards development process. More precisely, to develop standards, the new Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization could form technical committees that include persons with disabilities and representatives from the federally regulated sector. The government also engaged the federally regulated sector, which provided valuable advice on how the government can assist industry to meet their obligations under established standards. Industry representatives stated that standards under the new legislation should be clear and unambiguous. Industry partners also wanted the Government of Canada to strive to achieve as much as possible. Harmonization with similar models in effect across other Canadian jurisdictions such as Ontario, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia, where members already operate and are familiar with existing requirements. Mr. Speaker, the federally regulated sector wants the government to provide support to organizations during the implementation of the legislation. They are looking for the Government of Canada to support organizations through dedicated resources and developmental tools, such as websites, background documentation, guidelines, toolkits, and videos that can assist them with the implementation process. In fact, helping supporting organizations to meet their obligations will be one of the new roles of the new Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization. Establishing clear and concise standards that apply to all obligated organizations equally will help them understand and comply with requirements, and is ultimately good for business, which can lead to economic benefits for those organizations. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important aspects of the new proposed legislation is the development and use of standards. Standards are guidelines that establish accepted practices and provide technical requirements. A standards-based approach can articulate the manner in which goals of the legislation are to be achieved, including penalties for failure to comply with standards and an enforcement strategy for non-compliance. Standards can also be either voluntary or mandatory, with those standards that are mandatory being enforced by laws and regulations. During our extensive engagement with Canadians, they have overwhelmingly expressed a desire for the need for mandatory standards. The new legislation proposes the creation of the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization. This entity would be the first standards organization in Canada dedicated exclusively to developing accessibility standards. It would also be the first to be led by a board of directors with majority representation by people with disabilities. The organization would have a board of directors to set its strategic direction, oversee its activities, and give advice to the Chief Executive Officer. Director positions would be part-time and would be appointed by the Governor and Council for terms of up to 4 years. To the extent possible, the majority of the directors would be persons with disabilities, which will help fulfill our commitment to honor a key principle of the disability community: nothing about us without us. In addition, standards would be developed by technical committees comprised of persons with disabilities as well as industry experts. As a departmental corporation, the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization would be considered part of the Federal Public Service Administration, but would operate independently from the government department agencies and crown corporations that eventually would be subject to these standards. This would allow the Minister to provide general direction on priority areas and areas of concern for the development of accessibility standards while facilitating the organization's independence in day-to-day operations. The Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization would be established following the coming into force of Bill C-81 and would be operational within 1 year of the date. A transition team would be put in place immediately afterward to operationalize the organization, with some of the early activities to include the appointment of the board of directors, the establishment of a leadership team, including the chief executive officer, the development of bylaws, and determining the location of the head office within Canada. Once the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization has a developed set of standards, the minister responsible would bring forward enforceable regulations to guide regulated entities. Regulated entities include the federal government departments, agencies, crown corporations, and other points of the federal public administration, such as the RCMP and Canadian Forces, as well as the federally regulated sector and parliamentary entities. Once the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization is established, the first standards would take approximately 2 years to develop. The length of the development process would depend on the complexity of the standard and the level of consensus on requirements of the particular areas. The priority areas for the standards development would mirror those set out in Bill C-81, which include employment, the built environment, transportation, information, communication technologies, and delivery of programs and services, and the procurements of goods and services. Although the main role of this organization would be the development and revision of standards, it would have a very broad mandate. Indeed, the organization would also be responsible for providing information, products, and services in relation to the accessibility standards that it's developed or revised. It would also be responsible for the promotion and support and conduct of research into the identification and removal of barriers and the prevention of new barriers. Also, it would be responsible for the dissemination of information, including information about best practices in relation to the identification, removal, and prevention of new barriers. This organization would be required to submit an annual report to the minister responsible for accessibility, who would then table the report in Parliament. Along with ensuring transparency, the annual reporting would communicate organizational priorities to Canadians and the success in achieving them. The report would also lay out future priorities. Such an arm's-length organization dedicated to the creation of accessibility standards would be new in Canada. It would, however, function in a similar way to other standard development organizations, such as the Canadian Standards Association and the Canadian General Standards Board. As a matter of fact, it is anticipated the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization would seek accreditation from the Standards Council of Canada. The proposed organization would be somewhat similar to the United States Access Board, which is an independent federal agency that develops and maintains accessible design criteria for the built environment, transit vehicles, telecommunications, equipment, medical diagnostic equipment, and information technology. Provinces and territories would have opportunities to work with the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, and the new organization could be asked to assist with standards making at the provincial and territorial levels. Along with this organization, others will play a vital role in developing accessibility standards and regulations in the specific areas of responsibility based on expertise and experience gained over many years. You want me to stop? Okay.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for her speech. In looking at Bill C-81, I think it's very clear that there is an expectation, certainly a desire on the part of many members in this place, and I suspect not just opposition members but government members, that the bill be improved in committee. And I wonder if this member has any insights as to the openness of the government to accept amendments in committee.
Honourable Member for St. Laurent.
So unfortunately, I'm not on that committee, and I'm not somebody. I'm really just giving this speech because I'm very pro accessibility, and I approve of Bill C-81. I like the way that it's written out. Of course, we can always improve, and so I'm hoping that we can accept some input from other members as well. And I'm sure that the government's open to hearing what improvements people seek to make in this place.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention on this particular subject today. I was wondering, as a Member of Parliament, could she tell this House what she sees as the greatest benefit for Bill C-81 coming forward in the near future?
The Honourable Member for St. Laurent.
Obviously, the Government of Canada is limited in what it's able to do at all levels to completely change the way things work here in Canada. But this is a really great first step to improving accessibility, to removing barriers for people with disabilities. Having worked as a resource aide in a school myself for several years, I know that there are several barriers that exist even at the most basic levels, and services that could definitely be improved. And so if we don't have people of this community having some input and actually telling Canadians and telling the boards what they expect, then we're not going to make changes that they require.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, yeah. There he is, right in front of us there, the Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, having sat next to you, I know how easy it is for you to miss me in these moments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was delighted to hear the comments that you were making, and particularly with reference to ensuring that end users have some say within the development of policy. And certainly that is one of the prime principles. I'm not referring to you, Mr. Speaker. I know you have no interest in the end users in this instance. Oh, that's not fair. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to you, and you are one of the most sensitive and caring people that I know who are very interested in the outcomes. Just with respect, one of the issues I found in the development of disabilities in some of the areas I've worked in is that often legislatively we've required over 50% to be from the disability community or be related to those. And I noticed that in your comments, you left that somewhat vague. So I was interested in your comments on that. And secondly, a second principle of development of policy is that often having the end users involved in it, there is some disparity between what the end users say and the implementation. So do you have any notion of how you might have the end users actually involved right through to the implementation to see that the original intent is not lost? Thank you.
Before we go on for an answer, I just want to remind the honourable members that normally we ask the question not directly to the person, but through the chair. I'm sure the honourable member didn't want my opinion, but I'll let the honourable member for Saint Laurent answer.
So once again, it's really important to make sure that they are involved at all levels of the process. It would obviously be somewhat a conflict of interest if they were involved in actually implementing it. The people who are making decisions can't necessarily benefit directly and implement it, be responsible for implementation, but we will be making sure that they are consulted at all levels and that they are the ones making the appropriate recommendations and decisions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, or better known as the Accessible Canada Act. This is a subject near and dear to my heart. You know, as we've heard from various members, we all want to ensure that those living with disabilities are treated as equals, and we want to remove the barriers that they face every single day. Now, Mr. Speaker, I said this is near and dear to my heart, so I'd like to start by providing some insight into some obstacles that I've encountered firsthand living with disabilities in Canada. It was 2006. I had just been named Minister of Human Resources and Social Development with responsibility for the Office for Disabilities. Now, ironically, just a few weeks into the job, I was diagnosed with Graves' disease and Graves' eye disease. Now, these are thyroid afflictions that, among other things, in me, cause both extreme light sensitivity and extreme strabismus, resulting in me being legally blind for quite a period of time. More recently, I underwent complicated double hip replacement surgery, which unfortunately resulted in my need for mobility assistance tools around this place for many, many months. Now, it was during both of these periods that I learned just how inaccessible many things in my life were, including this particular workplace. Simple things, such as moving between the hill and my office more than half a kilometer away from this house, being unable to walk that distance, being unable to take the step up or the step down from the little white minibus. Challenges were also considerable in actually having to fight to get an accessible parking space here at Centre Block. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you'll recall, even with the eventual direct intervention by the Speaker's office, it literally took months to fix what were supposed to be the accessibility doors at the rear of this building, doors that unfortunately malfunctioned more often than not. One of the main barriers to getting that particular job done was a clear lack of accountability for the issue. And I'll talk more about accountability a little bit later. I also discovered how narrow certain parts of these buildings are for those who rely on wheelchairs or walkers that inhibit our ability to get around. Now, with a disability, many of these seemingly small things all of a sudden can become very big obstacles. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It used to be a lot worse. In fact, under the previous Liberal government, the Office for People with Disabilities was actually 2 offices, and neither one of them was accessible by those who were mobility challenged. That's right, if you used a wheelchair or a walker, you couldn't get into the building. You couldn't work there, you couldn't consult, you couldn't lobby, you couldn't advocate for people with disabilities because you weren't allowed in. I know this may sound a little bit farcical, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's true. Now, happily, our Conservative government fixed that scenario in short order, and in fact, we combined the facilities. We had one office, and it was built as a showcase of how businesses and organizations could adapt to people with mobility, visibility, hearing, or other challenges. Now, in one place, businesses and other organizations could finally find the technologies, the techniques, the tips, and the tools that would help them accommodate people of all abilities so that these organizations could benefit from their skills to make those organizations even stronger. Mr. Speaker, by the end, not only could people with disabilities enter this office to do business there, they could actually work there. What a concept. Now, as the former Minister for HRSD responsible for the disabilities file, I have to tell you, I was very proud to be part of a government that took leadership in removing many, many barriers for people with disabilities. Yes, we created the Registered Disability Savings Plan in 2008, and yes, we signed on to the UN Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Now, the RDSP, as you've probably heard, was a breakthrough financial planning tool, the first of its kind anywhere in the world. And to date, over 150,000 Canadians and their families have invested in this wonderful, wonderful tool. But we did so much more for people with disabilities. We launched the Opportunities Fund that so far has helped over 20,000 people with disabilities develop the skills that they need to get a job, to actually get a job, and with that, the dignity and self-respect that come with having a job. We partnered with the Canadian Association for Community Living on the Ready, Willing, and Able initiative to connect people with developmental disabilities with a job. We also invested in expanding vocational training programs for people with autism spectrum disorders. More, you say, Mr. Speaker? Yes, we did more. We removed the GST, HST on eyewear that is specially designed to electronically enhance the vision of individuals with vision impairment, and also on special training to help individuals cope with the effects of a disorder or disability. We invested hundreds of millions of dollars every year in the labor market agreements for persons with disabilities to help the provinces and territories improve the employment of Canadians with disabilities in their turn. We released a landmark third-party report, Rethinking Disability in the Private Sector. Now, this report spelled out in very plain language the many tangible benefits of hiring people with disabilities: reduced absenteeism, reduced turnover, improved morale, and improved profitability. And I'm rightly very proud that in 2007, our government created the Enabling Accessibility Fund. Now, this program was designed to provide direct funding to help community groups, municipalities, and organizations improve accessibility for people with disabilities where they work, live, and play, such as community centers, town halls, churches, arenas, and so many more local spots. Over 3,700 facilities were made more accessible through this program, and in 2013, we recognized both the value and the success of it. What was originally billed as a temporary program, and we made the funding permanent. Now, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I never expected over 10 years ago when we launched that particular program, that 10 years later, I would be so appreciative of and in so much need of the results of those investments. But I was sure glad they were there, as are thousands and thousands of Canadians who use them every day. Mr. Speaker, among many other tax aids, we also created the Home Accessibility Tax Credit for both seniors and for those living with disabilities to renovate and make their own homes more accessible, giving them not just a sense of independence, but in fact, real independence. We did this, Mr. Speaker, because we recognize the contributions that people with disabilities can and do make to our nation and our communities. And we recognize the value that a person's independence brings to their dignity. Now, this isn't to say that the accomplishments of our government solved every problem, but they were significant steps in the right direction. And that said, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure members would agree, we still have a lot of work to do. Take, for example, the presentation of petitions right here in this House of Commons. Excuse me. Now, a year ago, almost a year ago exactly, I had a petition from constituents rejected by the clerk of this House because it was on 11 by 17-inch paper, printed big enough to accommodate the constituents of mine who had visual challenges. The paper was deemed too big for the House of Commons by this House of Commons. Now, under the current standing orders, petitioners can only petition the House of Commons if the petition is printed on paper that is described as the usual size, meaning letter or legal size only. And Mr. Speaker, I actually had to seek unanimous consent from this House to table this particular petition. Now, thanks to my colleagues on all sides, unanimous consent was granted and I was allowed to table the petition. But Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, there's so much text that's required to be included on the petition now that the font used has to be pretty small if it's going to fit on an 8.5 by 11-inch piece of paper. Now, that's not fair. It's not fair to our constituents. In fact, it's so backwards a policy to limit the size of paper that if all the required information is actually there. And I believe, personally, that every Canadian should be able to submit a petition that's on larger paper if it means that they can actually read what they're signing. I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to require. Now, as someone who was once legally blind, as the former minister responsible for the Disabilities Office, I regularly encourage many institutions and organizations to adopt more accessible, friendly policies. So it's very disappointing to me that this House isn't taking the same approach, at least not so far. And not only does this guideline fail to provide accessibility to Canadians who are visually impaired, but it's a barrier to them being able to access and fully participate at the same level of engagement with their government as someone without a visibility challenge. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the House for granting me unanimous consent to table the petition. And frankly, I was hopeful that having this issue brought before the Procedural and House Affairs Committee, or as we know it better, PROC, would lead to positive and permanent change. Sadly, I'm now hearing that a full of people, the government members of PROC, the same people who are introducing Bill C-81, these people are now, for some strange reason, withholding their support for this change that they once seemed to support. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand it. Because if the government were truly serious about addressing the issues facing Canadians with disabilities, they would have addressed the standing order by now. Instead, here we are, almost a year later, and Standing Order 36 1.1c still hasn't been updated. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could say that this were just an oversight, but sadly, it doesn't seem to be so. You know, during the 2015 election, the Liberals campaigned on a promise to make life more accessible for Canadians with disabilities. And for each cabinet shuffle, it's been part of the minister's mandate letter to consult and introduce legislation on this subject as quickly as possible. Here we are, 3 years later, and we're getting a bill from the minister that is said to have been the result of extreme consultations across Canada. Now, I have no doubt that the minister and her staff did do extensive consultations across the country on this matter. That's what they claim. It must be true. But one would normally have expected something of deeper value and more tangible change to have been proposed as a result. Instead, all that this piece of legislation does is propose the creation
of yet another agency at a cost of $290 million to taxpayers. But here's the sad part. None of that money is actually being spent on helping Canadians who face accessibility issues on a day-to-day basis. Instead, it's going to hire more bureaucracy. It's paying for auditors to audit all government buildings and those that fall under federal jurisdiction, such as banks, and to consult still more on what the standard regulations should be for accessibility. Well, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, this is a waste of money. We don't need more consultations to develop regulations. We have those already. As a matter of fact, during our time in government, we spent many millions of dollars making hundreds, I say hundreds, of federal buildings more accessible. And you know what happened? When we put that in the budget, the Liberals voted against it. But we were able to do all of these updates and set regulations without the need of yet another multi-million-dollar agency to develop yet another report. And Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation says that the regulations, when developed over the next 6 years, would, among other places, apply to the Parliament buildings. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a few questions for the Minister. As members of Parliament, we all have at least 2 offices, one in Ottawa and one, and often more, in the riding. Will those auditors be auditing our constituency offices to ensure that they comply with these new regulations? If so, and if our offices don't comply, who would be responsible for paying for the upgrades? I know from my own experience that it was extremely difficult to find office space that was both accessible and affordable in our small towns. And our members' offices budgets, well, they wouldn't cover the cost to make an office accessible because of the high dollar figure involved. In one case, simply building a ramp and altering the front door to my office would have cost 3 years' rent. 3 years' rent, Mr. Speaker. Now, the landlord couldn't responsibly or reasonably be expected to pay for that, and house management wouldn't pay for it. In addition to our constituency offices, our Parliament buildings were not designed to be disability friendly. And while we, as a government, made great strides in fixing that, these buildings were just not designed with those with accessibility issues in mind. With Centre Block shutting down in a few months for a much-needed 10-plus years renovation, has the Minister made plans to ensure that when this building reopens, it will be disability-friendly for not just Canadians when they visit the Parliament buildings, but for the MPs, senators, and thousands of people who support this institution? For example, will rounded doorknobs be changed over to lever knobs? What about the bathroom sink faucets? The toilet flushers? Will any ramps needed to be built? And will they be built to the appropriate 1:10 ratio? Or how about a distinguished baseboard that will allow someone who has a visual impairment to see where the wall and the floor meet? Will there be visual and audible warnings for people in the event of emergencies? Right now, in my Confederation office building, the fire alarm is an audio-only alarm. Now, that works for me and my staff, but what if I have guests or someone who is a cleaner in there who can't hear? What is planned for wheelchair access to the Hill? And perhaps more importantly, what plans exist for true emergency evacuation by wheelchair or walker? I know that while I was the Minister of Public Works, I took all of these things into consideration and required that they be incorporated into the Parliament Hill renovation design plans. But I have a question. Are those features still included? I know that many of those plans have been changed. So I asked the Minister, will she ensure that Centre Block and the other Parliament buildings will be accessible friendly after these once-in-a-century renovations? Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I'm also concerned about the jurisdiction under which this bill is being placed. As the bill currently stands, The Minister for Sports and Disabilities will be responsible for implementing this bill, yet much of the work will require to be executed by Public Works. And I'm concerned that as a result of this, the Minister for Disabilities will be unable to adequately address issues and address these issues as they arise. Mr. Speaker, while I do support sending this legislation to committee and its intended goal, I have some serious concerns over the need to create a new agency, the amount of funding requested, and how the division of responsibility, authority, and accountability for its implementation will be addressed. I am also concerned that this legislation does is essentially reiterate the Minister's mandate letter. She's already consulted with Canadians, so instead we should be discussing the regulations, not the creation of another agency. I look forward to hearing what the other members have to say so that together we can develop legislation that will truly address the very real concerns of very real Canadians with very real disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very thoughtful speech. Having been a colleague of hers in this place during the time when she was struggling with significant health challenges and physical limitations, it was certainly inspiring to see the spirit with which she challenged herself and all of us to live up to what's required for accessibility. And her voice now is much appreciated. I wonder, as a former minister, how she feels about the approach this legislation takes, not to set timelines or deadlines. So the language used throughout is of progressive realization. The goal of the legislation is through progressive realization. So there's it's a vanishing horizon into the future, as I see it. I mean, one understands that one can't snap your fingers and remove all barriers immediately. But as a former minister, I'd be interested in her thoughts of the constant use in this legislation of a goal of progressive realization with no end in sight.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her very kind words. She was a tremendous support to me over those tough times. She brings up an issue that is very important. I talked about accountability. If you're going to have accountability, you have to establish what's going to be done, by whom, and when. Those things aren't in this document, in this bill. There's talk about consulting. Well, that was supposed to have been done already. That was supposed to have been done. We managed to go ahead and do a whole lot of things as a government that had tangible results. We upgraded several hundred buildings to make them more accessible. We didn't sit around and gaze at our navel like this bill is proposing to do, spending 6 years to develop standards. Really, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, around the world, those standards already exist, and I would encourage the Liberal government, if they're serious, about going ahead and helping people with disabilities, that they try not to reinvent the wheel, that they put some deadlines on this, that they name one person with the authority and the responsibility and accountability to deliver on this item and get on with it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I learned a lot from what she shared during her time as minister. And I just want to pick up on a piece that has been a bit of a theme this afternoon, and something from my time when I was a social worker was something I felt was important. And what I've heard from people in my constituency is about the lack of timelines, about the lack of accountability in the bill, really advocating that we do some good amendments in this bill. They want something to happen sooner rather than later. But I wondered about her comments on the fact that people have asked me about the need for more, that in order to be accountable, you need to be able to go to one place in order to have that accountability. And the fact that both implementation and other things in this bill sort of are spread out about 4 different agencies, to me, seems confusing, overly bureaucratic, not effective or efficient. And I just wondered, through you, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague would like to comment on those points I've raised.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, I couldn't agree with the Honourable Member more, Mr. Speaker. In fact, that's one of the biggest flaws with this bill, is that there's no one charged with delivering. In fact, the minister whose name is on the bill isn't the minister who tabled it in the House.
And it's a third minister who would actually have to deliver in terms of physical change to these buildings. That and the Office of the Speaker, because the Office of the Speaker does have responsibility for some of the facilities in this building. It's important to have what's known in the business world as a locus of control, someone who is responsible, who is accountable, and who has the authority to make things happen. Otherwise, nothing happens and nobody is held accountable for it, and especially when there are no timelines.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Haldimand Norfolk for her intervention on this bill today. A couple of things I've noticed in the debate today is that there's all kinds of talk about punishment or penalties for non-compliance. And I met just over about 2 weeks ago with a group in my riding in Vernon, the independent living group in Vernon, who have been helping people with accessibility issues of all sorts, not just physical disabilities. But what they're focused on is driving incentives within the community so that there's an incentive for a business to be more physically accessible or visually accessible or hearing accessible. They've worked with the city. And for example, in Salmon Arm, our city council meetings are now streamed over a Bluetooth so people with Bluetooth hearing aids can hear the city council meetings. Those are the types of incentives that really make a difference in a community. And I'd like to ask the member from Haldimand Norfolk if she feels that that type of approach would be something that would be more suitable in this bill rather than heavy penalties for non-compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I do believe that people with disabilities have so much to offer to business, to their communities. You know, there are some 750,000 Canadians who could be at work, but they're not. People with disabilities who could be at work, who want to be at work, but they're not because of artificial barriers that are put in place, including prejudice. Now, the study that was done a number of years ago, the landmark study to which I referred, showed that the average company who adapted its workplace to someone with disabilities spent no more than $500. Now, that's a lot less than the average recruitment cost of $3,200 per employee. And yet, what they saw was people with disabilities, when they joined the workforce, the company overall, not just that employee, but the company overall saw improved absenteeism, improved morale, improved productivity, and therefore improved profitability. Communities are the same way. When a municipality broadcasts its town hall meetings or its mayoral meetings, town council meetings, the disability community is more engaged. Everybody benefits from that. And so I think just the positive side, the carrot, in this case, works much better than a stick, because when those people get engaged, when they can participate, they can contribute, and we can all benefit from that, for sure.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look at the legislation, and I was here when the minister introduced the legislation, and the amount of consultations that were actually done in bringing forward this act that we have today, I think is fairly clear and straightforward in terms of just taking away barriers. And that's really and truly what it is that we want. A federal government that will lead by example. And if the member was to say, well, is the legislation perfect? I don't think there is such a thing. I don't think Stephen Harper had perfect legislation. I don't think that our legislation is perfect. There's always room for improvement, and maybe we'll see some of those improvements once the bill gets into committee. But at the end of the day, I believe that all the different stakeholders that are listening to the debates and the discussions that are taking place would surely recognize that this is a significant step forward in taking away barriers. Would the member agree with that statement?
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the bill has the potential only, to be a good piece of legislation that will make a difference. But as has been pointed out by my colleagues, and I invite them to join us at the committee to make amendments to make this bill relevant. That means establishing very clear lines of accountability, of responsibility,
for the execution of it. It means not spending 6 years doing consultations that it's taken 3 years to do already. So it's consulted for 3 years to make a recommendation to consult for 6 more. That's not what 4 million Canadians with disabilities need. It's not what they want, and it's not going to help them, at least not for another 6 years. Then, who knows, there may be another recommendation for yet another study. Canadians need access now. They need to be able to get to work. They need to be able to get around once they get to work. They need to be able to hear and see or use some tool or technology that will substitute for that, so that they can contribute to Canadian society, so that they can earn a living for themselves and get the dignity and self-worth that comes with having a job.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment the questions are as follows. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Employment Insurance.
For North Island Powell River, Health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to speak to Bill C-81.
Because I think this bill is a good first step. However, we must do more to achieve the objectives of a barrier-free Canada.
First step, and I don't think there's any disability group across Canada or any people concerned with the rights of all Canadians to full access to all the benefits of citizenship in this country, that no one should be denied access to benefits based on physical limitations. That's clear. Canada has long since signed and ratified back in 2006 the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we still need to do much more. So, as I said, I don't think any group has seen this piece of legislation and condemned it. No group has said anything other than that this is welcome. We welcome the efforts of the current government to bring in legislation that would lead us to a country that was barrier-free. I particularly want to commend the member for Haldimand-Norfolk for her observations of what it was like to be as a situation that occurred for me as well, what it's like and how it opens your eyes to have physical limitations which, in both her case and mine, were temporary. I waited a long time for a hip replacement on 2 occasions, and I became much, much more aware of the number of times I got to a building and realized there's no elevator. I don't think I can get myself up those stairs. It hurts too much. And the awareness of what it was like to get over curbs, to get up staircases, these moments of awareness need to be carried through by those of us who do have, at this point, I'm so blessed that the hip replacements worked, so my physical limitations were temporary. But it really woke me up to how many barriers exist in our society that are invisible to those who have full sight, hearing, physical abilities to handle staircases and curbs. The limitations are severe and they need to be removed. We know that a number of provinces have passed legislation to ensure real accessibility, but only Ontario, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia, so obviously not cross-country. We know this federal legislation will apply to places within federal jurisdiction, federal buildings, the federal sphere of activities. But there are criticisms, and I do want to go over them briefly. We've certainly heard a number through debate since C-81 came back to the House. I should make it clear that I will vote for C-81 at this stage because I want it to get to committee. And I'm hoping that at committee we can make significant changes. So the first thing that needs to be said, and I raised this already in questions, I've been surprised as I went through this legislation. So I was surprised by the language, I have to say, the language of the goal. I'll read it here in the purpose of the Act, Section 5. The purpose of this Act is to benefit all persons, especially persons with disabilities, through the progressive realization within the purview of matters coming within the legislative authority of Parliament without barriers. Just continuing, you'll find it the same language, Mr. Speaker, that the Standards Organization is creating a Canadian Accessibility Standards Organization. Its mandate is to contribute to the progressive realization of a Canada without barriers. You can go through and find the accessibility commissioners also working towards progressive realization. I was so interested in the language because as someone who studied legislative interpretation at law school, I've read every bill that's gone through this place since I became an MP 7 years ago, and I'd never seen any bill where the goal was progressive realization of something. So I double-checked, and by searching out the legislative record, which we can now do much more easily than reading every bill over to check, this is the first time any piece of legislation in Canada has set a goal of, quote, progressive realization, unquote, of anything. We usually in legislation set goals that are limited by timelines within X number of years of the bill coming into force, that sort of thing. So progressive realization speaks to the underlying framework of this legislation, which is that it does not demand that Canada achieve a time without barriers by a time specific, even within the federal purview. And that's clearly a weakness. It's discretionary at many other points. I mentioned also earlier today in debate that the Governor and Council, which for those watching who might not recognize the term Governor and Council means Cabinet, the Governor and Council at Section 4 of this Act may, by order, designate a member of Queen's Privy Council for Canada as the Minister for purposes of this Act. Now, I can't imagine why, having created an Act that is discretionary, that says we're going to have a timeline out into the future where we're working in progressive realization of our goal, why on earth it's not required that Cabinet appoint a minister to be in charge. Other speakers have already noted that the minister who tabled this legislation isn't the minister that worked on the legislation and so on. So we really should, I think, in committee be able to address some of the discretionary elements and ensure that Cabinet shall appoint a minister from within the existing Cabinet to have responsibility for carriage of this legislation. It's nonsensical to leave that part discretionary. So a number of the groups dealing with this issue of accessibility and looking at this legislation have made note of some other things, and certainly the discretionary nature, the lack of timelines has been repeated by many. In looking at the legislation, I thought as well that it's much, much better if, in looking at a goal for all of government, that there be accountability with one agency. In this legislation, in terms of transportation, for instance, the rights of accessibility to transport are handled through the Canadian Transportation Agency, whereas the rights to access to telecommunications, radio, TV, and so on, is left with the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC. And I want to quote into the record, and I've certainly leaned on his advice and will be doing so as I'm preparing amendments for C81, a disability advocate who's also a lawyer, David Lepofsky, who said, quote, that kind of splintered approach, by which I just referred to different agencies having responsibility, that kind of splintered approach to implementation and enforcement is a formula for confusion, delay, duplication, and ineffectiveness. We would rather have it all under one roof, close quote. Well, so would I, Mr. Speaker. It will be much more effective if it's all under one roof, with one agency being accountable. There's another element that's come up for discussion since the bill was tabled, and that is access to languages, particularly languages of sign language, the rights to recognize that sign languages are languages and in the national context must be protected as official languages. We've had a number, recently we had a demonstration here in Ottawa about the concerns that sign language en anglais or en français aussi, else
in English and in French as well,
languages, be recognized as languages as part of a national language. So this is a concern that was expressed by a nationwide rally that occurred not that long ago, and the concern is one that I share. So I want to go on the record as supporting that American Sign Language, Langue des Signes du Québec,
Quebec Sign Language,
be understood to be official languages. You can't have full accessibility if you can't read, find, and hear the information due to physical limitations. So our embracing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of People with Disabilities must be at least as strong, and of course there are other United Nations declarations, the rights of Indigenous persons. We have the same concern. We can endorse these United Nations declarations, but when it comes home to implementation in Canada, we must be serious about ensuring that our goals are not in the far distance. So progressive realization is not language I want to see in this legislation at Royal Assent. What I hope we will all see is within, we can negotiate it, within 4 years, 5 years, 6 years of the Royal Assent given to this legislation, a barrier-free Canada must exist, and all peoples of Canada must be able to access as citizens all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, my colleague across the way, with great pleasure. Our objective as government is, of course, to make sure that there is full accessibility in all federal departments and to ensure that all Canadians, regardless of any disability they may have, be able to participate in Canadian society fully. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague will support the bill.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I will say absolutely clearly, yes, I support the bill. I will be voting to send this bill to committee. And I hope very strongly that it will be possible to improve the bill in committee, particularly through deadlines and through clarification of the discretionary issues. Because on first reading, I found the bill weak in that regard, but I do support the effort, and I would like to thank the government for their efforts.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry I didn't stand quick enough on the question. One of the issues that we hear is the fact of the timeline on this piece of legislation. That there's nothing mandated. It effectively pushes the timeline down the road. There's no consistency. There's certainly no time frame from within which many of the proposals within the legislation are to be implemented. Now, the hope is that we can get this to committee and work among the committee to try to narrow that down. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if that's a concern of the honourable member as well.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable friend from Barrie-Innisfil. I couldn't agree more. I think there's been a strong degree, I think, of nonpartisan concern from all members of this place in the debates that have taken place on C-81, whether Conservative, Liberal, New Democrat, or Green. I think there's a hope that we will see the legislation improved in committee. And it's with that spirit that I will vote for the legislation at second reading and hope that we can see more precision. As I said, I know the language progressive realization is found in some United Nations language, but I do submit to this House that progressive realization of a goal is not a terminology that belongs in Canadian law. If you're serious about doing something, you give it timelines, you state goals, and you create accountability. Otherwise, it becomes a legislative effort in empty promises and dreamy hope, but without the kind of rigor that brings change through legislation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I've learned a lot today from members on all sides of the House, and I want to concur with her statement that there appears to be a lot of consensus that this bill is important, but also a lot of consensus that this bill needs to be open to amendments at committee. And one thing I want to put forward to my colleague, just to hear her thoughts. I don't pretend to sort of know all the ins and outs of legislation, but one comment that came to me was, could we not, inside Bill C-81, include some type of timeline for Canada to actually bring in line our laws and policies with the Declaration for the Rights of Persons with Disability that we signed so many years ago? It has come to my attention that that could be one thing we could put in the bill to work towards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend from Saskatoon West. Clearly, timelines make sense in this legislation, and we don't have them now. Again, to quote from an accessibility advocate, advocates who prepared a brief, and this is from the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act Alliance, and they pointed out that to meet this goal of progressive realization within the purview of matters coming under the legislative authority of Parliament, they point out one new ramp per year somewhere in Canada would entirely fulfill that insufficient goal. Now, I don't think the government or the minister who brought this legislation forward would be satisfied with such an insufficient outcome. The way to ensure the legislation delivers, and I almost can imagine in the legislative drafting someone saying, well, it'll cost too much if we actually mean what we say. Let's make it really fuzzy. And I think the minister carrying this file doesn't want fuzzy hope. She wants to really deliver for people who have physical challenges, as she does. She's a remarkable tribute to overcoming physical limitations to do all that she has done. Let's put in timelines. All federal buildings must be fully accessible by date X. Or as the member for Hallam and Norfolk brought up, we should ensure that all riding offices of members of Parliament are fully accessible. We can put timelines on these things, and we can break them apart so that one agency doesn't feel that it's going to be bankrupted by the effort. But surely we can do better than progressive realization of a goal that could recede into 2150 without breaking a single clause.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the Cloverdale, Langley City.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in the House last week when the minister responsible for C-81 introduced this legislation. As somebody who had spent my career in the federal public service, I was really pleased to see that the legislation called for the federal workforce becoming more representative of the Canadian population, and including persons with disabilities and of different abilities within the workforce. I was also really pleased to hear about the funding that will be available to make improvements for accessibility across federal assets. And I know that the member who's been speaking from Saanich Gulf Islands has a place within her riding that's very near and dear to me, Gulf Islands National Park Reserve. And so through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member if she could speak perhaps to some of the great benefits that we'll see at Gulf Islands National Park Reserve as rising from Bill C-81, because I think that it will help with the workforce and visitors to that area in having inclusive experiences. But I would like to hear the member's thoughts about how this legislation might benefit her own backyard.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will thank my friend from Cloverdale, Langley City, and take the opportunity to congratulate him on election as chair of the Environment Committee. I think this is something that will, I hope you agree. Maybe I'm premature, but in any case, there will be a change in the chairmanship of that committee. Yeah, my own backyard, boy, it's a spectacular backyard when he uses that phrase. I live in one of the most beautiful parts of Canada. The Gulf Islands National Park is a challenge for accessibility, even for those who are fully physically able. We have all of our abilities to walk, and yet much of the Gulf Islands National Park requires being on a boat. And then when you consider physical limitations, you want to make sure that every Canadian has access to experiences such as being able to watch whales from shore. That's one of the best places for whale watching, as the honourable member knows, is on Saturna Island, where you don't have to be in a boat at risk of harassing the whales. They more or less come to you, and you can experience them very close up in a place like Saturna. Fortunately, BC Ferries has accessibility in their minds, and much of the ferry routes are accessible. There are many ways in which Gulf Islands National Park and all national parks could improve accessibility given the goals of C81. So I agree with him. There's a tremendous potential here. I would love to see it realized with timelines.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on C81, or as I call it, another Liberal feel-good bill that's short on details, doesn't note how it will actually help the disabled, and yet somehow manages to detail how it will grow the bureaucracy. But that's just a working title. The situation with the delay in getting to this bill kind of reminds me of an old Seinfeld episode where Newman and Elaine steal someone's dog, and it takes the police a while to catch them, and Newman finally, or when he's confronted by the police, says, "What took you so long?" And that's what I'd like to ask the government. Now, we will support this bill in order to get it to committee, where hopefully we'll get the Liberals to actually work on concrete measures to help improve the lives of the disabled. Now, I've heard that it may come to the Operations Committee, which I sit, and we are going to be welcoming that if it does come to us, and we're going to suggest and support amendments to ensure it actually helps the disabled and is not just a make-work project for bureaucrats. Now, the establishment of this bill was in the first minister's mandate letter in 2015. Now, ironically, the current Minister of Public Services was the original Minister of Persons with Disability tasked with this legislation back 3 years ago. Now, back then, her mandate read, lead an engagement process with provinces, territories, and municipalities, stakeholders that will lead to the passage of the Disabilities Act. With this work, you'll be supported by the Minister of Families. Work with the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to deliver on our commitment to support construction of recreation infrastructure that allows more children access to sport and recreation. It was a bit ironic. The Minister of Infrastructure at the time was the MP from Mill Woods. Now, in Edmonton, here at West Edmonton, my riding, we've been looking to build a new recreation centre, specifically as outlined in the mandate letter. Unfortunately, our minister, the senior minister for the Liberals in Edmonton, Alberta, has been completely absent on this issue. We haven't got a single penny. Recently, Huffington Post put out this big article and a map showing how the Liberals in the summer pasted most of Eastern Canada with checks, $43 billion. They showed how much was actually delivered to Edmonton. You know how much it was? Not one penny. $43 billion to various Liberal ridings. Not one penny delivered by the Liberals to Edmonton. But anyways, we'll get to that issue more later. Now, 3 years to get to introducing the bill, that actually just punts the work down the road over the next 6 years. So from the mandate letter to maybe actually achieving goals, it's going to be 9 years. Now, the famed Liberal mandate tracker says on this issue, it's underway on track under Develop a National Disabilities Act. Says the result anticipated is for federal accessibility legislation that promotes equality, opportunity, increases inclusion and participation of Canadians who have disabilities. With the outcome saying building on extensive 9-month in-person and online consultation with Canadians, the government's tabled the bill. So in 3 years since the mandate letter, they managed to consult for 9 months. It makes me ask, what have they done for the other 2 years and 3 months of that Funny, the current minister probably thought she could just transfer to another department and escape the mandate, and yet here it is back with her, the public services to fulfill. Now, underway on track. So 3 years to get to underway on track. And as a bit of funding over 6 more years, and they say it's on track. I want to look at a few other things from the Liberal mandate tracker that is also underway on track. Review Canada's environmental assessment project, underway on track. Environmental assessment processes that are fair to all parties, rely on scientific evidence, respect the rights of Indigenous people, and protects the environment for generations to come. Now here we have the Liberals failing on Trans Mountain. Their Bill C-68, which is also known as the bill to ensure a pipeline will never be built in Canada again, it says rely on scientific evidence, but this bill actually puts the final word in a political decision-making with the minister, not basing it on science, but it's underway and on track. Establish new performance standards for government services and measure and report on performance, underway and on track. The result, government services that are better meet the needs of Canadians. Now, every single government has to put out a departmental plan, and in that plan, they list all of their goals, expected results. Now, fully 1/3 of the entire departmental plan from every Liberal ministry does not actually have goals set. They'll say, this is what we're spending, this is what we hope to achieve in a roundabout way, but no actual goal set. So here we have, it's on track, but fully 1/3 of their programs don't have any results showing as a goal. Another one that's underway on track, ensure communities can introduce effective opioid treatments and programs. Now we have an opioid crisis across the country. And much reviled by Liberals, President Trump has actually declared it a national emergency in the States, but the government cannot do that here, but it's on track. Another one underway on track, eliminate all long-term drinking water advisory in public systems on reserves. A great goal. The result anticipated, continual progress in eliminating long-term drinking water advisories. Now, since this mandate came out, we've had 35 new communities that have been put on the boiled water advisory. They sit there and talk about, oh, we've done this, this, and this, but they've actually added 35 new communities underway on track. Another one, help veterans by establishing lifelong pensions, ensuring that we'll have access to financial advice and support. We've seen the current government fail miserably on that, but it's underway on track. Promote economic development and create jobs for Indigenous people, underway on track. Result anticipated, higher employment rates for Indigenous people. Now, in the Operations Committee, we recently studied small business procurement and how we have set-asides for Indigenous businesses, where we're required to set aside a certain amount of business through the government for Indigenous-led businesses. The government had someone come up and say, we're fulfilling every role, we're succeeding massively. But you know what? Every single witness we had from the Indigenous community, Métis, Cree, does not matter. From Alberta, from Quebec, every single witness said, you know what? The government's not even following its own laws. And yet here we have underway on track. Implement an infrastructure strategy that improves public transport, underway on track. Result anticipated, Canadians spend less time in traffic. Now, we've heard the Parliamentary Budget Officer say he can't even find the infrastructure money that's been established in the budget. He's begged, he says, produce an infrastructure strategy, which the government has not done, and yet somehow they say it's underway on track. Now, I will note that the member from Mill Woods, when he was the infrastructure minister, managed to get some work done on public transport in Alberta. He got ashtrays for the bus stops in Edmonton, so thank you. Modernize the National Energy Board, underway on track. We've seen the government belittle, badmouth, discredit the NEB, and it says to get on track to modernize it. Badmouthing it, discrediting it is not modernizing it. Now, my favorite from the Liberal mandate checker has to be, though, the budget. Balance the budget by 2019-2020. Underway with challenges. Now, it's not going to be balanced. The most recent update we heard from Finance was 2050. Now, here's the funny thing. Every single finance minister from the provinces across Canada, every single one, has set a date when they will balance their budget. In Alberta, where we have the financially challenged, mathematically challenged NDP spending us into bankruptcy, they've actually set a date when they'll balance the budget. Even Kathleen Wynne's Liberals the finance minister had set a date when they will balance the budget. Now, of course, it turns out it was all incorrect information, but they've set a date to balance the budget. Who hasn't set a date to balance the budget? Well, it's the finance minister from this government. Every single one but the finance minister. But I digress. Now, ensuring Canadians who are living with disabilities are allowed to live with equal opportunities by eliminating systematic barriers is a great cause. We all support it. And my office works with a great many in Edmonton West on this issue, and I want to read a letter from one of them. His name's Timothy Parnett. He's a gentleman who was hurt in a car accident years ago, confined to a wheelchair with limited movement in his arms and his legs. He writes to me, he goes, "Hi, my name's Tim Parnett. I run the advocacy group called MightyWheels.ca. This organization was created to address accessibility within the community. Our mission is simple. MightyWheels.ca wants to bring attention to the poor infrastructure and problem areas in the community that you live in. Mighty Wheels is located in Edmonton, Alberta. Edmonton has grown at a rapid pace over the past few decades, so much that the city struggles to keep up with the demand of reconstruction of older communities where the accessibility conditions are severely lacking. Even deplorable to a certain extent. I'm hoping to raise awareness for the struggles that people with wheels or mobility issues face every day." He goes on to say he's got a website, and he says it's geared toward helping people who face social inequality, the main issue we currently address in accessibility for all people. We focus on the barriers that cause inaccessibility. Parents pushing baby strollers, people with mobility issues or impairments like himself, or people using walking aids and wheelchairs. Now here's one gentleman confined to a wheelchair with no resources has put in a simple email better outcomes than what C81 has. Now he finishes, he goes, my Mighty Wheels website is to give hope to everyone who has an issue with accessibility. I'm very passionate with my website, and I'm hoping that people will be enlightened, educated most of all, and I'm hoping people will see and hear my advocacy. This is not just for me, but for all the people who have issues with mobility. I'm a firm believer that together we can do it one step at a time. Now, I had coffee with Tim at West Edmonton Mall, and we chatted about his accident and his difficulties in life and what he wanted to achieve. He wants to inspire people to succeed. Now, I'm going to consider it a failure if I have to go to Tim and next time I see him and say, it's a great idea, but you know what? Hold on for the next 6 years, because this legislation is going to take that long. Now, it reminds me of an interview when the Prime Minister told a desperate unemployed oil sands worker in Alberta to just hang in there. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Since then, the Liberals have killed Energy East, Northern Gateway, and have botched Trans Mountain. Well, I guess just hang in there a bit more, we're going to have to tell those workers. It also reminds me of the injured veteran at the Edmonton Town Hall who lost a leg. Pleading for help, he was told by the Prime Minister, veterans were asking more than we could give. Now, $10 million for an ice rink on Parliament Hill is not too much to ask for. $10 million for Omar Khadr is not too much to ask for, but it is for a veteran. Now, I want to go back to the mandate letters. The next Minister for Disabilities was the member from Calgary Centre. In his mandate letter, develop and introduce new federal accessibility legislation. You will build on the significant consultations that have already taken place involving provinces, territories, etc. So by then, the consultations were to have to be done. Now, did this minister get it done? No, of course not. Mind you, part of his mandate letter also read that he was expected to live up to the highest ethical standards. Now, instead, he's under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for using House of Commons resources for a family member's election. So now we're over to our third minister for the file. Now, she too will build on significant consultations already taken place. Now, hers too should be an ambitious legislation. Now, 6 years is not ambitious. Unless you're the Minister of Finance, balancing the budget, 20 years would be ambitious, but in his case, apparently it's going to be 30 years. The point I'm getting at is you don't need 6 years of adding bureaucracy. We need a truly ambitious plan to help the disabled. Provinces have plans. Ontario has the Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Now, this is not new ground that we're breaking here. It's been done before. Now, the previous Conservative government took the disability file seriously. We didn't pass off the issues minister to minister. We actually got stuff done. like introducing the landmark Registered Disability Savings Plan, which helps parents and grandparents with children with severe disabilities to contribute to the child's financial security. Now, from mandate letter to actually getting it done, 3 months. Not 3 years to get to a program where 6 years down the road we might have something done. 3 years from mandate letter to actually getting the legislation and getting the program done. We invested $30 million into the Opportunities Fund to help persons with disabilities to gain employment, supported caregivers and recognized their enormous contribution through tax incentives, over $200 million for labour market agreements for persons with disabilities to assist provinces in improving the employment situation of Canadians with disabilities. Millions of dollars for Ready, Willing and Able initiative, Canadian Association of Community Living, to connect persons with developmental disabilities with jobs. Millions to support the expansion of vocational training programs for persons with autism spectrum disorders, and on and on. Now, I want to swing back to the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Since we introduced it, it's helped 105,000 Canadians save for the future. Now, this is the outcome-based work that we need from this government. Now, Conservatives, we're not in power anymore, but members on this side are continuing to work for the disabled. My seatmate from Calgary Shepherd has introduced Bill C-399, the Fairness for Persons with Disabilities Act. It aims to reduce the threshold from the number of hours needed for an activity to be eligible for a tax credit. It's going to provide, medical food and medical formula would also qualify under the disability tax credit. Our member from Carleton has introduced Bill C-395, the Opportunity for Workers with Disability Act, an act to amend the Fiscal Arrangements Act. This enactment amends the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangement Act in order to ensure that persons with disabilities do not lose more through taxation and the reduction of benefits than they gain as a result of working. It will force Ottawa to measure the impact of every $1,000 a disabled person earns in wages against the value of their lost benefits. It would force the federal government to adjust its tax and benefit program so that a disabled person would always be financially better off working than not working. So what has this government done? Well, besides passing this file from minister to minister to minister, well, they sicked the CRA onto disabled people. They targeted people living with type 1 diabetes. As a diabetes sufferer stated, it's not like I can snap a finger and the disease turns off. They were so fast to go after sufferers of diabetes, but so slow to work on their mandate. Now, who else do the Liberals target in their tax grab? People suffering from autism and severe mental health disorders. The president of Autism Canada says they're hearing too many stories about people applying for or keeping the disability tax credit for the children with autism, and they're getting their credit that they perhaps sometimes had for decades taken away. Now, it's funny, I didn't see in any of the Liberal mandate letters harass people with disabilities and do a tax grab with people with disabilities in their mandate letter. They seem to have acted very fast on it, though. And it's too bad they didn't have it in their mandate letters, because this would be one they could actually mark as completed instead of underway with challenges. Now, we have a lot of questions on this legislation. As I said, we do support it, like our colleagues from the NDP and other parties. We want to get it into committee so we can get some teeth to the measures in the bill so we can help disabled. We have some questions for the minister, though, is when will the new regulations be in effect? The 6-year time frame would suggest the entire process is going to take 6 years to get done between now and actually helping the disabled. How much is it going to cost federal workplaces and private businesses? What will the new standards be? And why are we voting on legislation when we don't know the regulations will come out of it? And is it going to be properly defined to avoid a flood of human rights complaints? I want to get back to the comment about voting on legislation we don't know the regulations of. We've seen this government do this recently with the estimates and what we call Vote 40, the slush fund, where we heard government say, just give us the $7.4 billion and we'll tell you later what we're going to spend it on. When we asked further, we were told it was presumptuous to expect the opposition members to understand what the money is going to be used for until it was given to the Liberals. And we have another situation here. What is the $290 million for? Can they give us a breakdown of how it's going to be spent? Is it going to actually be spent helping change our buildings and update them, or is it all going to be spent on the bureaucracy? Have we done estimates to the cost of private sector across the country. If this was going to pass today, what would the change besides spending lots of money on bureaucrats? Is it going toward hiring more public servants to examine which regulations we should have? And I note in the briefing document the government sent out, it was about a 10-page slide deck, they devoted more information to the bureaucracy going after people, penalizing them, etc., than they actually had devoted to information on actually how it was going to help the average disabled person. And that's our worry. They're going to build a bureaucracy for paperwork and go after people, but they actually haven't put anything in here specifying how they're actually going to physically help, pragmatically help the disabled. What are their outcomes? We don't know. We do know there's going to be a lot more bureaucrats going after people. The $290 million doesn't even scratch the surface of what it's going to cost the federal government and federally regulated private sectors to catch up on the new standards. So as I mentioned, we do have a lot of issues with this. We really support this. We support the work that we've done in the past, helping the disabled. We continue to do so, as I mentioned, with our private members' bills from the member from Calgary-Shepherd and the member from Carleton, who have produced bills that will actually show, without the resources the government have, tangible results for the disabled, whether it's easier access to the disability credit for those who are suffering from whether autism, diabetes, mental health disorders, or as my friend from Carleton has put forward, a bill that actually will encourage the disabled to get back to work, a bill that will not punish someone and take away benefits because they were taking a job. And we all know nothing is better for the dignity of Canadians than a job. As I mentioned, we support getting this bill to committee. We want to improve the lives of those living with disabilities, but we're worried about the lack of ambition of this government to get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Député de Rivière.
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to what my colleague said. Sometimes it was curious to hear all the subjects that could be addressed when we come to accessibility and C81. And the goal of the bill, of course, is to ensure that we can improve accessibility in all areas of under federal jurisdiction to ensure that all Canadians, no matter what their ability or disability, be able to take part in our society. Mr. Speaker, if you could ask my dear colleague, will he support C81?
For Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. I think I mentioned probably about 8 times we're going to support it. We want to help people with disabilities. We're going to support it, get it to committee. I've heard it might come to the Operations Committee, which I would welcome. I understand it's kind of split between the Minister of Disabilities and the Minister of Public Services. If it comes, we'd welcome it because we want to get into it and produce tangible results. We've heard members from the NDP are supporting it, the Green Party opposite support. We all support it. Our concern is, why did it take the government so long? Why is their priority for disabilities, why is it so low on their priority level that it's taken 3 years? The mandate letter was in 2015. For 3 years, they've done minimal consultations, they've done nothing. So yes, we support getting it to committee, but we want to get tangible work done to help the disabled.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and we're talking here about Bill C81 to promote accessibility for those with reduced mobility or other limitations. And I would like to hear what would he prefer. We know that when people are integrated into the workplace, sometimes they experience discrimination. They also are rejected to certain extents in their communities. I'd like to hear his position and what will Bill C81 do to improve the situation. And what could this also do directly for these individuals to ensure they have a better quality of life? But also, when we have a job, we can take part actively, be it in our ridings or elsewhere. This promotes integration and the well-being of these individuals. So I would like to hear the comments of my colleague on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for my colleague for the question. She's made a lot of great points. we want to see full access to everything that Canadians enjoy for people living with disabilities, whether it's work, whether it's access to public buildings, whether it's access to anything that regular Canadians enjoy. We very much want to see a plan that helps the disabled get to work. My colleague from Carleton has put forward, as mentioned, a private member's bill that will ensure that those returning to work are not penalized by having benefits taken away. We'd like to see the government act on that. I hope the NDP and the Liberals will support that and the private member's bill from my colleague from Calgary Shepherd, which both have tangible, pragmatic options to help people living with disabilities. My issue, and she's mentioned a lot of great items, but the C81 is so vague on what it's going to do. It has disappointed us. As I said, we want to get it to committee where we can study it and get some firm, outcome-based teeth to the legislation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit surprised in terms of how my colleague across the way seemed to go, exaggerate on a few points that weren't really related to 81. And one of the interesting things, he was talking about deficits, and he was talking about deficits of this particular administration. And I'd be interested in hearing his most up-to-date thinking when you think about deficits, right? You have Conservative Party has been in controls at the Prime Minister's office for 38% of the time in which Canada has been a federation for 151 years. So 38% of that time, Conservatives. Under that same period of time, they incurred 74% of Canada's overall debt. Interesting comparison. Now, I'm a little off base, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I was just following up on a question or a comment based on what the member across the way was providing his thoughts on. My question to the member specifically is, here we have legislation that in essence sets a framework, demonstrates strong national leadership on an important issue in which many Canadians are following the debate, have an understanding because of the comprehensive consultations that were done by this particular minister. And now we know the Conservative Party is going to be supporting the legislation. They've made that very clear, but they've been critical in terms of why it's taken us 2.5 years to get it this far through. Let's forego the arguments about the consultations. My question to the member is, why did Stephen Harper not get any form of legislation such as what we are debating here today?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, where to begin? Well, let's start with the deficit. Why? To answer this question, because Conservative governments come in to clean up the massive mess left by Liberal governments, whether it's by Trudeau Sr. or Kretsch and the others. We inherit horrible financial situations, just like we're going to inherit in 2019. So that answers that. He talks about the strong framework that the federal leadership, the Liberal government, is taking. That strong framework across the country has been carried by the provinces and people like my constituent, Timothy Parnett, who's doing the hard lifting right now while this government kind of fiddles away and plays around with useless legislation instead of getting this to legislation. And again, we see again and again and again the Liberals not bringing up anything about the legislation because this legislation is so vague and so weak he's not asking a question about it. But the question he was asking, why didn't Harper do it? I have to ask him, why will he not address the issue that we're facing today, that it took 3 years for the Liberal government to bring this vague legislation to the table? We're not talking about past governments. We're debating this government now, and I'd like to know why they continue to avoid accountability instead of taking responsibility for their lack of actions.
Questions and comments. And the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll answer the Honourable Member's question because this is a government that bases everything it does on symbolism, and they play to Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, and Instagram as part of their government. So there's the answer to your question. So it's purely symbolic. But I do have a specific question to you, and it's with respect to the $290 million. The concern with this particular legislation is that they've allocated this money towards it, but there actually hasn't been a breakdown of where that money is going to go. There's also a concern about, and I know that the member spoke about this in his speech, about the bureaucracy that's going to be created with this legislation. And it's very much a top-down approach government knows best approach. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to it, because I know he does a lot of work addressing the issues of bureaucracy within government, if he can speak to those concerns specifically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his question and his hard work on the file. Now, when I talk to my constituents, we're blessed in West Edmonton with a large amount of not-for-profit groups caring for the disabled. We have the Elves Society, Easter Seals, others. What they tell me is we need work on issues such as sidewalks are impassable. We have people in wheelchairs going on streets because the sidewalks are broken. This is where we need the money. The money should be dedicated in the infrastructure to help the cities with this, not for building bureaucracies. And this is a problem with this legislation. The money is not detailed to actually help the disabled. It seems to be set up to help a new class of bureaucracy, which Liberals always seem to make a priority and not average Canadians. Thank you.
And we've got time for our one more question and comment. Questions and comments? No? Okay. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder if, earlier today I was wondering about there's nothing on the other, just the complaints process that they have in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague has talked about many of the shortfalls, and one of the things that's in it is just it looks like another form of a complaints process is the main thing that is coming out of this bill, and I'm just wondering if he can elaborate on that. If I know he's expounded on many of the areas of concern that aren't in the bill, because there's a number of things that we could be seeing, and I think one of them is the reason he wants to get it to second reading is so that we can see if the government is coming forward with amendments or if they'll allow some more to come forward. And I wonder if he could elaborate on that.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for the question. It is a concern I have as I mentioned in the slide deck the government gave us introducing the legislation. They have one page on implementing accessibility requirements, one page on helping the disabled, but two full pages how they're going to set up a bureaucratic regime to go after people who are not following. Again, the way the government's going at it is backwards. They need to focus on actually helping the disabled rather than creating a new bureaucratic nightmare to go after people. We need to focus pragmatic results on helping the disabled, again, not spending money, resources on the bureaucracy. It needs to be spent on Canadians suffering through disabilities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to get up and speak on C-81, the Accessible Canada Act. It is a pleasure, but I do believe that this bill is, for lack of a better description, a horribly missed opportunity. I think all of us in this House would agree that any opportunity that we have to enact legislation that is going to help Canadians with disabilities, or all Canadians, the opportunity to access new employment or employment opportunities for them to help their families and their communities, I think is a benefit and something that we should all be focused on doing. But unfortunately, the Liberal bill on the Accessible Canada Act does none of those things. What makes it so unfortunate is that it is very thin, it lacks any details, and it certainly lacks any tangible results or any aspirational goals that we are trying to meet. And I think that the 4 million Canadians who have disabilities would be extremely disappointed, because this is certainly not what they were promised by the Prime Minister in the 2015 campaign. There are 3 provinces already in Canada who have implemented accessibility legislation. Ontario passed the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act in 2005. Manitoba passed the Accessibility for Manitobans Act in 2013. And Nova Scotia has passed the Nova Scotia Accessibility Act in 2017. Additionally, British Columbia has, as recently as this past July, pledged to establish a Provincial Disabilities Act later this fall. So there are lots of templates that are already in place that the Liberal government could have used as a measuring stick when it tried to develop its own legislation. And again, in the 2015 Liberal platform, the Prime Minister promised that he would eliminate all systemic barriers and deliver equality of opportunity to all Canadians delivering or living with disabilities. He would introduce a National Disabilities Act. And in fact, the first mandate letter in November 2015, and every mandate letter since, and I think there's been 2 or 3, as many of my colleagues have alluded to today, has called on the minister responsible for this file to continue the consultation process and introduce legislation. So there has been 3 years of consultation. And the culmination of that consultation is a very weak piece of legislation that really does nothing other than put forward another $290 million for additional consultation and study. That is extremely disappointing that it has taken 3 years to develop this piece of legislation that really doesn't do anything that was promised in the 2015 election campaign. And as I said before, it must be extremely disappointing for those stakeholders who are looking for something with some breadth, some contents, some tangibility, and some real results. And this legislation is extremely weak. This bill does not outline any regulations or details. It only calls for more consultation and another regulatory process to begin, but the price tag is $290 million. $290 million that, for us as members of Parliament and as legislators, I can't go back to my constituents and explain to them what this $290 million is going to be used for, what this $290 million, what the results of that are going to be, and certainly my stakeholders in the riding who are looking for this type of legislation are going to be asking me, well, what is this going to do? And I can't give them a definitive answer because there really isn't any answers in this bill, which is extremely disappointing. It's just disappointing when you consider the previous Conservative government, the track record that we've had when we've supported Canadians with disabilities. And certainly it's always been and always will be a priority for the Conservative Party and ourselves as our leader in the opposition. I just want to look back at the strong legacy that was left by the former Conservative Finance Minister, Jim Flaherty. You look at some of the tangible tools that we were able to bring forward that had real results, delivered real results for Canadians with disabilities. The home disability tax credit. With people with disabilities, that allowed them to renovate their homes to ensure that they had healthy living spaces, that they were accessible, they could stay in their homes, close in their communities, close to friends and family and their social network where they're most comfortable. We created a working group that was tasked with developing a national autism strategy. We completed the groundbreaking study, Rethinking Disability in the Private Sector, which was completed in 2006. This was a template for the private sector to address accessibility and disability issues in private businesses across Canada. It was an industry standard and is still used today. The previous Conservative government also invested $218 million a year in partnership with the provinces in labour market agreements, which ensured that we were improving employment opportunities for Canadians with disabilities across the country. But I think one of the hallmark pieces of legislation that we were able to bring in government was certainly the Registered Disability Savings Plan. This helped parents and grandparents with children with disabilities to contribute to their child's financial future, and that financial security, which every parent, certainly every grandparent, feels is so important. Even last week during the debates on C-81, I recall the Minister of Procurement said that the disability tax credit was a game changer for Canadians with disability, and I credit her for pointing that out. But those were tangible pieces of legislation that had tangible goals and had tangible results. That's what Canadians are looking for from this House of Commons. That is what they elected the representatives to come here and do. Unfortunately, I look at Bill C-81 as merely a rushed piece of legislation that it really is all about meeting an election promise and not meeting the needs of Canadians with disabilities. But if you look at the Conservative record again, and that record has continued even as we're in opposition. As my colleague mentioned, the member from Shepherd, Calgary-Shepherd, tabled the Fairness and Disabilities Act. My colleague from Carleton tabled M395, the Opportunities Act, which would impose a simple rule on governments that they would have to respect workers with disabilities must always be able to gain more from wages than they lose in clawbacks and taxes. It simply would have required governments to ensure that people with disabilities always got ahead through their own hard work and were not punished financially when they were successful. And I think, as any Canadian, any working Canadian, that's what they want. When they're working hard and they're becoming successful and they're earning a living, they don't want to be punished by different levels of government. And we heard from Canadians across the country, they want to work. That is their ultimate goal. They want to earn financial stability, not just for themselves, but also for their family. However, we know under the current rules that when some Canadians work hard, they come home with less. And that was the situation that the Opportunities Act was trying to address, and it would have addressed successfully. Again, tangible legislation with tangible results that would have helped Canadians with disabilities. But again, rather than supporting common sense legislation, the Liberal government turned down the member from Carleton's M395. Instead of supporting definitive action that would have supported Canadians with disabilities, the Liberals voted down this bill and have instead tabled this bill, which in essence does nothing to address the fundamental issues facing Canadians with disabilities. In fact, not only did they turn down M395, but they also went after Canadians with disabilities. Canadians specifically with type 1 diabetes went after their health tax credit. So when we're trying to find real solutions to real problems, the Liberals are chasing the opportunity for a tax grab on the backs of Canadians who are the most vulnerable. And that's what makes this extremely disappointing. On this side of the House, we recognize the strong contributions persons with different abilities can make to our country, our economy, and certainly to our workplaces. Mr. Speaker, disabilities come in all different sizes, shapes, and forms. Unfortunately, 1 in 7 Canadians aged 15 or older has reported some kind of a disability. And 3 out of 4 adults with disabilities have reported more than one type of disability. These are not necessarily visible disabilities. They aren't something that we see on the street every single day. Many Canadians have disabilities you cannot necessarily identify or even see, but they struggle each and every day to find a job and to make ends meet. Almost 80% of Canadians 25 to 64 years old with a disability have at least a high school diploma, but compared to almost 90% of those without a disability, that is still a stark gap that we need to try and address. These Canadians represent a large and talented employment pool, and yet too many are denied the opportunity to work, the opportunity to earn a living and their own self-esteem and self-respect. Persons with disabilities often face more challenges in labour force than obviously persons without disabilities. Inequities for persons with disabilities that currently exist in the workplace must be properly addressed in this legislation. Unfortunately, Bill C-81 does not do that. Half of working-age adults with disabilities employed and 2/3 with mild disabilities are employed. We can definitely do better. Unfortunately, as I said, this legislation is a poor attempt to keep an election promise. Throughout the debates, the Liberals have touted this legislation as a historic bill, but they are simply using flowery language to cover up legislation that does not have the teeth that Canadians are expecting. This document is really nothing more than another funding announcement. Another funding announcement that they can go out that we have $290 million that we're going to be doing yet another study on Canadians with disabilities. All this bill does is create another level of bureaucracy, but it has no details on what the cost will be to the Canadian taxpayer, what the impact will have on the private sector, what this program will entail. The cost-benefit analysis is not there. There's no specific data, and certainly no specific results of what this bill is intended to do. I know my colleague from the Liberal side said earlier that this bill provides a framework. Canadians with disabilities aren't looking for a framework. They're looking for results. They're looking for a clear path that is going to remove the barriers that are keeping them from accessing the workplace. This bill does not do that. Also, I think what would frustrate a lot of Canadians is that this bill says it will take more than 6 years to implement. Well, my first question would be, implement what? Because that is not in there. But it was a promise made in the 2015 campaign that there would be a national plan to address disabilities. It was not talked about 9 years. It certainly wasn't talked about 6 years. And they've had more than 3 years to try and come up with a plan, and they have failed to do that. That is extremely disappointing. As I said, I think all of us in this House, if there was a tangible piece of legislation, we would all be willing to support it. I think it's something we could all work together on. And as I said, I think we will support this to get to the next stage, but I'm hoping there's an opportunity to improve this bill because there it is certainly lacking. Mr. Speaker, this is a hollow document that doesn't address any of the promises made by the Prime Minister in 2015. Canadians have had enough of liberal broken promises, and Canadians, and certainly Canadians with disabilities, want a government that will deliver. There are vital details that are missing in this piece of legislation. And the questions that I would have for the Minister: how will the private sector businesses, how will they be impacted by this legislation? I'm talking about community airports, postal workers, those types of private sector businesses that are under federal jurisdiction. How will Parliament or how will our constituency offices be impacted by this legislation? How much will this legislation cost to finally implement? What will be the cost of the bureaucracy that is going to be constructed as part of this bill? Who will have the authority to make the decisions? That is also not in this bill. How will compliance be measured and taken out? The bill says there will be 5,000 new public sector workers hired. How will they be employed? Where will they be employed? Will they be given tangible and meaningful work? Or are they going to be simply token hires? As I said at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, this bill had incredible potential. But the bill needs to establish clear and definitive lines of accountability and recommendations for the private sector and certainly for the public sector. This is not what the 4 million Canadians with disabilities were asked for. This is not what they asked for. They did not ask for more consultation. They did not ask for more studies. Those have been done before. The Liberals had more than 3 years to update those studies and add to that information if they truly wanted to make this a priority. But what is clear with Bill C-81, that it was not a priority. This is something that has been rushed and thrown on the table to try and fit this in by the end of this mandate. Mr. Speaker, as a society, the barrier we need to overcome is inclusion. We must remove the barriers, whatever they may be, to ensure every Canadian has the opportunity to earn a living and be successful. We cannot judge people's ability based on their disability. It's not about finding someone with a disability to suit our structure or our business model. It is about changing the workplace to suit the person with that disability. A disability is not a disability until that person is put in an environment or context that it disables them. For example, someone in a wheelchair can engage in debates, conversations, read, write, but it just isn't until they're put in a situation without an accessible wheelchair ramp that now they've become a disability. The context of the situation has disabled them. It is that barrier that needs to be broken down. Preventing and removing barriers means people with disabilities can participate in the workplace through inclusion and accommodation. Living with a disability, you can gain persistence and meet the challenges of any workplace, but someone has to give you that chance. Bill C-81 needs to be more than a feel-good Liberal bill. We need concrete action to break down barriers and open up inclusivity to those living with disabilities. We all in this House have an important role to play to achieve that goal. A chance to empower and mobilize. We are called upon to break down those barriers and open doors for those Canadians with disabilities. When we are an inclusive society, we all benefit. Now I take a look at a couple of the organizations in my own riding of Foothills, groups like SNAPS, the Foothills AIM Society, who have done the heavy lifting. They are going out to businesses across my riding, taking Canadians with disabilities, adults, children, finding them work placement opportunities. They are doing that, and they are breaking down those barriers on their own, working with the small business owners in southern Alberta. But certainly I know they would embrace some help if there is an opportunity to partner with the federal government to break down these barriers, providing additional opportunities to their clients. That is something that would be welcome. But I know in discussing Bill C-81 with them over the weekend, they were extremely disappointed by the lack of clarity and the lack of structure to this piece of legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finish off with a bit of a story of somebody that I think many of us in this House would know, and that is Dr. Temple Grandin, who is an inspirational individual. Dr. Grandin is a world-renowned scientist, an American professor, and one of the first individuals on the autism spectrum to share her personal experience. Dr. Grandin didn't speak until she was 3.5 years old, and when she was 15 years old, she visited her aunt's ranch, something that inspired her future career. She is world-renowned in teaching techniques of animal handling in the agriculture sector, and her methods are used on ranches and meat processing facilities around the world, including those in my own riding of Foothills. Dr. Grandin developed a center-track double rail conveyor system for holding cattle during stunning in beef plants. In addition, she developed an objective numerical scoring system for assessing animal welfare in slaughter plants. The use of her system has resulted in significant improvements in animal handling, which are now the industry standard. She has lectured widely around the world about her experiences and this anxiety of her feeling threatened in everything about her surroundings. And she used that fear and that anxiety to motivate her in her work with humane livestock practices. Dr. Grandin has designed and adapted these corrals, which has reduced stress, panic, and injury in animals, and certainly been a game changer in the agriculture sector. But what some may have seen as a disability was certainly, in fact, a workplace ability. In Vancouver recently, she spoke at the National Pacific Exhibition about developing individuals with different minds. And I quote, "There are different kinds of minds. Some people are visual thinkers, another kid is going to be a pattern thinker, and another one a word thinker. We have to start figuring out what a person can do, and this is true of all things involving a disability." Under the previous Conservative government, we introduced the Registered Disability Savings Plan, which quickly gave Canadians with disabilities increased financial security. We introduced a new home accessibility tax credit, a working group tasked with developing a national autism strategy. The best direction forward is workplace ability. Canadians with disabilities want tangible action and tangible and achievable goals. I will support this bill to get to committee in hopes of improving this legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, this is a disappointing effort and clearly another piece of rushed legislation trying to meet an election promise. This does not address the barriers Canadians with disabilities are facing when they are trying to enter the workforce, and that is why where C81 falls disappointingly short. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the honourable member across the way for his speech today. I think there's a gap that he's describing which I'm thinking would be filled by looking at what this legislation is, and it's an act to deal with accessibility within federal jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, and really looking at 4 key areas. Under the CRTC, looking at complaints around accessibility barriers relating to broadcasting and telecommunications falling under their jurisdiction. The Canadian Transportation Agency looking at federal transportation agencies, making sure that they're accessible. Looking at the federal public servants and parliamentary employees being dealt with under the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board. And then finally, looking at any complaints being handled by a new accessibility commissioner. So this isn't to replace provincial jurisdiction, it isn't to replace private businesses' jurisdiction, but it's to enhance and give an overall scope to make sure that all of Canada, whether provincial or federal jurisdiction, falls within the guidelines of accessibility legislation and that it can be enforced. So is it the fact that the previous government didn't talk with provinces and territories, is that where the gap is, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that's quite the opposite. As I said in my speech, there was an agreement between the previous Conservative government and the provinces where there was a sharing of funds to develop an accessibility plan with the provinces to address barriers and obstacles for people with disabilities to enter the workforce. So that was already there. They had that discussion and an agreement with the provinces. And I appreciate my colleagues' aspirational goals, which are certainly a part of C81. But aspirational goals are not legislation. Legislation should be outlining rules and regulations and paths forward to reach those aspirational goals. The problem with C81, it does not include any of those things that we should be wanting within a piece of legislation, and that's the problem with C81.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's much different being recognized from this end of the floor, but I appreciate that very much. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and intervention today. Although he claimed that we took far too long introducing this legislation, therefore it's not a priority, and that we rushed it, therefore it's not a priority. Two things: he can't have it both ways, and he's wrong on both counts. This is very much a priority for this government and part of our plan to support middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. And that's why there was such extensive consultation with groups and stakeholders right across the country, including the leadership of the Canadian Association for Community Living, Director Krista Ross, her right hand Kurt Goddard, and board member Joy Bacon, who live in Fredericton and who I have the honour of working with closely on a day-to-day basis. This legislation presents a great opportunity for many in Canada. One thing it does in addition is has the potential to enhance economic growth for the country. We know that if we give persons living with a disability an opportunity to work at an equal rate in the workforce in Canada, we can grow our economy by anywhere up to $38.5 billion. I know the Conservatives have voted against other pieces of legislation coming from the government that support economic growth, but will they stand with us on this important economic growth measure that also provides many Canadians with an opportunity to claim their rights? Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't recognize him all the way down there. I know I want to thank my colleague from Fredericton for his question. And certainly, I think I was clear in my speech that I will be supporting this when it comes to a vote. But my speech was really just outlining some of the concerns that many of myself and my colleagues in the opposition have raised with this legislation. And you talked about the economic growth opportunities that are there, but that's what's missing in this legislation. There's no cost-benefit analysis on what the impact on the private sector businesses who are federally regulated, what is going to be the impact on them? Absolutely, I think all of us in this House want to ensure that there are opportunities for all Canadians to enter the workforce. But there also has to be some definitive analysis on what the costs of this program are going to be. If they can have some of those details within this bill, it will just make us more comfortable to understand what we are approving and what we are supporting.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to sit through most of the debate today, and we've heard from the opposition side that this is somehow a historic piece of legislation. I think I want to echo the comments of the member from Red Deer Mountain View when he said historic in the sense that it's been sitting on somebody's desk for 3 years, and now as we get close to an election, all of a sudden it's being introduced. So my question to my honourable colleague is, in the context of historic, monumental, and we've heard, and I know he spoke about this piece of legislation being vague, no timelines, no mandated outcomes, no measurables. Would he classify this piece of legislation as historic or historically vague?
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. It gave me some really good direction on what my answer will be. I would go a long ways from describing this legislation as historic. I would say what was historic was the Registered Disability Savings Plan that we came up with as a previous Conservative government, which the Liberal Minister of Procurement called a game changer. I don't think anybody would call Bill C-81 a game changer. It would be. The potential absolutely is there. The potential is absolutely there, but it lacks any sort of clarity, no tangible regulations, no tangible results. It is just merely another funding announcement of $290 million to fund yet another study and additional consultation. If this bill was truly a priority, it was in the mandate letter 3 different times. 3 different times this was laid out by the Prime Minister to be a priority, and yet more than 2/3 of the way through their mandate, now we finally get a piece of legislation that lacks any depth and any clarity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague carefully, and I'm concerned that he says that this bill doesn't have teeth. He says it doesn't really reduce barriers for people living with disabilities. When I read the bill, there are clearly concrete actions in it that will transform organizations. For example, the creation of accessibility standards. The Canadian Association for Developing Accessibility Standards supported this. So I wonder if my colleague can explain how these new standards wouldn't help reduce barriers, as he said in his speech. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, my colleague, for her question. But what are the standards? You know, we can have all these aspirational points as part of the bill, say we want to do this, we want to achieve that, but there's no clear standards that are in there that says this is what is going to happen here step by step, no timelines. Another 6, if you speak to those stakeholders and with all honesty and you say, well, we're going to have these standards, we don't know what the standards are, but we're going to have them and they're going to be somewhere within the next 6 years or so, is that really what those stakeholders are asking for? Is that really what they're supporting? I would question that that is in fact what they were, the bill of goods that they were sold. And again, we support the essence of Bill C-81. I think all of us do. This is the direction that we want to go. We want to ensure that we're removing barriers for Canadians with disabilities, but we want a clear path and clear rules on how we get there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Bravo. I want to thank my colleague from Foothills for his wonderful speech outlining some of the concerns about C-81, but also the fact that the Conservative Party does support it. One of the issues that he's mentioned is why is it such a low priority for the government? It's funny, I was looking at old speeches and I asked the same question. We were debating Bill C-24, which basically the biggest thing out of that bill, this was December 2017, the biggest thing out of that bill basically changed the name of the Minister of Public Works to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. It was the largest thing of the bill, and I remember asking him the question at the time, now, of course, is why are we taking up all this time when there's so many other more important items that we are not addressing? And I'd like to put that forward to my colleague is, why is this government always simply looking at things of zero consequence when things of so much more importance, whether it's C-71, which was the bill we were discussing the other Friday regarding justice in the military, to this one. Why does government have such poorly laid out priorities for Canadians?
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is frustrating when you have these pieces of legislation that there's really no due diligence that is done as part of it. No cost-benefit analysis, no economic analysis on what the true impacts of the legislation can be. It's kind of, well, we're going to put this fancy picture in the store window, but there's going to be nothing behind it, and that's what we're seeing with this legislation. Once again, is it's a great sales pitch, it's a great advertisement, but there's no nothing tangible behind it. And I think if addressing Canadians with disabilities was truly a priority, why would they not have supported the Opportunities Act that my colleague from Carleton raised earlier this year? Why would they not have supported the Fairness and Disabilities Act that my colleague from Calgary Shepherd brought up earlier this year? These were real solutions to real problems and would have had a definitive impact on Canadians with disabilities.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député, the
Honourable Member
for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have a chance to speak on this piece of legislation, C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. Since this Parliament began just under 3 years ago, there have been a number of other bills, PMBs, that have been put forward to this House with the aim of improving the lives of Canadians living with disabilities, though, unfortunately, not all of these have passed. Most of these bills have contained meaningful, tangible outcomes and results for disabled Canadians, which is something that all parties in this House should have been able to support. However, as we look at Bill C-81, it is unclear on how it will actually benefit those it sets out to help. According to this piece of legislation, the intent of this bill is to benefit all Canadians, especially Canadians with disabilities, through the progressive realization of a barrier-free Canada. This is a sentiment that I believe we can all get behind. Accessibility is an important issue that can drastically affect a person's quality of life, including their day-to-day routines, and anything that can be done at a government level to address this should absolutely be done. As someone who has had to live 44 years of his life with a hearing disability, I was expecting a lot more from this legislation. Mr. Speaker, it becomes problematic, however, when legislation that is introduced by the government has no obvious, effective results. In my view, this has been the case for Bill C-81. While it seems that the intention behind this bill is good, the actual components of it and the effects it will have are unclear. Aside from making it easier to access federal services, I fail to see how this legislation helps Canadians living with disabilities in the way this government champions, as it being historic. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there is the issue that the length of time it has taken to get this bill introduced to the House of Commons. The Liberals have been in power for 3 years now and are almost at the end of their mandate, and it is only recently that they have begun to fulfill the promises they made to Canadians living with a disability when they were elected in 2015. All three ministers who have held this portfolio were instructed in their mandate letters from the Prime Minister to get this legislation moving, but for some reason, the bill was only introduced in June of this year, right as the House recessed, and all members returned to work in their constituencies. I would like to acknowledge the present minister responsible for accessibility, as I truly believe that she means well with this legislation. She started this and initiated this legislation, and now she is here at its completion. Mr. Speaker, there's been absolutely no sense of urgency on this. To me, it feels as though they were just kicking the can down the road until they finally had to do something or risk being criticized for their inaction. Canadians, both disabled and not, deserve better than that. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, during the 2008 election, the Conservative Party committed to introducing the Registered Disability Savings Plan, or RDSP for short. That election took place in October, and by December of the same year, the RDSP was introduced and was available for Canadians to take advantage of. All of that took place in under 3 months, and yet by the time Bill C-81 passes, it will have taken almost 3 years. Let's also consider that Canadians may need to wait another 6 years before any new regulations take effect, as there are no regulations contained within this legislation. Mr. Speaker, there are so many things this government can do to help Canadians living with a disability, and yet they choose to introduce this legislation that has zero immediate effects and that won't change a thing once it becomes law. The previous Conservative government understood and recognized the contributions that persons with disabilities can and do make to our society and our economy. As I mentioned, the RDSP was implemented quickly and gave Canadians with disabilities greater financial security. Since 2008, 1,005 of these accounts have been set up, and over $1 billion have been added to their savings. The previous Conservative government also introduced the new Home Accessibility Tax Credit to facilitate healthy, happy homes for persons with disabilities, and invested hundreds of millions of dollars towards improving employment and employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. This is the type of action the Canadian public is expecting. We know that this can be done, and in a timely and efficient manner, it will, though if the will is there. The previous government proved it was possible, but the Liberals seem to bungle this portfolio time and time again. Mr. Speaker, one of the main components of this bill is that it says it will create accessibility standards for regulated parties to achieve and maintain. This will happen through the creation of the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, or CASDO. The bill will also create the position of a Chief Accessibility Officer who will oversee the implementation of the legislation, as well as the creation of Accessibility Commissioner, whose role will be to ensure compliance. The provision of the bill that creates the CASDO leaves many questions unanswered, and ultimately, what it does is it creates yet another level of study and consultation without any actual impact to those it is meant to help. We know this government loves to study and consult on an issue, rather than taking meaningful, timely action on it. What they are essentially doing with Bill C-81 is creating yet another committee, CASDO, that will then set standards. Mr. Speaker, if that statement leaves you with some questions, you are not alone. What are these new standards going to look like? How will they be implemented? What is the timeline for this creation? What is the timeline for the consultation? What is the timeline for the implementation? And then what is the timeline for these standards? Who is considering to being qualified to establish these standards? And so on and so forth. There are so many unanswered questions, Mr. Speaker, and I'd appreciate if the Minister could provide the framework and mandate for this new accessibility standards organization, as well as the cost and other necessary facts and figures as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, another component of Bill C-81 is a $290 million fund over 6 years, amounting to $48 million per year to upgrade federal workplaces and websites. Is this all administrative costs? Setting up an office is going to cost millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. 500,000 new employees, if they're paid $40,000 a year, amounts to $200 million. A new CEO and commissioner established are going to be well over $200,000. There's your money spent right there in 1 year. Again, this is a wonderful idea in theory, but I am skeptical as to how many Canadians living with disabilities will actually benefit from this. We do know how this envelope of money will be allocated, or do we not know how this envelope of money will be allocated, which is problematic in itself. But we can assume that it will be used, at least in part, for more consultation. Mr. Speaker, I fail to see how constant and never-ending consultation helps people, not to mention the fact taxpayer dollars are being spent on something with no tangible results and no actual timeline for when it will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, the Minister says that they will be hiring more public servants, 5,000 people with disabilities, to be specific. Again, this leaves many questions. Are these public servants all new hires? Are they filling in places left open by attrition? What is the cost of hiring these 500,000 new public servants? Will their work be wider in scope? Will it be in different departments? These questions need to be answered, but it seems like the Liberals have a hard time saying one single thing that this bill actually does. Mr. Speaker, Canadians living with disabilities deserve meaningful and effective action from their government to help them improve their quality of life where possible. There are good things about this bill. It will hopefully make it easier for some Canadians with disabilities to deal with the federal government. However, it is unclear as to how this helps with the rest of their lives. Something I also support in this legislation, and its clearest and most repeated point, is that it spells out the complaints process. This, however, is just a tiny aspect of a much greater piece of legislation that should provide common sense regulations and standards, which I believe is what disabled Canadians were hoping for. I cannot comprehend why the government would put out this legislation unless it was simply to say they were doing something. They had 2.5 years to consult, and this is what they come up with. I believe it does a disservice to those involved, and to put it casually, there is no meat in this meal. Before I can show support for this bill, I and all Canadians need to know these facts. In my view, this bill is putting the cart before the horse. I think that every person sitting in this House today would say that they support initiatives that benefit Canadians living with a disability. But this piece of legislation fails to have any meaningful impact and sets out to spend a lot of money to do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I have a friend and constituent, a young man who was born with spina bifida and a meningeal. All his life as a youth, he had to have surgeries after surgery after surgery. He's wheelchair bound. Yet this young man is an amazing young man. He's managed to get a job. He works hard. He's moved. He's able to drive. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he was involved in the Queen City Marathon just 3 or 4 weeks ago in Regina. This is an amazing young man. And this young man is going to sit there and ask those very same questions. What is this doing for him, and how is it going to help him? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to say politicians of all stripes recognize the challenges that can face individuals with disabilities, as well as their families. What these people are asking for is action from this Liberal government, rather than empty words, more consultations, and endless platitudes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his speech. He said that this piece of legislation will have no impact and no tangible results. I'm wondering how an able-bodied individual can speak for those who require legislation and leadership to have equity in this country. This piece of legislation provides that. If he looks at the charter statement related to this piece of legislation, if he reads it through comprehensively, he would understand that. Secondly, the length of time, and he says that this had no sense of urgency. I would say to the member opposite that over the course of these last couple of years, I've had opportunity to talk to many of my constituents in town halls and listen to what they said. They said that with this piece of legislation, we need to take the appropriate time to ensure that we get it right. We have seen it fail in other jurisdictions. They wanted to make sure that they were not cared for but able to work. They wanted to make sure that their complaints were adequately taken care of and that there was compliance measures to ensure that the compliance to the legislation was in effect. So in my opinion, I think the Conservatives need to pick better battles, and this is not one that they need to battle on, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that they would support this piece of legislation and do right by his constituent in his riding.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Whitby for her question. And I'm assuming, Mr. Speaker, that she wasn't referring to me as being that individual who was speaking on behalf of disabled people. But as I mentioned, I do have a disability. And the unfortunate part is that a lot of people and a lot of Canadians do not understand is that people out there have visible and invisible disabilities. The visible disabilities are the gentlemen that I just talked about, because you can see it, it's visible. You see those people every day. And we respond to them. We see the challenges that they have in their lives when they try to navigate around the city, when they try to go over a curb that doesn't have access to getting onto the road, when they try to go into buildings when there isn't. Those are regulations that people expect. But there are also people that have invisible disabilities. I have an invisible disability. And, Mr. Speaker, those invisible disabled people deserve to have the same access and abilities that the rest that we talk about. So that's the main point we need to look at is how do we address all of them? The committee that's being structured, Mr. Speaker, does set up an opportunity and says that there will be disabled people on it. My question is, just explain that a little bit more. This isn't saying we don't support the legislation. We're looking forward to seeing it going to committee. We're looking forward to hearing a lot of these questions being answered and asked. And I appreciate as we move forward to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Immigration now, Mr. Speaker. That's why they moved me down to the other side of the floor. But I want to thank my colleague for his intervention just now. He told a story about a friend of his who has been successful in navigating the sometimes challenging physical and intangible environments that persons living with different disabilities face. And this piece of legislation is there to provide more opportunities for people like the friend of my colleague opposite in order for them to become fully included and contributing members of society, in order for them to be able to take part in an equal way in the economy, in order for them to claim their equal rights and share the same equal human dignity that all other persons in Canada can. And once again, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate, if we can find ways to help include more people working in our economy, people who are living with different challenges, ability challenges, we can add up to $38.5 billion to our GDP. I hope the Conservatives, in addition to supporting this bill on its human rights merits, will support this bill because it is tremendously important for Canada's economy, for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class. Thank you.
My apologies to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship for getting that title wrong. I know there's a few other changes that we're just getting caught up with there. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the member from Fredericton, for his question and all the good work I know he's had to deal with in Fredericton over the past year, and I know he's been hard at that. And I agree a lot of what he said about working together. That's part of what this legislation should be doing. And I know I had a conversation with the minister before a couple of days ago on this very issue. And one of the conversations we had was maybe we should just take 2 of the Liberals, 2 of the Conservatives, 2 of the NDP, put them in a room and sit around and hash out all the little details so that we get all the fine lines. And I think that's important that we do that. And I expect that we will see a lot of that coming in committee. I hope to see that help us as we move forward and to help those with disabilities so they can advance this country to the benefit that he suggested.
It's time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for sneaking me in. I'm really interested, Mr. Speaker. The conversation earlier in the speech was talking about boutique tax credits and an equivalency between writing a check for somebody and saying, here's a check, I hope things work out for you, versus including people with disabilities in developing proper legislation and then making sure that that legislation is enacted. Would the honourable member not agree that having people involved with the nothing about me without me is a better approach than writing a check?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Guelph for his question. And the legislation does talk about getting involved and talking about how we structure things. The thing that the legislation doesn't talk about is it doesn't talk about what those standards and what those regulations are. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what Canadians were asking for. The average Canadian with a disability, when they heard about this legislation, is saying, what's in it for me? And this legislation basically identifies how we set up a CEO, how we set up a commissioner, how we set up a committee to study this. But it doesn't say what it's going to do to help their lives and improve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain will be surely pleased at the fact that he has 3 minutes left for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the question that's before the House.
It being 6:30 p.m. pursuant to order made on Thursday, September 20th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-71. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moved that Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Rutanzi.
Mr. Rutanzi.
Mr. Jovsneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Serwitz.
Ms. Serowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fergus-Gatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, Matisse, Matane, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garris.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Street.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan. Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. May Sanishkoff-Allen.
Ms. May Sanishkoff-Allen.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Clairvaux.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trots.
Yeas pour 185, 185. Nays contre 79, 79.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate of concurrency committee report number 24. Motion to concur in second report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, future of Canada's oil and gas sector, innovation, sustainable solution, and economic opportunities.
Yeah, let's.
Order. Je demande aux honorables députés.
I remind the honorable members that they need to leave the House on both sides of the House, because now we are going to move on to debate on the concurrence of the report. Resuming debate, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I am honored by the trust granted to me by the Prime Minister. I have to say that I've been granted an important mandate and I'm well aware of it. The member for Northumberland Peterborough South raised the bar quite high. I've drawn some significant lessons for having represented the people of Sudbury, and one of them is to better understand the importance of developing resources, the importance of doing things as they must be done, the importance of making sure that everybody wins. Project promoters, local communities, and Indigenous peoples, and all that in the spirit of creating jobs while protecting the environment. That is what our committee concluded 2 years ago when it produced its report entitled The Future of Canada's Oil and Gas Sector. I've always believed that some people are always a little bit behind when it comes to understanding the importance of harmonizing environmental protection and economic prosperity. But we are debating a committee report, a report from the Standing Committee on Natural Resources of the House of Commons, which was drawn up 2 years ago. For those who may have forgotten what it contained, let me take a moment to refresh your memory and to remind you of what our government has accomplished.
The committee explored the future of the oil and gas sector in Canada, focusing on innovation, sustainable solutions, and economic development. They held 7 days of meetings and heard from 33 witnesses, then produced a report with the following recommendations: that our government continue to support the viability and competitiveness of the oil and gas industries in Canada, that it stimulate investments and marketing opportunities, that it encourage a new era based on consultation with Indigenous peoples and restoring public trust, that it set up a carbon pricing system, invest in technological innovation, and develop a political framework. Mr. Speaker, our government approved this report, and we are taking the necessary steps to follow up on each of those recommendations.
This is Canada. We are investing in research and demonstration of innovative new technologies, including those aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. 2 specific initiatives are worth noting. First, the $50 million oil and gas clean tech program, which is helping to reduce the sector's greenhouse gas emissions. And second, the $25 million Clean Energy Innovation Program, which seeks to reduce emissions in a number of areas, including methane and volatile organic compounds in the oil and gas industry. Future work will focus on enhancing the environmental and economic performance by significantly reducing methane emissions. And of course, Mr. Speaker, through Mission of Innovation, our government has committed to doubling our investment in energy technology research and development. More broadly, NRCan is working with Canada's Oil Sands Innovation Alliance and other partners to maximize the innovative potential of our oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the committee report also called on the government to rebuild public trust in resource development. Our government has done just that, including by restoring many lost environmental protections and introducing modern safeguards to the Fisheries Act and the Navigation Protection Act. We announced the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan, the largest investment in Canada's coasts and oceans in our history. And we have introduced Bill C-69, the most comprehensive overhaul of the environmental review process in a generation. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said many times, no relationship is more important to our government than the one with Indigenous peoples. In particular, we recognize that consultation with Indigenous communities affected by resource projects is critical to renewing a nation-to-nation relationship. That is why, with respect to the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, we extended the timeline to allow for deeper, more meaningful engagement. More, when concerns were pressed were expressed. We responded by committing nearly $65 million to establish an Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Committee that would oversee the environmental aspects through the entire life of that project. This was unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. As Chief Ernie Cray of the Chiam First Nation said, Indigenous peoples won't be on the outside looking in. We'll be at the table and on site to protect our land and water. That said, Mr. Speaker, we know that when it comes to Indigenous engagement, a higher bar must still be met, and our government will be announcing how we intend to meet that bar in the coming days. Finally, the committee recommended that we establish the right policy framework to ensure a competitive oil and gas industry. We agree, which is why we're continuing to work towards a Canadian energy strategy together with our Indigenous, provincial, and territorial colleagues. It's why, through the Vancouver Declaration, Canada's First Ministers committed to working on a carbon sinks and other measures under the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change and Clean Growth. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've done what 42 other countries and 25 subnational jurisdictions have done, put a price on pollution, something the United Nations has called a necessary and effective measure to tackle climate change challenge. Taken together, our actions constitute an unprecedented level of support for the oil and gas industry, and while demonstrating that economic development and environmental prosperity can indeed go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, the opposition issued a dissenting report, so let me address it directly. The report calls, among other things, for clear timelines for assessments. I suggest the members opposite read Bill C-69, which would provide predictable timelines and clear expectations. This would allow proponents to better plan and engage earlier, leading to stronger proposals and greater certainty. The opposition's report also recommends that we encourage our national regulators to, and I quote, make evidence-based decisions independent of government politicization, end quote. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this concern about evidence-based decision-making processes is a welcome change in Canada. I can assure my opposition colleagues that we truly appreciate the science, science, facts, and evidence. I'm also pleased to mention that the dissenting report reminds us again to publicly and unequivocally support energy infrastructure approved by national regulatory organizations. Of course, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we did by approving the replacement of Line 3. And finally, in the report, the government is asked to promote a regulatory framework in Canada and to inspire public trust in our national regulatory bodies. We agree with this, and that's why we looked at the accomplishments of the National Energy Board to create a world-class 21st century regulatory body. This is an organization that has the independence and the responsibility necessary to monitor a strong, stable, and viable energy sector. An organization that includes new participatory processes and encourages reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. All so that good projects can get the green light. Allow me to conclude by saying that I'm always happy to talk about everything that the government is doing for the oil and gas sectors. We know that this is a driver of our economy and an important part of our future. The truth is that the recommendations in this report are already being implemented, and our government will continue to look forward towards a future where the oil and gas sectors will flourish and where they will provide prosperity to all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I know he's, really dove in off the deep end with this new file, and he's working hard. It's good to see that. I just want to go back to when this report was tabled a couple of years ago, just before the ministerial panel went out to talk about Trans Mountain in British Columbia and Alberta, and this and before the consultation, this added consultation was carried out. And I point out recommendation 3 of the report that says the committee recommends that the Government of Canada work to encourage the early engagement of Indigenous peoples in resource development decisions in full compliance with the existing treaty and Indigenous rights to land and resources. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the government ensure that the consultation processes consider the multi-dimensional impacts of resource development projects on Indigenous peoples, including issues concerning education, health, economic development, infrastructure, and environment. And what happened after this report was written in the spring of 2016 and then tabled as soon as we came back in September, the government sent out bureaucrats to consult with Indigenous peoples, and they did none of this. They simply took down notes of the concerns of Indigenous communities and claimed that they had no power to change the National Energy Board's recommendations regarding the conditions on the pipeline. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on that. And of course, this was found by the Federal Court of Appeal to be completely inadequate consultation, and why the government didn't listen to this, why the government didn't do adequate consultation, and whether they will in the future.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. When it comes to consultating with our First Nation across the country when it comes to important projects, it is clear that the Federal Court of Appeal decision has indicated that, on the one hand, we had done more than ever with respect to consulting with First Nations. However, at the same time, more can be done with respect to make sure that when accommodations can be made, they should be made. So what I can tell my colleague is that as we approach and we're reviewing the Federal Court of Appeal decision, we know that we cannot use the same process that has been used in the past by the Conservative government, and we need to do better. That is what the Federal Court of Appeal has told us. That's why right now we are in discussions with First Nations communities that will be affected by this pipeline, that basically right now we are in discussions as to how we really move forward on a nation-to-nation basis, making sure that not only are we telling them that these are the rules and these are the rules of engagement, we want to hear from them what are the rules, how we do it together. How do we dialogue on a nation-to-nation basis and just not on a direct basis? So that is new. This has never really happened before in Canada. This is what we're embarking upon. That's basically what the Court of Appeal has told us. We respect the Court's decisions as opposed to other parties in this House, but we will make sure that we get it right, and we'll take the time to get it right to be able to make sure that we are going in the right direction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding and the people that live in Alberta don't have time for this guy to say that he's got it right. They've got it wrong, Mr. Speaker. They've got it so wrong. And it's evidenced everywhere we see in the energy sector in Alberta. There isn't more socioeconomic crises in Alberta that I've never seen so much problems, whether it's in downtown Red Deer, downtown Calgary, Edmonton. Rural crime. Our entire economy is in shambles. 11% of Alberta's workforce works directly in the oil and gas sector. Direct foreign investment in this country since 2015 has plummeted to half of what it was prior to the last election. And virtually all of it is in the oil and gas sector or the energy sector. These are critical numbers that need to be paid attention to. And while we would all agree in this House that we want First Nations buy-in and support, nobody in this House would argue that we want to rape, pillage, and plunder our environment. I know after being from a province that's built tens, if not hundreds of thousands of kilometers of pipelines, that this is the smartest and most sensible way to diversify our market access for a product that generates more wealth than any other sector of our Canadian economy. And this report, unfortunately, is simply a whitewash of the philosophy of the current government and doesn't accurately reflect it. So why on earth would the Liberals kill the goose that's laying the golden egg like they're doing right now?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. But at the end of the day, we are making sure that we want to proceed in the right way that the Federal Court of Appeal has instructed us to do. What they are proposing, that was proposed today, is to ignore the Court of Appeal decision, basically legislate around it, ignore the consultation with First Nations, ignore the environmental concerns that were raised by the Federal Court of Appeal, and basically just heavy-handed, do it again, like he's done in the past, basically just dictate of how this is supposed to, how we bring our resources to new markets. They have not built, the Conservatives did not build one pipeline to new markets in 10 years because they never got it right because, you know what, they ignored the environment and they ignored First Nations. We are going to follow the Court of Appeal. We respect the courts. We will make sure that we meaningfully engage First Nations, make sure that we are protecting the environment at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, in the discussions that were just presented, recognizing that this report is 2 years old, the discussions, all of just reading through the footnotes, you recognize it's early 2016 when these discussions had taken place. There's a lot that has changed in the last 2 years. When we thought that there would be working with the U.S. and that they would have carbon taxes and that would be there, where Keystone hadn't been approved. These are the kinds of things that are taking place, and it is as though the member believes that this is a snapshot of today. What we're talking about is what set the stage for all of the discussions and the concerns, and especially the disastrous Bill 69 that is being presented. So I wonder if the member can bring us back to the thinking that there was 2 years ago and why some of these thoughts need to be updated.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I was talking about the member talked about what has changed in the past 2 years. Actually, in Canada, there's over 500 new full-time jobs that have been created. However, I recognize that in Alberta, the sector is not as as active that it was in the past. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the price of oil went from $100 a barrel to $30 a barrel. I know the Conservatives would like us to be the ones that are saying it's because of Liberals, but that's not how the economy works. That's not how the markets works. We want to make sure, as I said before, that we need to have new markets. We need to diversify where our resources are being sold to. Right now, under the Conservatives, we had one client alone, and that was the United States. 99% of the oil produced in this country was being sent to the United States and then sold back to us. And at the end of the day, we were losing billions of dollars. You know what? We both agree that we need to do something. They just want to ram it through. We want to get it right because on future projects, we want to make sure that there's a reliable system, that we can be respectful of our communities, of our indigenous communities, at the same time, respect the environment and make sure that we get it right. Yes, Mr. President.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague. I'd like to congratulate him on his appointment. Now, when I meet people in my riding, maybe my colleague can talk a little bit about reestablishing the facts on Trans Mountain. Currently, 99% of our resources go to the U.S., and that's not well known. So we need to open up to new markets. I'd like my colleague to explain this to some of my constituents. And we also know that the economy and environment go hand in hand. Keeping promises to the First Nations is very important. And I'd also like him to talk about the job creation that will be created by the pipeline. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. And I also want to congratulate her on her new position. It's clear that natural resources are an extremely important economic driver for Canada. Canadians need to know that when it comes to our energy resources, like oil, 99% of it is sold directly to the U.S. They are the ones who set the price. But at the same time, it is a very important creator of middle-class jobs, and the sector employs many First Nations individuals in the region. So it's a driver for First Nations and for the population in general. The economic benefits are many. But if you listen to the Conservatives, they just want to force things, ram things through, and the NDP doesn't want to do anything. They want to just leave it in the ground because we don't even know what their plan is. They don't have a plan. We want to make sure that we balance the economy and the protection of the environment. And we want Canada to be restored to its rightful place as one of the energy leaders of the world.
During debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I'm happy to rise this evening to speak to the motion to concur in the second report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, a report on the future of and innovation in Canada's oil and gas sector. And I won't comment on the arcane procedures and strategies in this place that sees us debating a committee report full 2 years after it was tabled in the House. But I'm pleased to be able to take it off the shelf and dust it off and see what's in there, especially in light of more recent events. The NDP submitted a supplementary opinion on the report when it's tabled, so I'll be referencing that when I'm discussing some of our concerns. And our first concern was with the scope of the study and the subsequent report. We'd hoped that there would have been a good discussion on the opportunities in other parts of the energy sector, discussion about innovation and job opportunities, investments, and particularly the emerging renewable energy industry. Renewable energy offers significant opportunities for the creation of good jobs in every community across Canada, and much of what is happening there is the very definition of innovation. But unfortunately, that topic wasn't included in this study. During our study, we heard a lot about innovation in the oil and gas industry, and some of it was truly encouraging. We heard from the Canadian Oil Sands Innovation Alliance, or CASIA, and the model that CASIA puts forward, a group of private companies that have put aside the usual proprietary nature of research and information to create a true alliance in which all members have access to successful innovations that could result in oil extraction methods that are both more economical and better for the environment. That's really exciting to witness. Unfortunately, we heard that many of these innovations would only be implemented in new projects that are waiting for higher oil prices before they will proceed. But I truly hope that the CASIA model will be extended to other industry sectors because of the way it amplifies innovation through quick adoption throughout the sector. And I'd also like to echo the sentiments of Gil McGowan, the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour, in that we have to be more than hewers of wood and drawers of water. We need to develop value-added industries within the oil and gas and other resource sectors. He testified that, and I quote, "We should prioritize value-added development because these kinds of investments not only create jobs directly in upgrading, refining, and petrochemicals, but also create other jobs." I would add that these investments create jobs that are not as subject to the volatility of global oil prices and create products that will be needed during our transition to a low-carbon economy. Mr. Speaker, we not only need to be innovative in how we extract and use resources, we need to be innovative in how we regulate the extraction of those resources. And I think everyone here would agree that we now have a complete lack of public confidence in our energy regulation process. Nanos Research has published data showing that only 2% of Canadians think we're doing a good job in that regard. And Professor Monica Gattinger of the University of Ottawa testified before a committee about her Positive Energy program, a research group dedicated to studying ways to depolarize the public debate around the oil and gas sector, particularly with regard to pipelines. Our supplementary report states that, quote, "We believe it is essential that the lack of public confidence in the current environmental assessment process be addressed by permanent, meaningful changes to the National Energy Board process as soon as possible. New Democrats believe that the proposed interim measures introduced by the government are inadequate to address the results of a decade of conservative dismantling of our environmental protection regime. We share the concern expressed by Professor Gattinger that if the process goes ahead without the existing gaps being meaningfully addressed, the end result will further erode public confidence in the entire assessment regime," unquote. The supplementary report goes on to say, we are disappointed that the majority report fails to recommend a speedy review of the NEB process, as this has been a clear electoral commitment of the new government. We're disappointed that the newly announced review panel process contains no timeline for actual legislative changes, leaving the Conservatives' inadequate process in place and creating uncertainty for all stakeholders. We recommend that the government move faster to make the necessary permanent changes to the NEB assessment process to restore public confidence and ensure that it is fair, neutral, science-based, and designed to meaningfully engage communities, unquote. So where are we now, Mr. Speaker? Shortly after this report was tabled in the House, the government granted permission for the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline to proceed. And a few weeks ago, the Federal Court of Appeal quashed those approvals. The court cited two significant failures: that the government failed to consider the environmental impact of the project on coastal marine environment, and that consultations with First Nations were completely inadequate. That government officials that met with First Nations groups were mere note takers, and that mistakenly believed that neither they nor Cabinet had the authority to change the findings of the National Energy Board in the consultation process. So what did they think consultation was about? If they thought that all it was noting down the concerns of First Nations, telling the First Nations they had no power to change anything with regard to the pipeline, that's not consultation. Consultation is listening and then acting on those concerns, trying to make accommodation. And here's what, again, our first supplementary report had to say about First Nations consultation. The government must also act quickly to honor its obligations to a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, including proper consultation and accommodation on all energy projects and the protection of Indigenous rights. During testimony, industry representatives were clear about the importance of fixing the consultation process sooner rather than later. The Government of Canada, as representative of the Crown, is responsible for these duties, and while proponents of projects should be a part of this process, we believe that these responsibilities should not be devolved to proponents to fulfill, as was too often the case under the former Conservative government. The government must take a much larger, hands-on role in creating the environment in which meaningful consultation can take place, unquote. The supplementary report goes on to support Bill C-262 that would ensure that federal legislation would be consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And while we're happy to report that Bill C-262 has passed through the House of Commons, this bill was brought forward by our colleague in the NDP caucus, the member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. We were disappointed to see that its spirit was not included in Bill C-69, the legislation that would implement changes to environmental assessment and energy regulation in Canada. So here we are, Mr. Speaker, 2 years after this report was tabled. The NDP was criticized back then for our call to redo the Trans Mountain expansion process under a proper system. Critics said it would take too long, maybe another year or two. And here we are 2 years later, and we're back at square one. The decision of the Federal Court of Appeal is a reminder that we have to put in the effort at the start. There are no shortcuts. Now, I mentioned the Nanos research earlier that described how pitifully poor Canadians' confidence in our energy regulation system was, but they did point out that there was a way forward. In that polling data, it showed that if the Canadian government could show that it was consulting properly with Indigenous communities, if it was asking other local communities about these decisions and developing a process to get a meaningful consultation process going, that Canadians would have more confidence in that procedure. So there is a way forward. And I just want to read out some of the testimony from one of the witnesses in particular, and that was the witness from the Indigenous Health Alliance, who criticized the National Energy Board in particular for not engaging Indigenous peoples early enough in their regulatory approval processes. He recommended the following measures to improve Indigenous community engagement. And this is right out of the report, the main body of the report we're discussing tonight. And here are his points. Early engagement of Indigenous communities in the NEB process by involving Indigenous communities in the problems, solutions, and implementation strategies of any resource development project at the earliest reasonable opportunity. 2, acknowledging the multidimensional nature of resource development issues by recognizing that resource development projects involve broader considerations related to education, health, economic development and the environment, etc. He stated that a consultation process that does not acknowledge and address these issues clearly will ultimately fail to address the real problems. 3, including community leadership, namely elders, in the decision-making process by recognizing elders as a stakeholder group that should be directly involved in the project agenda. 4, acknowledging that Indigenous peoples are reasonable and pragmatic about resource development. They are likely to support approval processes that respect their community-based needs. Involving communication and consultation experts, ones that could accurately interpret and convey community concerns to governments and project developers, and recognizing Indigenous peoples as a third level of government in Canada, which is how they are functionally recognized by the court system. So I'll end, Mr. Speaker, by saying that we have significant natural resources in Canada, and they've always been central to our country's wealth. But we must ensure that these shared resources are managed in the best interests of all Canadians, with a focus on protecting the environment, ensuring meaningful consultation with affected communities and Indigenous peoples, and maximizing economic benefits. Thank you, Lynn.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly enjoyed listening to the speech by the member. One of the things, of course, that was mentioned, and I know this is a concern for the NDP, has to do with Kinder Morgan and the issues associated with that. And of course, the fact that both he and I are now shareholders in this project. The $4.5 billion that was spent on a $2.5 billion project, and the fact that extra $2 billion is now available for Kinder Morgan to build pipelines that are now competition to us. These are of course some of the concerns. My concern as a conservative and as someone from Alberta is how are we going to get our natural resources to Tidewater, and that's a critical part of it. Perhaps some people in the NDP don't see it exactly the same way, but nevertheless, that's an opportunity for us to make sure that we can ensure that our citizens have those things that they need. But I wonder if he could talk about, if the member could talk about the issue of the competition that we have created with our own money in the U.S.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. And of course, it's another one of these things that brings Conservatives and the NDP together, is this sale of Trans Mountain by Kinder Morgan to the people of Canada, who knew that we wanted to be shareholders in a pipeline. I could talk all night about this, but I'll try to be brief. One is, first of all, what did this accomplish? What did we get for our $4.5 billion? We got past a May 31st deadline, but all of the factors that Kinder Morgan was concerned about, they were ready to walk away from this project, or so we were led to believe. None of those factors were fixed by spending $4.5 billion. We ended up with an old leaky pipeline. And in terms of the competition, of course, now we have the government that owns a pipeline and is trying to get permissions for the pipeline. There's a big conflict of interest there. How can you assure the First Nations groups that have concerns about this, that they'll get a fair hearing when the government says, we own this pipeline, we're going to get this project done, and by the way, we're going to consult with you. You know, so there's real conflict of interest issues there. The other issues are around, you know, from my point of view, are around subsidies to fossil fuel industries. Canada signed on through the G7 and G20 with a promise to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies by over the next few years, and we bought a pipeline. I was down in Argentina with the then Minister of Natural Resources at a G20 meeting where it was the whole theme of the meeting was the grand transition to a low carbon future, and the minister had to get up in his little 3-minute spiel on where Canada was, saying we bought a pipeline, and try to explain why this was not a subsidy to the oil and gas industry, especially when we paid $4.5 billion, as the member pointed out, for a project that was worth at best $2 billion. So there's a lot of very, very problematic parts to this sale, the purchase of the pipeline, and a lot of people that talk to me about it say, what could we have done better with $4.5 billion that would make Canada ready for the future, in the future of the energy industry that is a low-carbon future.
Questions and comments? Honourable
Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague. When we have the natural resources, oil and gas, and we work hard, and the industry is very innovative and works hard with regard to the environment. Well, I listened to my colleague, and I'd like to ask, how can we open other markets and ensure that we will be able to sell our natural resources elsewhere at better prices? Because at present, 99% go to the U.S. because there is no other solution. I would like to hear my colleague also speak about security. He say the pipelines aren't secure. Is it better to send them by truck or by train? Because in Quebec, we remember what happened with the Lac Mégantic accident. We want to ensure a new pipeline, a safe pipeline. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. And with regards to the issue around getting a better price for our resources, we hear this from the government all the time. We hear it from the Conservatives. We hear it from the industry that we need this pipeline to Tidewater to get a better price. That pipeline has been at Tidewater since before I was born, 1953, and very, very little beyond a token test amount has ever been shipped to any other place in the United States. And why is that? It's because we get the best price from the United States. If you look at, there was an article, a great article in the Alberta Oil magazine. I forget the name of the magazine. It might be Alberta Oil. But it was an article on why California is the place we should be selling our oil. That's where the refineries are built for our type of oil. That's where refineries are getting short of oil from other sources, from Mexico, from Alaska, from California, and we would get a very good price there compared with any price that we might get in Asia. If you only have to look at the price that Mexico gets for their oil. It's the same heavy, somewhat dirty oil, if you might say, that we have, and they sell their oil at a discount because people around the world, the markets, don't really want that kind of oil, so they sell it to California. So I think we have to regard that argument as somewhat specious and realize that, selling oil to the United States is not a bad thing. We're required to sell oil to the United States through our NAFTA agreement and the proportionality clause there. So I think that's something that should be taken away from this discussion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, also from British Columbia, for his speech and for his work within our party as the natural resources critic. I also thank him for his last comment there. We already have a pipeline to Tidewater, and 99% of the exports from the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline go down to California. I have yet to see credible evidence of all of these buyers who are lining up to buy our oil when it's all going down to California right this moment. And I don't think a threefold increase is going to change that. Now, Mr. Speaker, climate change is arguably the issue of the 21st century, and how we react to it, how we chart a course, is going to define how life on this earth is going to follow through. We can either be reactive and have the force changed upon us, or we can chart a course forward that is bold and visionary. And I have yet to see a credible argument from the government side or from the Conservatives on how building this pipeline and its ensuing emission increases is going to help us meet our goal. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what this argument is the production of energy. I would like to hear from my colleague about what we can do to help the workers in Alberta take advantage of where the 21st century economy is going to be, use those skills like pipe fitting, welding, heavy-duty construction, and make sure that they are well prepared for where Canada needs to be in the latter half of the 21st century.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Vancouver Island colleague for that great question. And I'd like to mention something that I heard at the G20 energy meetings in Argentina. And this was from the UK minister, who pointed out in three great points about what the UK had been doing to make this transition. And the first one was around legislated targets, legislated climate action targets. We have, the Liberals have chosen targets that are the same as the Conservatives. We think they're inadequate, and they're not even going to meet them because they didn't legislate those targets. The second one was putting your money where your mouth is, really making bold investments in the new energy technology. We just heard about, we just spent $4.5 billion buying a pipeline. We could have spent $4.5 billion in clean energy. We could have put $2 billion into electric vehicle infrastructure and incentives across this country to really change the way we do transportation, invest in building retrofits, but we chose not to. And all those would create great jobs. I get lobbied all the time by the Canadian Home Builders Association saying we could have great high-paying jobs if you brought back building retrofits.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak this evening, and I will be speaking in English. So maybe you'll have to forgive me if I make a few small mistakes.
The great philosopher Yogi Berra once said, "It's a déjà vu all over again." He could have been thinking about this debate, because it seems we are just going around in circles here, with many of us saying the same things in different ways. Mr. Speaker, a government has already endorsed the House Committee's report of the future of Canada oils and gas sector. Why? Because the committee was right when it concluded that the future of the industry is tied to innovation, sustainable solution, and new economic opportunities. Who would disagree with that? But the critics in the House says, yes, but what about upstream greenhouse gas emission? Why are we including them in the review of oil and gas project? What about the uncertainty facing the industry with respect to environmental assessments? What about recognizing that Canada has a world-leading regulatory regime and an internationally renowned track record? And what about United States transformation from being our main customer to our biggest competitor? And on each count we say, right, that's what we have been addressing over the course of our mandate. We have been addressing existing problems and tackling the challenges that continue to emerge. One key way we have been doing that is bringing forward legislation Bill C-69, to make environmental assessment and regulatory reviews timelier, more transparent, and more predictable. Mr. Speaker, we get it. Investment certainly is critical to energy sector's future, and Bill 69 will provide that, with better rules for a better Canada. But again, the critics argue, yes, but we are sealing out the oil and gas industry by including upstream greenhouse gas emissions for pipeline projects. And I say we are not. We are not. Just the opposite, Mr. Speaker. Everything we have been doing, from Bill C-69 to the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, it's aimed at strengthening Canada's economy and creating jobs for a low-carbon future. That includes our oil and gas industry and all the other resource sectors that they are the backbone of the Canada economy. Mr. Speaker, here's a fact that is not widely known. Natural resources account for 47% of Canada merchandise export. 47, Mr. Speaker, or almost half of our total merchandise exports. There's no getting around it. Our natural resource industries are not just the historic foundation of our economy, they are helping to drive our future prosperity. And in a world increasingly looking for sustainably produced products, Canada is unmatched. We have a huge natural advantage, and our government is determined to build on that competitive edge by making sure Canada can take on the world in this clean growth century and win. But again, the critics argue that's all well and good, but you have realized that our oil and gas industry is now competing with United States. You have to do something about that. And again, we say, that's right, and we are doing something about that. It's right there in the Prime Minister mandate letter to the Minister of Natural Resources. The PM asked the Minister to identify opportunities to support workers and businesses in the natural resource sectors that are seeking to export their goods to global markets. The Trans Mountain Expansion Project is a part of that. Part of our plan to diversify markets, improve environmental safety, and create thousands of goods, middle-class jobs, including jobs in Indigenous communities. That's why the Minister of Natural Resources just announced the first step in our efforts to make sure that any expansion of the TMX pipeline proceeds in the right way. When 99% of Canada oil exports are destined to United States, it just makes sense for us to seek other buyers for our resources. The problem is that there wasn't a single pipeline built to Tidewater in the decade before we formed government. We have to address that, and we are. But, Mr. Speaker, before anyone watching thinks we are doing all of this alone, let's make this clear. Canada oil and gas industry is working hard, investing in innovation, improving its environmental performance, building new partnerships, creating new opportunities. The oil sands are a great example. They're one huge innovation project. Nobody has figured out how to get oil and out of sand until Canadians created the technology. And that ingenuity continues today through the Canadian Oil and Sand Innovation Alliance. It's a partnership of Canada's 13 largest producers, all of them working together to ensure the industry's sustainable growth and accelerate its environmental performance. Today, those 13 companies have invested more than $1.3 billion to develop more than 1,000 distinct new technology and innovation, like using the latest in artificial intelligence to the pinpoint where they inject steam and how much in order to maximize the return of oil. Or developing technology that could reduce CO2 emission from steam generation process to almost zero within 5 years. Our government is working with them, supporting the efforts through our CanMet Energy Lab in Devon, Alberta, through our Oil and Gas Clean Tech program, and through our Clean Energy Innovation program. Why? Because our job is to make sure Canada is developing its resources in the most environmentally responsible ways possible, and using them in the most sustainable ways possible. That's exactly what we are doing. Investing, for example, in the latest carbon capture technology and supporting Center of Excellence in Alberta and BC. And coming up with innovative ways to turn carbon dioxide into commercial products. Everything from concrete and plastic to fish food and even toothpaste. Mr. Speaker, you may have recently read about the promising pilot project just north of Vancouver, where they are actually grabbing carbon dioxide out of the air and turning it into a replacement for gasoline. Bottom line, the low-carbon economy is not just a challenge of our generation, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. And we are seizing this opportunity and making Canada a global leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. I'd just like to comment briefly on one of the recommendations in this report. I'd like to bring this back to the report because that's apparently what we're talking about here. And recommendation number 4 was that the Government of Canada address the broader issue of public trust in the energy sector by fostering more transparency and public engagement in resource development decisions and recognizing Canada's strong environmental regulations and the work of national regulators. And after this report was written in the spring of 2016, the government, when they were assessing the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, sent out a ministerial panel on a whirlwind tour through British Columbia. Very little lead time to let people know when they were going to be and where they were going to be. They didn't write anything down at all at these meetings. There was no record kept of what they said. But at the end of the day, the ministerial panel put out a report, and one of the questions that it asked was just that, about climate action. The question that says the government must answer this question before making its decision on the Trans Mountain expansion, and that was, how do you square building this pipeline and expanding the oil sands production in Canada with our Paris commitments to lower our carbon emissions across Canada? And no experts across this country will tell you, well, all the experts will tell you, we're not going to meet those targets, those inadequate targets, the way things are, let alone if that production expands. And I just wondered if the member could comment on that.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to set the record straight for citizens who are listening to me tonight from Rivière-des-Mille. I want to say that currently the oil and gas we produce in Alberta is intended at 99% for the U.S. market, and they buy our products on the cheap. We need to open up other markets, and those markets will be reached by twinning the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We have to make sure that we innovate, and we are. We're looking to establish a greener economy. We're working with 13 different companies, the biggest producers, and we're going to get there because the economy and the environment go together.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And To the honourable member, one of the things, of course, that was mentioned a few moments ago, and it seems that Liberals always have to suggest that there were no pipelines built. Of course, right in the report, Section 3, as it talks about export capacity, it talks about the number of proposed pipelines from Alberta oil sands to export markets that have sought approval in the past years, and the witness has indicated Line 9, the initial Keystone pipelines, and all of these went through. A number were built over the last 10 years. I doubt if that my saying so is going to change the talking points for the rest of the evening. But one pipeline that I would like to talk about is the Kinder Morgan and the fact that both the member and myself are now shareholders in that, and the $4.5 billion that we purchased that for, the fact that they took the extra $2 billion or whatever it was and are now going to be building pipelines in Texas that are going to be in competition to us, so it'll get their oil to markets around the world, and we can't get our oil to markets around the world. I'm wondering if she feels that investment was that good a deal.
Député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. I had the chance to work with him on the International Trade Committee. We met with many stakeholders, whether they be from Alberta or elsewhere. It was always a pleasure to work together. When it comes to what he was saying, I'll come back to the mandate letter that the Prime Minister gave to the Minister of Natural Resources. The letter said that it was important to study ways of opening up new market opportunities because it would help workers, but also all businesses that are in the natural resources sector, while always respecting the principle that the environment and economic development go together. The government needs to open up new markets.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I like to point out often when we're discussing energy projects is the fact that when the Liberal government came to power, there was several major energy projects sitting on the table. We had Energy East on the table. We had Northern Gateway on the table. We had Trans Mountain. We had Petronas LNG. We had a big Shell, Carmen Creek Shell heavy oil project up in Peace River. All of these projects were sitting on the docket, waiting for approvals, or in some cases had been approved. And then since this government has come into power, all of these projects, except for the Trans Mountain project, have been abandoned. I just wonder what the member opposite has to say about the fact that her government continues to say that Trans Mountain's on the top of her list, and how the list has nothing else left. That list is only one project deep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's tempting to reply that the previous government was there for 10 years and didn't build a single one. New markets were not opened. We're opening one. It's important to open up other sectors and to succeed in having new access for natural resources to create jobs for the middle class and, at the same time, I'll repeat it, to ensure that the economy and the environment go together. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I was a Member of Parliament, I was Municipal Councillor, and I sat on the Environmental Consultative Committee. And in Saint-Hyacinthe, we had to think carefully about an issue because there was an opportunity to develop shale gas in the region. I realized that the citizens that I represent, and I've seen it since I've become an MP, are significantly concerned about the environment. For them, opening up new markets means leaning towards renewable energy. In Saint-Hyacinthe, it was decided to produce bioethanol, which is to take organic matter and turn it into biogas. When I hear talk of new markets, my colleagues in British Columbia said it well. The pipeline is bringing products to California. There's no other clients. What I don't understand is that when we talk about new markets, why don't we talk more about renewable energy? Why don't we talk more about committing right now to transition and transitional energy sources? Because we know that gas and oil are not renewable. We're going to come to the end in a few dozens of years, which means we need to start getting ready now. I don't understand why this report, why when we talk about new markets, we're not talking more about renewable energy, and I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Yes, we must conduct research and development. Earlier, I was explaining that we've set up an innovation center in order to ensure that 5 years from now, they'll be able to transform CO2 from emissions by producing oil and gas in Alberta to reduce it to almost zero. Yes, we have to transport it. My colleague comes from Quebec like I do, and everyone remembers what happened at Lac Mégantic. We have to transport our natural resources and open new markets, but we have to do it safely. This is an opportunity to transport it safely and to open up new markets. But in the meantime, we must continue to conduct research and development to find other ways of finding green energy and other solutions. In the meantime, this is what we need. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Nous avons juste le temps pour...
Questions and comments? We have time for just a brief comment. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'd like her to give a little brief background as to how Bill C-69 will make environmental assessment more transparent, because that is where everybody's question is coming from, and everybody worries about these things. So if she can give a little, highlight a little.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. The goal of C-69 is to make the rules, so the rules about the environment and energy, more transparent, and to make it easier to plan ahead. And we did manage to do that there, and this bill will help us go further in that direction. And I will say once again, to make sure that my colleagues across the way understand, the environment and the economy go hand in hand. And at the same time, we need to create jobs for the middle class. And I think that in Alberta specifically, working with First Nations, we really can succeed in making the economy better. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Red Deer Mountain View. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to speak on the Natural Resource Committee's report on the future of Canada's oil and gas sector. Oil and gas is very important to my riding of Yellowhead, which is a large region west of Edmonton into the Rocky Mountains. Within my riding, there have been many discussions and comments regarding the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline. This is because it's of great importance to us. Most people don't realize that over a third of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, more than 300 kilometers of pipe, run through the heart of Yellowhead. It plays a significant role in the economy of our region. The constituents of my riding and Alberta rarely complain. We are hardworking people, and we have a diversified economy throughout the province. Besides oil and gas, Yellowhead has coal mining, agriculture, forestry, and tourism. And as I said, people do not complain much, and we are hardworking people. But we saw a lot of large protests dealing with the carbon tax, and I've heard from many of the constituents with concerns over the recent things that are happening with the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Just on the outskirts of my town of Edson, we have a massive area covered with pipe that is waiting to go into the ground. I know I can't use props or anything, Mr. Speaker, in here, and I'm not going to, but I'd just like my colleagues in here just to imagine, take all the property from the Supreme Court, the green area in front, take the Justice Building, take the Confederation Building, take the West Block, take the building we're into, take East Block, and move all the way over to the Chateau Laurier. Take all that land and just imagine it stacked with 24-inch pipe, 4 high. That's what we have on the outskirts of Edson. Thousands of kilometers of pipe just waiting to be put into the ground, Mr. Speaker. Then imagine on the side, a line of picker trucks just sitting there waiting to load the pipe to take it to its destination. All of this has been sitting for quite a while, corroding, wasting money, space, and jobs. So you can imagine that when there was an announcement this summer that 290 kilometers of preliminary work was beginning, flagging, clearing of the ground, and preparing to lay pipeline, people in my community celebrated. They had tailgate parties, barbecues. They were so happy to see themselves going back to work. People were excited about able to be moving into the area, buying new homes or vehicles, and finally getting back to a real good, solid work base. Then we were absolutely devastated to learn that the Federal Court of Appeal overturned the federal government's approval of the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, concluded that the Liberals failed to engage in meaningful consultations with the First Nations. After all the rule changing they did and everything else, they failed. I heard from realtors who lost house sales, automobile dealership who lost vehicle sales. Investment in the region immediately halted. Oil and gas development in Yellowhead is important, and I can't stress enough the significant impact this Liberal government's failure has had on our region. Why, Mr. Speaker, have the Liberals failed? I think this report provides a pretty good outline as to why. In February of 2016, the Standing Committee on Natural Resources undertook a study on the future of Canada's oil and gas, mining, and nuclear sectors. The resulting report from this Liberal government-dominated committees failed to adequately represent the testimony presented by the witnesses unless it favored their strategies or ideas. In other words, the government cherry-picked the information that would be back up their own agenda instead of representing the full testimony of witnesses. They refused to realize the reality of the situation we are facing. For example, the report as presented included testimony in favor of carbon tax, but failed to provide the testimony which spoke of adverse effects of carbon tax would have on industry and consumers across Canada. One witness stated, unless the carbon tax is aligned with trading partners, the price of carbon can cause a lack of competitiveness. This should be of concern to people concerned about the climate, as well as the people concerned about the economy, because if you simply move business to other jurisdictions, you're not actually reducing overall carbon emissions. The idea would be carbon pricing that's North America or even worldwide, which would prevent those kinds. So we have to have everybody buy into the scheme. If we're doing it, we're not encouraging anybody, because people will just buy the oil and gas from third world countries, which are polluting a lot worse than we are here in Alberta or Canada. But recommendation 5 of the report completely disregards this reality and encourages the carbon tax program in Canada, which will make us uncompetitive and continue to chase investment out of Canada. By the way, foreign investment has plunged to the lowest it's been in 8 years under this government. Other witnesses testified conveniently that they left out the report that stated Canada contributes less than 2% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. 2%, Mr. Speaker. And if we refer to China, it's at about 28%, and the United States is about 15% of the greenhouse gas emissions. This Liberal government's narrative against Canada's natural resource development has been predicated on the assumption that the current regulation framework is broken and it needs to be changed to restore public confidence and the trust of Canadians. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this government refuses to recognize that we contribute less than 2% of global emissions and that Canada's standards are the best in the world. That's not just a talking point, Mr. Speaker. That is backed up by reports from many of the witnesses that gave testimony that was conveniently left out of the report. As one witness stated, Canada also has world-leading environmental regulations. Of the top oil reserve holders, only Canada is covered by world-class, stringent environmental regulations and oversight. End of the quote. And companies have worked under our environment framework for years with success. As stated by another witness, over the past 10 years, under the NEB auspices, several pipelines have been built. Certainly the Line 9 pipeline was approved under National Energy Board process. The Access Pipeline and the initial Keystone pipelines were built. There is a list of pipelines that went through the regulatory process under National Energy Board that went through consultation, that went through environmental review, and that were built. My point is that we have a strong process in place that was reliable, effective, and held the trust of Canadians. So why is investment declining? It's declining because the Liberal government has created regulatory uncertainty in their new assessment process for natural resource infrastructure projects. For comparison, the original Trans Mountain Pipeline was proposed in the March of 1951, and construction began in February of 52, and it was flowing oil in 53. That's less than a year to move that process. In 2004, Kinder Morgan began the process to add the second pipeline, running parallel to the first. In 2008, the project was approved and completed. That's only 4 years to move the process. Then in 2013, Kinder Morgan began the application process for Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, and now, 5 years later, we are back to the consultation phase thanks to the Liberals' mismanagement of the energy file. Why would other companies want to invest in a country where it takes 5+ years to go through the process, and even then there's no guarantee that a pipeline will be built? It's unfortunate that the Liberals have cancelled and held up Canadian pipelines. Stopping pipelines in Canada does not speed up the development of alternates to oil, and it doesn't slow down the growing oil demand in emerging economies. As stated by another witness in the study, transportation infrastructure is required to meet these growing energy needs, and pipelines remain the safest and most efficient and lowest greenhouse gas intensive way of moving energy over long distances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to ask a question of my colleague, my neighbour in Yellowhead. I want to ask him about the other impacts of our lack of pipeline access, namely the knock-on impacts on other industries. For example, my family are grain farmers, and a lot of grain farmers in my riding have been unable to move product because CN and CP are moving so much crude by rail that our other industries are really suffering. And then I would also ask him about how, when you look over a list of all the different oil prices across the world, it's only Canadian, Western Canada Select Oil, which is half the price of all the other oil products in the world, and how much money Canada is leaving on the table. And I hope he can shed some light on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, my neighbour to the east. I'd like to deal with the first part of his question first, was railways. Through my riding of Yellowhead and through his riding of Sturgeon River Parkland, shouldn't forget that, is the CN and CP rail. These rails both come from the west coast and go all the way through to eastern Canada, our major mail railroad hubs in Canada. They haul coal from the coal mines to our west. They haul grain from our complete region. They haul gravel from the sides of the mountains for railroad use. They haul timber products from the forest companies. They haul newspaper print from the newspaper companies. Constantly, I am getting calls from different companies throughout our area that they are not getting trains from the railroad companies because the railroad companies are tied up moving crude oil in rail oil cars. We cannot get products, vital products, to the west coast of Canada and to eastern Canada, products going from west coast of Canada to east coast because the tracks are tied up by oil cars. Now, coming through, that's a single lane track. It doubles in my area, and constantly we are seeing railroad crossings blocked from anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 to 3 hours with trains waiting there for other trains to go by just because of the heavy traffic use. Now, the second part of the question, I Can't quite remember what it was. I may ask. Run out of time anyways? Okay.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Yellowhead for his speech, and at the very end he touched on the fact that the Trans Mountain Pipeline was first built in the early 50s, before I was even born. And from one thing I've heard is that that route that was chosen preferentially went through Indian reserves because it was easy to get permission. And in fact, First Nations people in this country didn't even get the vote until 1960. And I'm just wondering if he would comment on that, on how the world has changed in the intervening years that both he and I have been alive, and how different the world is now, and why people in Canada demand that we look at the impacts that these projects have on the environment, look to the future for our grandchildren and their grandchildren, and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples has been shown in case after case after case before the Supreme Court that they have these rights and that we have to respect that. And that's the world today. It's not the world of 1951 or 1953.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. Listen, when we built we'll talk about this particular pipeline that was proposed in 51, constructed in 52, and running in 53. There was consultation with the Aboriginal groups, the Treaty 6 group from Alberta, and I know that there was consultations throughout Alberta. Maybe there was not as much as we do today because we know a lot more today than what we did in 1951. But in 1951, Canada had a National Energy Board, or regulatory. The province of Alberta also had one. It went through the standards which were applicable for those days and met those standards. Today we have different standards, and maybe 20 years from today we will have different standards than what we have today. But the company building the pipeline in those days met the guidelines of the government of that day, provincially, federally, and they met with Aboriginal people, because I have spoken to elders on numerous occasions and they remember the discussions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to speak this evening and to add my voice in support of Canada's oil and gas sector. The report that we were discussing covered economic drivers such as oil and gas prices, production costs, export capacity, future demand, investment, and competition. The arguments that various witnesses presented dealt with the ways in which we could foster investment and trade opportunities, promote a new era of Indigenous engagement and public trust, deal with a price on carbon, invest in technological innovation, and establish the right policy framework. The concern that I have about this report, as was agreed upon by the majority on committee, was that on so many fronts, the conclusions did not address the true realities that exist in the industry today. The unanimous motion to undertake the study on the future of Canada's oil and gas sector, with a focus on innovation, sustainable solutions, and economic opportunities, presented an excellent forum to showcase to the world our first-class oil and gas sector. But, as I read through the report, what became obvious was that it seemed to be an apology piece for our natural resource sector, rather than a chance to explain why Canada's resource development should be encouraged and promoted throughout the world. At the time of the project, Energy East, as well as Kinder Morgan, were being recognized as the final pipeline opportunities to have oil exports added to the 4 major pipelines that our Conservative government had previously overseen. These pipelines have become even more significant after the arbitrary cancellation of the previously approved Northern Gateway project. Now, the report also looked at pricing and production costs, which of course are indeed considerations that any company must keep in mind when determining where their investment dollars would go. It's too simplistic to say that investors are shying away from Alberta because of those economic factors. Unless, of course, one factors in the uncertainty caused by the ever-burdensome red tape for the industry, the assault on all Canadian small businesses, particularly those that supply the oil and gas sector, a bizarre approach to international trade which makes investors nervous, and the Made in Canada disaster program that forces a non-competitive carbon tax on all Canadians that has no equal with our global competitors. The Liberal mistruths about Conservative pipeline management was at least exposed during the study. But once that was on the table, the report reverted back to an anti-oil spin to justify the foot-dragging that has been the hallmark of this Liberal government. Now, there was an acknowledgement that we need to get moving on LNG pipeline projects, but the reality is that the same global investors that are agitating against our oil pipelines will use their network to stop LNG projects as well. After all, if Canadian resources, produced under the strongest environmental standards in the world, could ever get to market, who would need or want products from other countries? In the report, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce warned that certain environmental policies, namely carbon pricing, could undermine Canada's competitiveness unless it's aligned with trading partners. Their conclusion was that a price on carbon will cause a lack of competitiveness. Now, there was an expression of concern regarding the greenhouse gas emissions levels of oil sands operations and how that might hinder Canada's ability to reduce domestic greenhouse gas emissions as addressed in the report. The irony associated with that discussion has always been the degree in which those calculations and the actual contribution to overall global emissions are portrayed. In a November 27, 2014 Financial Post report, an energy advisor to some of the world's most developed economies, Fatih Birol, presented his concerns not only about the security of world energy sources, but also the impact of fossil fuels on the climate. What he said was that of all the issues that exist, he would never spend any time worrying about the level of carbon emissions from Canada's oil sands. He was frank about saying that oil sands CO2 emissions from the oil sands is extremely low. Mr. Birol, who as the chief economist of the Paris-based International Energy Agency, when speaking of the expected global requirements said, and I quote, "The IEA forecasts that in the next 25 years, oil sands production in Canada will increase by more than 3 million barrels per day, but that the emissions of this additional production would be equal to only 23 hours of emissions of China, not even one day." Now, Mr. Birol also didn't think that a carbon tax was a particularly useful way of managing emissions. But the sad part is that this carbon pricing scheme remains a major talking point in the report and is punishing one of our most important drivers of Canada's economy. One cannot help but comment on the frustration that the industry has had respect to the pipeline fiasco. The Prime Minister falsely claimed that the Energy East project had been cancelled because of market and volume considerations. The major nail in the coffin was the government's intrusion into the pipeline approval process. It would seem as though the Liberals have used the cover of this report as a rationale to launch its disastrous Bill 69. The former TransCanada CEO Hal Quisley, in a recent Bloomberg report, stated, in assessing the environmental impact in Canada's energy regulations, that this is, and I quote, an absolutely devastating piece of legislation. Mr. Quisley also said that he didn't think that any competent pipeline company would submit an application if Bill C-69 comes into force. The key point is that any government needs to review projects early on and quickly send a signal to both the community and to the pipeline proponent as to whether or not the Government of Canada supports the project. If pipeline companies are worried about Canadian projects going forward, then one should not be surprised that other investors around the world are no longer looking to Canada as a reliable investment. The sad part of this, Mr. Speaker, is that this does not mean that oil and gas won't be sold around the world. It will be supplied from countries that truly have much less concern about the environment than we do. So this carbon slippage, as it is called, will not help the global environment, but it will continue to hamstring our economy. Mr. Speaker, the dissenting opinion presented by our Conservative committee members addressed many of the points that I have spoken about this evening. So let me put into the record the recommendations that we presented. The first was that we strongly encourage the Government of Canada to establish and make publicly available strict, clear criteria at a fixed timeline for their assessment and consultation processes for major projects. The timely approval of new energy infrastructure projects would not only reduce Canada's reliance on foreign oil, but would also allow responsible, world-renowned and respected Canadian oil and gas to reach broader international markets. Secondly, we strongly encourage the Government of Canada to show confidence in our national regulators by allowing them to make evidence-based decisions independent of government politicization and unnecessary duplicative interim principles. Thirdly, we strongly encourage the Government of Canada to publicly and unequivocally support strategic energy infrastructure approved by the national regulators after extensive and thorough evidence-based processes to ensure Canada's competitiveness in the global energy market. The fourth point, we strongly encourage the Government of Canada to recognize and to promote Canada's world-leading regulatory framework and environmental standards and stewardship by instilling rather than eroding public confidence in our national regulators and Canada's energy developers. And lastly, the fifth point, we strongly encourage the government not to impose any additional tax or regulation on the oil and gas sector or the Canadian consumer that our continental trading partners and competitors do not have. This includes measuring the upstream greenhouse gas emissions from pipelines as laid out in the 5 interim principles, given pipelines do not contribute to these emissions in any material way and upstream emissions fall under provincial jurisdiction. Any national carbon pricing initiatives should undergo a thorough economic assessment to ensure balance between economic growth and environmental stewardship and responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend and neighbour. We both have the privilege of representing the third largest city in Alberta, the city of Red Deer, and of course the surrounding rural areas, otherwise affectionately known as Central Alberta, which is the hub in Alberta of oil and gas support services. All of the companies, pipeline companies, rig companies that do drilling, Precision Well is right there. We've got an Evraz plant there making steel tubing for the industry. We've got the Blindman Industrial Park. We've got the Edgar Industrial Park. Everything is all set up there to be a service sector for the oil and gas industry. And Mr. Speaker, the policies that have been implemented since the election in 2015 have caused such a chill in the investment environment in the oil and gas sector that employment has plummeted in Central Alberta to levels that we hadn't seen since Pierre Elliott Trudeau was the Prime Minister of Canada. So I'm wondering if my colleague here can actually validate what I've been saying, it's been falling on deaf ears, that the energy policies of this government are every bit as worse as the former National Energy Program.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, the member from Red Deer Lacombe. It certainly is an honour to work with you, and I know just how much, how committed you are to making sure that those that are involved in the oil and gas industry in central Alberta have an opportunity to get back to work and to do the sorts of things that they are experts at. I think one of the points that the member had mentioned, I had an opportunity when I was on international trade to speak to some investors in Singapore and Malaysia, and they knew that there are opportunities in Canada and in Alberta for investment, but they looked at what was taking place in the country at that particular time, and this was just a year or so ago, and they said, we just can't tell our investors that this is where they should be putting their dollars. And that is the major concern that we have, is that we have got to the stage where people say, I think we can put our money into Kazakhstan, or we can do this, or we can go into some of these other areas, because there is no certainty on any kind of a project. And that, I think, is the critical part. That is what the people in our municipalities are saying. That's why they are so frustrated. And they have work to do as well, as do our provincial counterparts, to try to get projects up and running and allow for things to happen. So it's extremely frustrating, Mr. Speaker, to know that because of the actions that have taken place in this last few years, that we have lost the competitive advantage that was always something that, as Canadians, we were so proud.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague across the aisle for his speech this evening. But he keeps referring to the uncertainty of investment in Canada when it comes to natural resources, and especially the oil sector. My question to him would be, why, if there's that much uncertainty, why is the offshore oil in Newfoundland and Labrador seeing unprecedented bids from companies that never got involved in exploration there before, but now are investing millions and millions of dollars to bid on parcels of land to do exploration? So how do you square that circle?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much. Basically, the member should be aware that he does not have to run a pipeline through British Columbia in order to get that oil and gas to Tidewater. The other aspect, of course, is that we do have in the Maritimes opportunities to do refining, and so this is a great opportunity for them. They don't see us being handcuffed in the same manner. So if they, maybe the next time when I'm talking to some investors, doesn't seem as though many people are giving Western Canada much of a break, but I can assure the member that I would make sure that those people in the Maritimes have an opportunity to be able to advance and supply the world with their oil.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Truly a privilege to follow my esteemed colleagues in having this discussion. Mr. Speaker, I spent a number of years in the previous Parliament and Parliaments before that on the Natural Resources Committee. I'll go back to 2014 to a report that was published by the committee talking about the cross-Canada benefits of the oil and gas sector, and contrast that with the report that was issued in 2016 by the Liberal-dominated committee. What have we seen? What have we seen, Mr. Speaker, since 2015? Financial Post basically says the shrinking investment underscores how the energy slump is lingering in a Canadian economy that last year also began to face the additional headwind of growing U.S. protectionism. Foreign direct investment in Canada is plummeting to its lowest level in 8 years. This is right from the Financial Post, published here in Canada. And most of that foreign direct investment is fleeing the energy sector. Are there a couple of projects here and there that are going ahead? Yes, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that over $90 billion of projects alone, 90 billion, that's with a B, have fled the capital market in Alberta or in Western Canada alone. Why is this so important? Why is this so important? Because when Alberta's economy is strong, Canada's economy is strong. And right now, Alberta is suffering under the misguided policies of an NDP premier who has just recently realized, when reality collided with ideology, that the anti-energy resentment that the NDP usually fosters in this House, because the federal NDP and the provincial NDP are actually the exact same party. You're a member of one, you're a member of both. Anyway, that ideology has collided with reality, and now we have a premier in Alberta that's walking away from this Prime Minister's climate change plan. An NDP premier who was lockstep in with the carbon tax and the entire plan that the current government has in place is walking away. As a matter of fact, people of Ontario just recently voted to, largely because of the ideas put forward by now Premier Doug Ford, campaigned against the carbon tax. Liberals will say, well, that's because Canadians don't understand the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, Doug Ford won in Ontario because Canadians do understand the carbon tax. Absolutely. They understand exactly what it's going to cost them. They understand what it's going to cost their families. And they understand what it's going to cost everything about their lives. And here's why, Mr. Speaker. If you go back and take a look at any of the reports that the Natural Resources Committee has said, any number of expert witnesses will tell you that oil and gas is as important in our daily lives as everything else that we may take for granted. Food, a shelter over our head. People today walk to this House of Commons not even knowing how many pipelines under the ground they may have walked over. Gas pipelines, oil pipelines, energy pipelines. Every one of the 338 members of Parliament in this chamber came here on a plane, train, or an automobile. How did they get here? Otherwise, unless, of course, they're riding wooden bicycles whittled with a bone knife, they're using fossil fuels. Everything that we have that's good in our lives, everything that sets us apart as an economy from those economies that struggle, is the ability to use fossil fuels in our lives for the cause of good. If you take a look, is there something funny about what I'm saying? So I don't know why this is so funny. I mean, people in my province are desperate. People are looking for jobs. People are looking for opportunities. We've got so many problems right now in central Alberta as a result of the energy policies, and I guess it's just a source of humor for my colleagues across the way. However, as unfortunate as that is, one of them is actually from Newfoundland, who ought to understand the value of the energy sector. But anyway, I won't digress. Fossil fuels are so ingrained in every aspect of our lives that a carbon tax, and when we say a carbon tax is a tax on everything, it's absolutely true. Take a look around this room. There is nothing in this room that could be brought to you today without the use of fossil fuels. That wood would have to be harvested by a fossil fuel powered equipment out in the forestry sector. It would be cut at a sawmill. It would be refined and finished in a shop that would be heavily intensive in electricity or other types of fossil fuels. The stone would not be quarried by hand. It would be done by heavy equipment. The food that's on the table out there, what came from a farm or was shipped here from another country, I'm pretty sure the pineapple didn't come. The pineapple on the plate right there in the government's lobby didn't come from Newfoundland and Labrador. It didn't come from Alberta. It likely came from Hawaii. How did it get here? It got here on an airplane, not a solar-powered one. It got here on an airplane or a ship that's powered by fossil fuels. So everything that we have, medical advancements, all of the technology that we have, is all because we have cheap, reliable, affordable fossil fuels. And it's absolutely critical that we don't get disconnected from that. Should we be efficient? Absolutely. Should we be as efficient and energy efficient as possible? Absolutely. If the government was proposing energy efficient ideas, I would support them on a one-off basis if they had merit and were sustainable. I don't know why in this country we have to hate oil and gas in order to like solar power, to like wind power and all these other things. Energy and the taxes and the benefits that it provides to our economy, pays for schools, pays for infrastructure, pays for healthcare, medicine. And if our economy was doing so well, it wouldn't be nearly impossible to balance a budget that this government seems either ideologically opposed to or actually is misleading Canadians with the economic success that it has. It should be very easy to balance a budget in a good economy. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, let's have a short history lesson, because the government likes to basically blame everybody before them for everything that they're failing at right now. This Prime Minister inherited a balanced budget, and he inherited 3 Tidewater applications from one mandate of a Conservative government that had a majority in this House. I chaired the Special Legislative Committee, or the Subcommittee of Finance for Bill C-38, which actually the industry had asked us to streamline and harmonize all of the environmental regulations that resulted in the pipeline applications that the government across the way has botched so badly that the balanced budget is gone. The parliamentary budget says that's gone until 2045, 2050, 2055. And we had 3 Tidewater pipeline projects in the hopper. We didn't inherit any of those from a previous Liberal government. None of those were applied for during the 5 years that we were a minority parliament because, of course, the Liberal Party and the NDP and the Green Party would, the Liberal Party, NDP and the Bloc Québécois Party would block basically any of the legislative attempts we had in the House in order to harmonize or streamline the regulatory process and bring the certainty that the investment sector would actually want to do this. So we had 4.5 years. 4.5 years, Bill C-38 was passed. Pipelines were actually applied for. 3. The government of the day had inherited 3 Tidewater pipeline applications. Each one of them, if you take a look at the total kilometers, would add up to about 7,000 kilometers of Tidewater pipelines. The Prime Minister of today has presided over the demise of Energy East, over 4,000 kilometers of pipeline to Tidewater, and Northern Gateway, 1,100 kilometers of pipeline to Tidewater. And Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain is hanging on by a thread, not because Kinder Morgan wants to build it, because they'd like to flee this marketplace as well. So the government of the day actually has to use taxpayers' dollars now to rescue the only project that, for political reasons, nothing to do with science, nothing to do with technology, nothing to do with the capabilities and competencies of the energy sector. The energy sector knows how to build pipelines. They're the only ones that actually do. I have a lot more faith in Kinder Morgan building the pipeline than the government of Canada building the pipeline, because they know how to do it. Yep. They've been doing it for 60, 70 years without incident, without major incident through British Columbia. So here's where we are today, Mr. Speaker. We're sitting at a crossroads in this country where we have the 3rd largest reserves of oil, 3rd largest reserves in the world of oil, and we can't get our pipelines to Tidewater. Some over there are saying, well, already the oil that goes through the Kinder Morgan pipeline ends up in the United States. That's actually quite true. 100% of the gas that's exported from Canada, 100%, all of it, goes to the United States. 97% of the oil, according to this report, goes to in the export market from Canada, goes to the United States. That's because Vancouver's a shallow port, and large tankers won't come in to the port, which is why Northern Gateway was so important, because it went to a deep water port a little further north on the coast of British Columbia, where a supertanker or any large vessel could actually go in and fill the ship up. That was the one that was going to diversify the market. Energy East, Saudi oil, Nigerian oil, Venezuelan oil, comes in by the boatload along the Atlantic coast, which I guess doesn't deserve the same protection as the tanker ban does on the West Coast. But why? Why wouldn't our friends in Newfoundland and Labrador and Atlantic Canada want to use oil that was sourced in Canada? I mean, half of them, I shouldn't say half of them, but I've been here for a long time, and I know who's on the plane going back and forth to Alberta when times were good, when there was certainty in the industry. It was people from Quebec. It was people from, I mean, the plane that stopped in Ottawa to pick me up to take me back to Edmonton or back to Alberta came from Halifax, came from Newfoundland, came from St. John's, full of people wearing Shell Albion jackets, wearing Curl oil sands projects, firebag projects, all wearing those jackets, providing for their families. Now they could have just stayed home if they wanted to and worked at the thousands of jobs that would have been created at the other end of the pipeline. So it's not just the pipeline, Mr. Speaker. It's not just the jobs in the creation of the pipeline. It's jobs at each end. It's jobs in Alberta and Saskatchewan and northern BC for Western Canadians, and it's jobs in Atlantic Canada, processing, refining, upgrading, and shipping and exporting Canadian product, rather than watching ships roll in from kingdoms like Saudi Arabia that the current government doesn't even have a relationship with anymore, even though we're still buying their oil, and other despots and dictators. who don't have anywhere close to the same environmental and human rights standards that Canada has. The NDP and the Bloc and the Green Party and the Liberals here all want to argue about how important the environmental regulations are. I agree. I'm an outdoorsman. I want clean water. I want clean air. I want clean land. I want to go fishing in a clean river. I want to, I want to go hunting for my moose where it's nice and I can trust that there's no environmental pollution. Well, I live in Alberta. I'm not worried about any of these things. The air that I breathe is very clean. The rivers that flow through my community are clear and blue. The land and resources that we have in Alberta are wonderful. So I'm not understanding, who are we comparing ourselves to when it comes to our environmental regulations? What problem is it? Can somebody point to me the last major oil spill that we weren't able to handle or clean up? Where's the problem? Well, there isn't actually a problem, Mr. Speaker, because it's all about money. It's actually not about the environment. The carbon tax isn't about the environment either. It's just about money. And it's all about wealth transfer. And it's all about making sure, and that's fine, it's about people who want to be part of the process because they want the money. And that's fine, so let's just call it what it is. So here's where we are, Mr. Speaker. We're at that crossroads right now. We can't say that Canada is a laggard when it comes to environmental stewardship or human rights because no other oil-producing, exporting country in the world is better than we are. I mean, we're probably on par with Norway. We're probably on par with the United States. A few pluses and minuses in a few categories, but we're on par with these guys. But we're well ahead of Saudi Arabia. I'm guessing that the lineup of people that this government can't even, keep our border secure. But anyway, I don't think there's a lineup of people from Canada fleeing to Iran or fleeing to Iraq, oil-producing countries in the Middle East. Could it be because maybe Canada actually has it right and that all of the problems that we have here are actually manufactured political problems? I've been to downtown Vancouver. I've seen people driving cars. I've been to downtown Montreal. I see people driving cars. Been to downtown Toronto. I see people driving cars. Why do we want to make that more expensive? Why do we want to make the cost of shipping goods to and from these people more expensive? Why do we want to make travel as Canadians to a warm climate in the wintertime? Why do we want to make that more expensive by making energy? Energy, which is the lifeblood of everything that's good that we have in this country. I want to go back to that point one more time. All of the things that we have in our life that is good right now are brought to us by the advancements of fossil fuels. And until we refined kerosene several hundred years ago, we were burning wood, we were burning coal, it was messy, it was dirty, and we were using basically 80 to 90% of all of the crops that we grew just to feed our horses and our cows. Now 3% of the population can grow the world's food because of fossil fuels. Now we have opportunities to be researchers, we have lawyers, musicians, artists, because we don't have to worry about where the next meal is coming from. We don't have to worry about a subsistence living here in this country of Canada, because we have fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker. So, today, the leader of the party that I'm in, the Conservative Party of Canada, basically said that he would exercise, after the next election, when he becomes the Prime Minister of Canada, exercise the powers that are available to the government to do nation-building projects. That doesn't mean that we're going to run roughshod over everybody. It just means that we can't have these stalemates go on forever and ever and ever, because it drives investment out of our economy. Should First Nations be involved? Absolutely. Should we do everything that we can to make sure, from an environmental perspective, that we can mitigate almost all of the risks? Well, of course, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's going to argue about that. So why can't the government get this pipeline built? Well, let's take a look. Northern Gateway, a project that was approved, 209 conditions. 209 conditions, this project was approved, Enbridge was moving ahead with it. They spent about $1.5 billion worth of shareholders' money on that project to get it built. They had over 30 of the 42 First Nations along the route publicly supporting it. They had 2 publicly opposed, and the remaining 10 or so wouldn't declare publicly whether they were going to support it or not support it. Enbridge had the task then through the National Energy Board to go and resolve those 209 issues that the National Energy Board, or those conditions that the National Energy Board set out. They were on their way to do it. They, as a private sector company, needed to get the buy-in from the First Nations along the route. That's already been tested through our Constitution, through our courts, through the all that process can be played out. The government doesn't need to get involved in that. That was Enbridge's job, and they were doing it. And then the election happened, and the pipeline is killed. It's a political decision because the science of the and technical expertise of the National Energy Board said that that pipeline was perfectly valid to go ahead. When you've got 30 of 42 First Nations publicly supporting it, that's over 75. That's 75% of the First Nations publicly supporting it along the route. I guess that's not enough. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get consensus on anything, which I think suits the Liberal Party just fine. Anyway, project's killed, tanker bans in place, no new investment coming for Northern British Columbia at all. None. Zero. And guess who wants the pipeline built, Mr. Speaker? The folks in Northern British Columbia. They want those jobs. Energy East. One of the first things that happened after this government was elected in 2015 was they changed the regulatory review process by adding a 6 and 3 month process on to Energy East and Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain pipelines, kicking the can down the road. According to the government of the day, they needed to do this because it would ensure that these projects would have the social license, whatever that is, to get the pipeline built. And then when it looked like TransCanada was actually going to proceed and get Energy East built, the mayor of Montreal, who was a former Liberal cabinet minister, member of Parliament in this House, Denis Coderre, basically said he didn't want the pipeline there. I didn't realize that mayors of towns were responsible for telling the National Energy Board what to do, but apparently the Prime Minister of Canada today listens to them rather than the technical experts at the National Energy Board. Doesn't matter that pipelines are already going all the way through the community. Anybody who's got natural gas in their house has a pipeline right to their house. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. So TransCanada is trying to get that pipeline built. And what happens is the government says, oh, it looks like we're going to have success here. Let's put some more regulatory obstacles in by putting upstream and downstream emission standards on a pipeline. And guess what? TransCanada shelved the project. Why wouldn't they? Why would they expose more of their shareholders' money to that risk, just like Enbridge had to walk away from well, over $1 billion, I'm guessing, worth of investment. Now TransCanada is doing the same thing. Shelved the project. 2 out of 3 gone. Now, 1 pipeline left. And now it stands alone. All the social justice warriors, all the environmental activists, everybody can just focus on this 1 pipeline. And guess what? All they had to do was get in front of the right judge, and they get the ruling. They can't even follow their own rules to build a pipeline that they had to buy from the private sector, the money of which is now going to projects elsewhere to compete against us. And they now want to sell this pipeline that they can't build to a future investor.
Good luck.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are in charge. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for 1 short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. He said it was all about the money, and of course it always has been. That's why Saudi Arabia is building all their new electric power plants using solar instead of burning oil, because it's cheaper. It's why people want to buy, a lot of people want to buy electric cars, because they're cheaper to run and cheaper to fuel. And he talked about all the jobs that would be created at the other end of the Energy East pipeline. And during this study, when we had J.D. Irving in front of, or the Irving in front of us to talk about the possibility of building refineries in New Brunswick at the end of that pipeline, we said, the question was asked to them, when would that be built? And they said maybe 10 years, maybe never. It's all about the money. It's all about our investment. Right now, we're doing very fine, thank you, putting oil the other way. So I just wondered, and the other thing is, in NAFTA, we have a proportionality clause that requires us to send oil to the United States. And I just wondered if he could comment on those complications.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
There's nothing complicated about understanding that Saudi Arabia is a sunny, very warm, might even call it a hot desert climate, in which case the peak time used for electricity is during the day for air conditioning, and guess when the sun is shining? During the day. So if my honourable colleague or friend over here wants to only heat his home in Canada with the power of a solar panel on his house during the wintertime at night when the furnace cuts in, I wish him all the best of luck with that. Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia's reality is not our reality, so the comparisons don't matter. The Saudis don't hate their own oil in order to promote solar panels. They're going to use the investments that they have from their oil to help them use solar panels. This is the conundrum that we have here in Canada. For some reason, we are self-loathing in this country about one of the wealthiest resources that we could possibly have that pays for a quality of life that's second to none in the world.
Right.
It's just ridiculous, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, la question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moved that the second report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources presented on Wednesday, September 21, 2016, be concurred in.
To adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. On division? I declare the motion carried on division. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
At this point, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been presented and seconded. Consequently, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I rose on April 24th in the House in order to remind the government of its commitments about employment insurance sickness benefits which last for 15 weeks only. 9 years ago, Marie-Hélène Hubé had, through her petition, asked that they extend the period beyond 15 weeks. It is not enough to heal. I can only congratulate her for her courage and determination. Like many Canadians who signed this petition, I believe that 15 weeks is clearly insufficient, especially in cases of people who have serious illnesses. That is why the NDP has proposed to extend the benefit period to 50 weeks. The EI benefit system, as it exists now, leads to real injustices. Illness is not a choice. Can we allow some of our fellow citizens to sink into precariousness because they are ill? The numbers show that 1 out of 2 Canadians is at risk to develop cancer. How can the government remain insensitive to the fate of half its population? Marie-Hélène Hubé was ill 3 times due to cancer, and she lost her job while she was fighting to live, and she's not alone. Some lost everything, their house, their savings. While attempting to heal, they lost everything, and what did the government do to help them? To support them? Nothing. In my riding, Ménalie Pelletier exhausted her 15 weeks of EI benefits. Melanie told me just how hard it was. One does not live, one survives, she told me. Stress, anxiety, suffering are her lot, and of many people who, like her, have no support and have no help coming from this government. I cannot remain insensitive to the fate of people like Marie-Hélène or Mélanie. I want real action. I want results. I'm asking this government to show compassion. I want this government to keep its promises and to improve sick leave benefits offered from the employment insurance system. The government's numbers indicate that a third of people who ask for sickness benefits through the EI system need more than 15 weeks. And these numbers come from the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. In 2015, the Liberal Party campaigned on the reform of EI. In 2016, it promised to improve sick leave benefits, but they have done nothing yet. And yet, the Minister of Social Development witnessed the tabling of my motion in which I asked for the problem to be studied, to hear from experts, to hear from people who had been unemployed, in order to make recommendations to the government. However, the Liberals on the committee refused to vote for this study, and they rejected it out of hand. That meant that we could not move things forward. Extending the length of benefits to 50 weeks would be to offer our fellow citizens the opportunity to heal. Can the government finally keep its promises and shoulder its responsibilities? Or will it simply continue to turn its back on the most fragile among us, on those who suffer, on those who ask only for a few weeks more in order to be able to heal? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you for the question. It is a very important matter.
For concern on this matter, and I certainly understand that there are difficult and very sensitive cases among the thousands of people who do receive assistance under employment insurance or EI sickness benefits. EI sickness benefits are an important support measure for Canadians who have to leave their job due to injury or illness. Les prestations de maladie et l'assurance emploi constituent une mesure.
EI sickness benefits are an important support measure for Canadians who have to leave their job due to injury or sickness.
EI sickness benefits provide 15 weeks of income replacement for Canadians who leave work due to short-term illness or injury. In 2016-17, almost 379,000 new sickness claims were made, with approximately $1.6 billion have been paid to beneficiaries. Sickness claimants collect on average 10 weeks of the maximum entitlement of 15 weeks. This shows that the available coverage is sufficient in the majority of cases. However, we are fully aware that some claimants do exhaust all 15 weeks of benefits before they're able to return to work. That said, EI sickness benefits complement a range of other support measures in the case of long-term sickness or disability, including employer and private insurance programs, the Canada Pension Plan, long-term disability benefits, as well as numerous other supports provided by provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the honourable member that we take this matter very seriously. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à...
Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the honourable member that we take this matter very seriously.
This House that we have already implemented several measures to ensure that EI program is more flexible, inclusive, and of course, easier to access. For instance, in the past few months, we've created an employment insurance family caregiver benefit for adults, which provides up to 15 weeks of benefits to eligible caregivers to offer support to an adult family member who is critically ill or injured. Immediate and extended family members of critically ill children now have access to a new benefit that was only available to parents in the past. This replaces and enhances the benefits for parents of critically ill children and continues to offer a maximum of 35 weeks of benefits. In addition, medical doctors and nurse practitioners can now sign documents attesting that the child or adult is critically ill or injured. This change also applies to compassionate care benefits for providing end-of-life care to family members. Budget 2018 announced that the government will extend working while on claim provisions to sickness and maternity benefits. This provision came into force in August 2018 and will allow Canadians recovering from an illness or injury to have much greater flexibility to stage their return to work and also keep more of their EI benefits. As you can see, we've already taken real action to support Canadians, and I want to assure you that we're going to continue to do our utmost to ensure that the EI program is better aligned with today's labour market realities and is responsive to the needs of Canadian workers and employees.
As you can see, we've already taken real action to support Canadians, and I want to assure you that we are going to continue to do our utmost to ensure that the EI program is better aligned with today's labour market realities and is responsive to the needs of Canadian workers and employees.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, 15 weeks is not enough. For the woman I was talking about earlier, the 15 weeks were barely enough time to get through the diagnosis process. She hadn't even gotten to treatment yet. There are doctors in my riding who get in touch with me to tell me that their patients have to go back to work, and they just think this is totally unacceptable because their patients are in the middle of getting treatment. The parliamentary secretary talked about benefits that are given to other people, such as caregivers, but it's unacceptable to think that caregivers actually have more time off than the person they're taking care of. And if the government takes these people's needs seriously, then it needs to act. When will it act? These people are suffering. They are losing time. As I said earlier, these families have lost everything. They've lost their houses, their life savings. When will this government act, Mr. Speaker?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker.
Government's resolve to provide support for all those who are in need, get the support they need in this country. There has not yet been a budget with this government that hasn't addressed or reformed critical parts of the EI program to sustain and invest in the health and well-being of Canadians. Je tiens à rappeler la détermination de nos...
I want to remind the member that our government has been determined to providing support to those who need it in Canada.
Is reflected in our commitment to improve the employment insurance program so that it responds to the needs of Canadian workers and employers. And I want to reassure the honourable member that we are fully committed to ensuring the employment insurance program, including EI sickness benefits, continues to serve Canadians in an effective and timely manner, and we are reviewing it as we speak. Merci.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today because Canadians simply cannot wait for pharmacare. Last spring, I asked the Prime Minister in this House about the urgent need for pharmacare in the face of so many people in this country not filling their prescriptions, and with the Parliamentary Budget Officer clearly stating that over $4 billion a year would be saved by having a national pharmacare program. The Prime Minister's response was this: "It's not surprising to hear the NDP trying to implement something without a clear plan." Well, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure how many studies or how many consultations this government needs before it takes action. I would assume that the many exhaustive studies done in this place, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, and the many Canadians that cannot afford their medication might be enough to engage this government to actually move forward and take some action. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the consultation process this government has put forward is to consult on whether or not to do this. It's not a group that's set up on actively putting together a strategy for implementation. Canada pays the second highest medical costs in the world, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of North Island Powell River, too many people are making terrible choices that include choices between medication and food, or medication and heat, or medication and a place to live. I often feel like I am a broken record, but I will keep speaking in this place until the government finally hears. Seniors in my riding and across Canada are taking half of their medication to extend how long it lasts. Families are going into serious credit card debt to afford their children's medication costs. Doctors come to see me to talk about how hard it is to try and treat people who cannot afford their medication. It is more expensive to pay for a hospital stay than it is to pay for that medication. So consultations are overdone. And it seems to me that this government has this theme song of we're going to talk about it, we're going to consult about it, we're going to talk about it some more. But I really hope that this government will hear really clearly from Canadians that pharmacare needs to happen now. There are too many people that are at high risk that are making terrible choices. I think of a constituent in my riding who recently had some severe challenges with his income. He's a senior, he's struggling every single day, and he said, "I just need a little bit of help because I cannot afford my medication." And that is something that is terrible in this country. So I'm asking this government to take some responsibility, to look at the reports that are actually coming out from this place, to look at the years and years of promises made that this actually would happen, that we would finally fulfill our Medicare system with a pharmacare system, which every other country that has a Medicare system has, and actually take actions so that people in this country are not going without their medication simply because they cannot afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River, for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to strengthening healthcare systems across the country and supporting the health of Canadians. We know Canadians are proud of their publicly funded healthcare system. It's based on need and not the ability to pay. We also recognize almost 1 million Canadians have to choose between food or heat or the prescription medications they need, and in many cases, they don't take the prescribed drugs due to the high prices. That's why our government is taking steps to make prescription drugs more affordable and accessible, but we recognize there's even more that can be done. As part of Budget 2018, we've created an advisory council on the implementation of national pharmacare. This council, chaired by Dr. Eric Hoskins, will build on the valuable work done by the Standing Committee on Health. The Council will work closely with experts and provincial, territorial, and Indigenous leaders, as well as exploring domestic and international models. The final report, expected by spring 2019, will recommend actions on how best to move forward together on this important issue. As we await the findings of the Council, our government will continue working collaboratively with the provinces and territories and with leading pan-Canadian health organizations to lower drug prices, provide more timely access to the new medicines Canadians need, and support appropriate prescribing. For example, our government is modernizing the way the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board works through amendments to the Patented Medicines Regulations. These changes will better protect Canadian consumers, governments, and private insurers from excessive drug prices. Our government is also working closely with provinces and territories through the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance to lower drug costs. By combining government's collective bargaining power, the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance has completed more than 170 joint brand drug negotiations and achieved price reductions on 18 generic drugs, resulting in combined savings of almost $1.3 billion annually. In addition, our government is working to provide Canadians with more timely access to important new medicines. Health Canada is making changes to better align its drug review process with health partners and to expand its priority review process to more effectively meet healthcare system needs. It's doing this while continuing to ensure that approved drugs are safe, effective, and of good quality. This will include establishing new regulatory pathways for drugs and working more closely with organizations that assess the cost effectiveness of drugs. And finally, our government recognizes that the overuse, underuse, and misuse of prescription drugs creates risk for patients and unnecessary waste in the healthcare system. To address this, we will work with our partners to build evidence and promote best practices in the appropriate prescribing and use of drugs. These actions are moving Canada towards a more sustainable and responsive pharmaceuticals management system. Our government recognizes there's an opportunity to do even more. We welcome the results of the extensive study the Health Committee conducted on pharmacare, and the Advisory Council has now begun a very important national dialogue and conversation on how to move forward with this important topic. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his response. I guess the main point that I think needs to be said really clearly is that Canadians simply cannot wait. When I talk to people across Canada about their health challenges and the expense of their health challenges, and families who are, having loved ones who need a certain amount of medical care or medication that is very expensive, and they're having to make choices about selling their home to pay for that medication so that that loved one can live. I don't know how much more time so many Canadians can take and can wait for a report that's going to come up next year in spring. I appreciate that there's actions being taken, but there's not enough actions for those people who are making destitute decisions, for seniors who are taking half of their medication, for doctors who are trying to find the cheapest way to prescribe to their patients, but still finding absolutely no way to give them something that is affordable. So I hope that out of all of this, this government will hear that Canadians cannot wait.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, implementing national pharmacare is not something that can be achieved overnight. It will require working closely with experts from all relevant areas, as well as with provincial, territorial, Indigenous, and national leaders. That's a key part of the role of the Advisory Council on the implementation of national pharmacare, led by Dr. Hoskins. We have to get the details right. While the Council does its work, we're continuing to improve Canada's pharmaceuticals management system. Unfortunately, even as public and private payers wrestle with growing costs, Canadians are not experiencing all of the benefits that this level of spending should provide, and some Canadians face real barriers to access. The Government of Canada is firmly committed to working with its partners to address these challenges, and as outlined here today, our government is taking action. Thank you very much.
La motion por...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.